Cuba was different. Views of the Cuban Communist Party on the collapse of Soviet and Eastern European socialism. By Ivan Sandvik. Underlid. Contents. Introduction 1. Part 1. The collapse according to Granma. 1. Written sources on the collapse 43. 2. Granma and the written news as a method 58. 3. Analyzing the news accounts 67. 4. Reflections on the written news 168. Part 2. The collapse as viewed by Cuban party members. 5. Contextualizing the testimonies 175. 6. Oral source methodologies 195. 7. Analysis of the interviews 205. 8. Insights from the oral testimonies 320. Conclusion, viewing the collapse through PCC lenses 325. Afterword 335. Appendix 1, Information for the interviewees 336. Appendix 2, Interview Guide 338. Appendix 3, Core Sources 342. Appendix 4, Example Table for Data Visualization 349. Bibliography 353. Index 364. Introduction. No one ever imagined that something that seemed as unshakable and certain as the sun would disappear in a few days, like the disappearance of the Soviet Union. Fidel Castro, 1993. The above words by the historic leader of the Cuban Revolution were uttered in the context of his speech on the celebration of the Cuban National Rebellion Day, July 26.1. That was almost 4 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall and less than 2 years after the formal dissolution of the country that had been the center of the socialist community, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, with which Cuba had enjoyed a close and privileged alliance for 3 decades. Castro spoke these words even though he had already warned, in his commemoration speech on July 26, 1989, that if tomorrow or on any day we were to wake up with the news that a major civil strife has been created in the USSR, or, even, if we were to wake up to the news that the USSR had disintegrated, something we hope will never occur even in those circumstances, Cuba and the Cuban Revolution would continue to fight and to resist, to the phenomenon often referred to as the end of communism, or what might more precisely be referred to as the collapse of Soviet and Eastern European socialism, is globally remembered as one of the most important events in contemporary history. For a brief period, between 1989 and 1991, 3 capitalism and liberal democracy were introduced in country after country in Eastern Europe, as well as in what had been the cradle of 20th century state socialism, the USSR itself. Characterizing the changes, political scientists have described the sweeping changes as a double or even triple transition that not only included the liberalization of the economy and the introduction of multi-party liberal democracy, but also, in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet republics, the transit toward national independence. 4. Francis Fukuyama famously referred to the changes as the end of history. 5. While historian Eric Hobsbawm considered them as the end point of what he called the short 20th century. 6. At the time, many predicted that similar changes would also take place in Cuba, which had a system strongly inspired by the Soviet model. This is reflected in popular books with titles such as La Hora Final de Castro 7 and Fin de Siècle à la Havane 8, while similar predictions were also made in the academic world. However, there was no immediate transition, nor has this happened as I write these lines decades later. This is despite the fact that Cuba had been strongly economically dependent on the USSR and the countries of the Council of Mutual Economic Assistance, and that the weakening and later disappearance of this trade provoked a severe crisis in Cuba. Christened by Fidel Castro in January 1990 as the special period in time of peace. 9. In total, foreign trade fell 75%. 10. And the real gross domestic product fell by 35%. 11. When the Cuban system did not collapse, a quite extensive academic debate about the non-transition was spawned in response. 12. In this book, I will address Cuban perceptions and views of the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism, in particular how this phenomenon was viewed by the Communist Party of Cuba. The book is based on my PhD thesis, which was written between 2013 and 2017, and which gathered and analyzed the memories and views of Cuban communists on the collapse. My hope was that this data and its critical analysis could help us understand why there was a considerable degree of cohesion in the Communist Party of Cuba in regard to the defense of the Cuban system. This was all quite contrary to what happened in Eastern Europe and the USSR, where apparently similar parties suffered strong divisions, lost their leading role, and in some cases, completely disintegrated. In conducting this research, I used both written and oral sources. In the case of written sources, I relied extensively on materials from the Granma newspaper from 1989 to late March 1992. 13 copies of this newspaper are available at Biblioteca Nacional José Martí and at the archives of Granma, both located at or close by Havana's Plaza de la Revolución. To make it possible to identify and analyze these materials, it was necessary to photograph all editions of the newspaper that came out during those specific years. In charge of digitalization was our fellow researcher and assistant on the PhD project, Rainier Hernandez Arancibia. My oral sources consist of 17 interviews, all of which were with individuals who had been members of the Communist Party of Cuba. These are often referred to as militants in Cuba at the time of the collapse. The interviews were conducted by myself in Havana in 2013 and later transcribed by Hernandez Arancibia, resulting in almost 400 pages of text. For the analysis of these sources, I formulated the following central questions. A. What were and later remained the impressions of Cuban communists about the collapse, as reflected in the Granma newspaper and interviews with members of the PCC? B. How can these impressions help us understand the way the party and its militancy responded to the extraordinary circumstances that arose in the late 1980s and the early 1990s? In so doing, my study makes an original contribution to the existing historiography on contemporary Cuban politics and society. As historian Antoni Captcha has pointed out, academic studies on Cuba done during the 1990s often tended to focus on the material and spiritual problems of the country. 14 The interest in Cubans' views and interpretations of the dramatic international events that affected Cuba so strongly yet did not produce the regime change expected by many has been remarkably less. Therefore, there was considerable room left for additional study on Cuban perceptions of the collapse. It is also important to note that the Communist Party of Cuba is little studied in general. This may seem surprising since it is the only party in Cuba. It is described by the Cuban Constitution of 1976 as the organized Marxist, Leninist vanguard of the working class, the superior force of society and the state, which should guide society towards socialism and later communism. 15 It is also remarkable that, at the time when Cuba felt the shock of the collapse, the Cuban party did not severely fracture nor did it lose its monopoly on power, a situation that contrasts sharply with that of similar institutions in Eastern Europe and the USSR. 16 While the particularities in Cuba that favored the continuity of its Communist Party and its political order might largely be external to the party itself, there is clearly a dialectical relation between the party and many of its surrounding circumstances. Consequently, I believe more knowledge on how the collapse was seen and responded to by its members, as well as some characteristics of the party and its collective response to the collapse, might help us toward a better understanding of both the PCC's survival and Cuba's status today. Many reasons have been cited for the Cuban non-transition, some of which I will touch upon later in this study. Still, in regard to the internal factors, Cuba's charismatic leader during half a century, Fidel Castro, had often been seen as a major guarantor of stability and continuity. Captcha considers that the Fidel factor was widely highlighted in academic work, especially in the early years of the revolution and then again in the 1990s. 17 Yet he warns against a one-sided emphasis on the leader. While it is always erroneous to ignore the Fidel factor, the greater the focus on Fidel, the less analytical and perceptive the study. 18 Captcha views the party as one critical element of continuity, yet suggests it has never really been given the attention which it merits. 19 If the revolution survives Fidel Castro, CAPTCHA claims in the same article, which was written in 2008, this will be tied to the underlying system, which is again tied to a 5-decade-long political culture. More than a decade has passed since Fidel Castro withdrew from his role as Cuba's head of state. In 2011, he left the role of the leader of the Communist Party of Cuba, and in 2016, he passed away. It remains to be seen which path the country will take over the long run, but as I write these words, the Cuban system is still in place, and this of course seems to confirm the validity of CAPTCHA's argument. An additional particularity of this study is that it is based in part on oral history, and few oral history studies have been conducted in Cuba. 21 To our knowledge, no such study has been done centered primarily on the party, and no oral history study has as its central theme the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism. This in itself amounts to a necessity so as to complement the written sources on the subject. Indeed, Cuban documents published during this period are relatively scarce considering the magnitude of the events and their importance for Cuba. During the so-called special period, there was strict rationing of paper within the country, and publishing activity was very much limited. Furthermore, there has always been strict control over the media in revolutionary Cuba, and this was strengthened beginning in 1991 when the Cuban monopoly press left behind a period of relative openness and began developing a sort of wartime journalism. This of course further underlines the importance of interviewing individuals who were politically active at the time. But even before this period, Granma tended to reflect the views and perceptions of some groups within the party and not necessarily those of all its members. Finally, it is worth keeping in mind that not only in this specific situation, but in all sorts of situations, what people express orally often differs from what they express in writing. I will elaborate more on this at the beginning of part 2 of this book. A central objective of this work is not only to demonstrate how the collapse was seen from the viewpoint of the PCC but also to help explain how the Cuban Communist Party and its militancy responded to the events and changes. 22 The manner in which the collapse was seen by the PCC and its members is especially important due to the central role of this institution in society. A common perception is that Cubans have grown up in an information bubble and therefore have acted on the basis of erroneous information. This is a perception that will be touched upon and will be partly refuted in this study. In any event, one's understanding of a situation conditions how one reacts, as the Thomas theorem suggests. If men define situations as real, they are real in their consequences. On the basis of this, I would like to propose a hypothesis. The party members in Cuba had worldviews that favored the continuity of the country's hegemonic political project. I will begin with a brief presentation of the historical context in which Cuba was affected by the Soviet collapse, where I will briefly reprise some key events and changes in Eastern Europe and the USSR at the time. After this contextualization, a short review of the existing literature will be given, along with explanations of important terminology used in the study. 1. Historical and institutional context. The close Cuban-Soviet relationship arose after Fidel Castro and his guerrilla forces seized power on January 1, 1959. These links were consolidated, though not without setbacks, in the context of a hard confrontation between Cuba and the U.S. Though U.S. policies are not the only elements to keep in mind for understanding Cuba's alignment with the Soviets, they were important. The literature refers to a triangular relationship between Cuba, the USA, and the USSR 24 which lasted for more than 30 years. The insurrection against Fulgencio Batista's regime, one propped up by U.S. support, was led by Cubans, and Fidel Castro's guerrilla forces had a nationalist and democratic program, largely in consonance with popular national demands and a political tradition with roots in the late 19th century's wars of independence against Spain, where a nationalism had developed that not only strived for formal independence but a profound decolonization of society and social justice. According to CAPTCHA, it had a much greater social dimension than any contemporary nationalism in Latin America. 25 Poet and philosopher José Martí was an organizer of this independence movement. yet died at the start of the Second War of Independence, a war that ended in national humiliation as Cuba became occupied and then was turned into a protectorate of the U.S. Yet Martí became a national symbol, and many political movements were to promise to fulfill his ideals, amongst them Fidel Castro's Point 26. Yet after taking political power in 1959, the revolution underwent a process of radicalization, geopolitical reorientation, and major ideological changes. In 1961, Fidel Castro declared the revolution as socialist and Marxist, Leninist. Although the ties with the USSR were consolidated, and Cuba became increasingly dependent on economic terms, there were also notable contradictions between the two countries throughout the 1960s. Important moments of tensions arose during the missile crisis, when the Soviets opted for direct negotiations with the US without involving Cuba in the process, and later with regard to Cuba's active support of guerrilla movements in Latin America. There were also considerable differences on issues regarding the development and character of socialism, internally in Cuba and between the two countries. Cuba undertook some largely endogenous experiments with socialism, eventually opting for a radical model in contrast to the orthodox model of the Soviet Union. According to Jorge Dominguez, between 1962 and 1968, the relations between Cuba and the Soviet Union oscillated between collaboration and confrontation, 27, while Mervyn Bain describes the entire period between 1962 and 1972 as a very traumatic one in the country's relationships. 28 In the late 1960s, tensions were reduced, and in 1972 Cuba entered Comecon, an economic mechanism of collaboration led by the USSR. During the 1970s, one could speak not only of a growing integration but also of a partial Sovietization of Cuba. 29 Open tensions on foreign policy were largely avoided, and Cuba embarked on a process of institutionalization that introduced an economic model and a political system that were similar to the Soviet model, though the new model was not in all aspects identical to the Soviet one. 30 Cuban ideology was overshadowed to a large degree by Soviet-style Marxism-Leninism, and even Cuban history was largely adapted to fit into a Marxist-Leninist framework. 31 By the mid-1980s 32 Cuban-Soviet relations were very healthy and of an extremely expansive and all-encompassing nature. According to Bain. 33 There was a huge level of Soviet aid to Cuba. 34 During the years that the relationship existed. From the 1980s, certain differences began to emerge, but Cuba retained a privileged relationship with the USSR until the latter's August 1991 coup, though trade had been falling throughout that year and relations were still intact in December 1991, when the USSR was dissolved. Still, the revolution was always nationalist, and although Soviet ideology was broadly introduced by the state from the 1970s, nationalist currents never disappeared. Cubans were already previously formed within a historically determined value system of sovereign nationhood. 35 Moreover, as Bert Hoffman has asserted, Cuba maintained a double identity during the 3 decades that Cuban-Soviet relations existed. It identified not only with the USSR but with both the Second and the Third Worlds. 36 The collapse of the Soviet Union is a complicated topic, and one that is a matter of controversy amongst researchers and others. It is uncontroversial to say, however, that the roots of some problems that contributed to this process go far back in time. This being said, the process of disintegration of the political order that had first been implemented after the 1917 revolution in Russia is often identified with the changes in policies during the leadership of Mikhail Gorbachev, who rose to General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on March 11, 1985, and a month later launched the process of perestroika. This process marks the beginning of a new stage. In the Soviet and East European socialist community, where old problems came to the surface and new tensions arose. One could say that this moment marked the beginning of the more or less immediate historical context of the collapse. According to Rachel Walker, the Soviet reforms had 4 phases. 1. The first, from 1985 to the end of 1986, was not characterized by reform but the rationalization of the administrative command system. 37 Economic reforms and reforms for more transparency were so far very limited. 2. In 1987–89 there was a revolution from above in the USSR, which implied a democratization of the political system that was implemented in parallel with economic reforms and a deepening of the glasnost policy. Conflicts became more pronounced in 1987, and tensions within the party became visible in June 1988.38. In 1988, pro-independence movements also emerged in the Baltic republics, new political parties appeared, and conflicts arose between Azerbaijan and Armenia. 39 The economic situation worsened. 43 From 1989 to February 1990, a revolution from below began, and the PSU started to lose control over the reform process. 41 In March 1989, national elections to the new Congress of Peoples' Deputies took place, which were not totally competitive but gave rise to a belief among people that it was possible to keep many party candidates out of power. 42 The debates in Parliament in May and June 1989 were characterized by conflict. These marginalized the party, and they were broadcast on television. 43 At this point, a transfer of power to the republics took place, especially in the Baltic countries. Also, according to Walker, there was an effective abolition of democratic centralism at this point, referring to a principle according to which discussions are done internally, and decisions are binding on all party members, and different platforms emerged within the Communist Party. 44 As the political system began to disintegrate, the economic system also began falling apart. 45 In Walker's view, the period between March 1990 to August 1991 was characterized by crisis management, with hasty policy reversals and several radical shifts in political direction. 46 Gorbachev established a new executive presidency with extraordinary powers to prevent the collapse of the country. 47 While remaining as General Secretary of the PSU. However, the authority of this new presidency was undermined by various factors. Gorbachev did not stand for elections, and his retention of the post of Secretary General of the party was very much questioned. He tried to maneuver between conservative forces and radical reformists but failed at this, and there was a high level of polarization. 48 The central power continued to crumble. 49 By mid-1991, the institutions no longer had any power or authority. 50 Since the end of the Second World War, Eastern Europe had been an area of influence of the USSR, governed by a series of formally independent people's democracies. 51 Where, however, there had been an indirect imposition of political and economic models. 52 From the Soviet Union. Since the early years of these popular republics, there was a growing resentment over Soviet tutelage. 53 It would have been impractical to analyze the processes of change of each particular country in Eastern Europe here, so instead, a general overview will be given. In the interviews with members of the Communist Party of Cuba, most of my initial questions also regarded the USSR, since this was Cuba's main ally, and furthermore, the hegemonic force of Comecon and the Warsaw Pact. I look into the views and perceptions regarding certain key events and processes of change in Eastern Europe, especially in part 1 of this book, as reflected by the newspaper Granma's coverage. To facilitate reading for people not closely familiar with these events, relevant historical contexts will be integrated into the analysis itself. It should be mentioned that particularly important changes took place in the relationship between Eastern European socialist countries and the USSR from 1985, when the Soviet authorities decided that Eastern European countries were allowed to establish trade agreements with the European community. In July 1989, Gorbachev declared what was later dubbed the Sinatra Doctrine, which constituted a break with the former Brezhnev Doctrine and guaranteed those countries the right to self-determination. 54 But even before this, Eastern Europe was affected in different ways and to varying degrees by the reform process in the USSR, and changes in Eastern Europe in return had a strong effect on the Soviet Union. Mark Kramer describes a process where there was a unidirectional influence from the USSR from 1986 to 1988 that was promoting reforms in Eastern Europe. From the first half of 1989, however, the reforms of Hungary and Poland began to resonate in the USSR, and later changes in Hungary, Poland, and the USSR influenced events in 4 other countries in Eastern Europe. Thus, one could speak about a multi-directional influence. 55 As revolts spread in Eastern Europe, pressure on the USSR grew, and the ensuing recriminations in Moscow helped to fuel a hardline domestic backlash in late 1990 and 1991, culminating in the failed coup in Moscow in August 1991. 56 According to Baideluz and Jeffries, all Eastern European regimes collapsed during 1989, except Yugoslavia and Albania, 57 countries that were not part of the Soviet-led Comecon alliance. For Martin K. Dimitrov, the process of regime change did not conclude until 1990 or 1991, except in the cases of Poland and Hungary, where regime change ended in 1989. 58 It should not be forgotten, though, that even if the former regime ceased to exist, transitions in a broader sense might take a long time. But in a short period, not only did the former socialist countries change profoundly, so did the world. The collapse of Soviet and East European socialism meant the end of the bipolar order between East and West. 59 As well as the end of Soviet dominance over Eastern Europe. 60 From an early moment, Fidel Castro had concerns that Gorbachev's perestroika could get out of control and wreck the very system that it was intended to improve. 61 In the mid-1980s, Cuba proposed introducing changes into its own model through what was called the process of rectification of errors and negative tendencies. José Bell Lara summarizes rectification as a practical critique of the model of real socialism. 62 That is, Soviet and East European socialism, which had also been a central paradigm for Cuba, especially during the 1970s and early 1980s. Rectification contains contradictions, and its implementation perhaps even more so, but with regard to the economy, it could be said to move in the opposite direction of Gorbachev's reforms. Rather than opening up spaces to market logic, it restricted or closed existing ones. Rectification was presented as a criticism of the model existing in Cuba, one that had many similarities to the pre-Gorbachev model in the USSR. However, it was often seen as a response to, and an alternative to, perestroika. Rectification was first announced in the context of the Third Congress of the Communist Party of Cuba, which took place in 1986 and was divided into 2 separate sessions. During the first part, which took place between February 3 and 6, there was a large renovation in the Central Committee that resulted in about 40% of its members being replaced. 63 However, no significant political changes were announced. According to Lutjens, the first indication of the beginning of the rectification process was the creation of a committee with the task of doing an emergency revision of the National Plan for 1985. 64 Pura Stable considers that rectification was introduced between the first session of the Third Congress of the PCC in February and the second, in December 1986. 65 Although scholars disagree on the exact date. For Masalago, it was already in place when the first session of the Congress took place, that is, in February 1986. 66 Havel argues that the process began in April 1986. 67 While Dominguez avers that it was publicly announced that month. 68 Apparently referring to the speech given by Fidel Castro on April 19, on the 25th anniversary of the military victory at the Bay of Pigs, where CIA-backed rebels had tried to invade Cuba and overthrow Fidel Castro and his government. The ideas behind rectification might be better understood by looking at some characteristics of the early Cuban Revolution. In the 1960s, the authorities had been much concerned about fomenting a revolutionary consciencia or consciousness. 69 Through mobilization, voluntary work, and so on, and before institutionalization, there were strongly personalized politics based around a charismatic leader who somehow mobilized and involved the masses in politics or played a political role as a teacher. These policies culminated in ultra-radical, idealistic experiments in the late 1960s. In this utopist phase, almost all the few remaining small private companies were nationalized, and anything deemed to be capitalist methods were virtually eliminated. One purpose of this was to create socialist consciousness, as opposed to the capitalist consciousness that competition and market logic might foment. As this ultra-radical experiment failed, in the 1970s, the country embarked on the aforementioned process of institutionalization, during which improvised institutions built around Fidel Castro's former guerrilla army were replaced by more permanent ones, such as the Communist Party and the political system known as Poder Popular or People's Power, with a national parliament. The party, though created in the early 1960s, had been growing for years, perhaps gaining influence at the expense of Fidel Castro's leadership, and the authorities introduced a more pragmatic model of economic management. Similar to the USSR, known as the System of Management and Planning of the Economy. As he launched rectification, Fidel Castro recognized a series of advances over the years of 1970 to 1986, such as improvements in living standards, the creation of Poder Popular, which was not identical to the Soviet political system, and Cuba's internationalism in Africa. But he also accounted for the problems of the model that had been implemented, such as bureaucratization and the consolidation of a technocratic administration of the economy, as well as the tendency to uncritically imitate and assimilate practices of European real socialism. 70 Yet it was also Castro's view that during the previous phase, economic growth had been prioritized above the development of socialist consciousness. 71 The rectification process coincided with the closing of the so-called free peasant markets, where the authorities had allowed the sale of agricultural products under the principle of supply and demand. 72 The mid to late 1980s saw a greater emphasis on moral incentives and volunteer work. During rectification, Fidel Castro emphasized the socialist state enterprise, but the government also launched so-called construction brigades, and a food program was developed. While rectification did not imply a return to the 1960s, it echoed some priorities of the early years of the revolution. According to Marifeli Porras Stable, the rectification process had two phases. During the first, the importance of the party was emphasized, as something that the SDPE had supposedly sidelined. 73 The use of what was deemed to be capitalist methods for the direction of the economy was being criticized. At the same time, political work, a socialist conscience, and collective needs were emphasized. 74 In 1987, 400,000 Cubans participated in volunteer labor, and PCC cadres were called upon to visit enterprises, schools, and neighborhoods to feel the popular pulse. 75 During the second session of the Third Congress of the PCC in December 1986, a call was made to strengthen the Communist Party, although Fidel Castro himself had single-handedly initiated rectification. 76 In general, during rectification, rather than strengthening institutions, moral principles were invoked as a way to safeguard the exercise of power. 77 The second phase of rectification began in 1989, asserts Porras Stable. That summer, the Division General and hero of the Republic Arnaldo Ochoa, Colonel of the Interior Ministry Antonio de la Guardia, and 12 other military and security officers were arrested. Ochoa, de la Guardia, and 2 assistants were accused of drug trafficking and of endangering national security and executed after a lengthy, televised trial. 78 For Porras Stable, these events highlight the pitfalls of charismatic authority and the weakness of the Cuban institutions, and they could have had a political script. 79 Yet they were presented as justice being made against corrupt officials. In the 1990s, the authorities clearly put much of rectification on hold or even went in another direction, although without reporting this explicitly. For instance, the crisis made it necessary for Cuba to make considerable concessions that went against the spirit of a purer socialism than rectification had pretended. Yet there might also have been some continuity. Different authors have described how there was a reorientation toward the revolution's national and even Latin American roots in the 1990s. 80 I would argue that this is the continuation of a process that started in the mid-1980s. Rectification was to a large degree about marking distance from Soviet influence and sending a message that Cuba would follow its own route. In 1987, a book about Che Guevara's ideas was published in Cuba. 81 This is noteworthy because Guevara, originally from Argentina, was a symbol of the Cuban Revolution who had strong differences with the USSR, and he had virtually disappeared from official discourse and thinking since the late 1960s, until the mentioned book was published. Neither perestroika nor rectification brought about an immediate or radical rupture in Cuban, Soviet relations. For a long time, ties between the countries were not fundamentally changed. According to Mervyn Bain, the Cuban government largely adopted a policy of wait and see when Gorbachev introduced perestroika. 82 The Cuban authorities expressed, for the first time, a veiled criticism toward the USSR in the speech given by Fidel Castro to the 27th Congress of the PSUV, in February 1986, referring to the importance of the liberation movements of the South, an issue of controversy between the two countries that was especially visible in the 1960s. 83 According to Bain, 1989, which he calls the critical year, marked a new stage in Cuban perception of the Soviet reforms, as Cuba stated that it would not deviate from its course no matter what happened in the USSR and definitely closed doors toward reform socialism. Also, events in Eastern Europe and Central America affected the relation adversely. Gorbachev visited Cuba in April 1989, and official media portrayed the visit as a success, but it is possible that there were considerable tensions behind the scenes. 84 On July 26 that year, Fidel Castro made his famous warning to the Cuban public that the Soviet Union definitely might disappear. 85 By 1991, Cuban criticisms of the USSR had increased and become increasingly direct. 86 In the official Soviet policy toward Cuba there were also big changes between 1985 and 1991. 87 However, for Bain, it took some time before these changes became apparent. 88 And Bain describes it as surprising that these changes did not occur faster, considering the profound transformations that were taking place internally in the USSR. Among the factors that favored the relation were Gorbachev's continued loyalty to Cuba until the end of the USSR, U.S. hostility against Cuba, and conservative politicians in the USSR who pressed for continued relations. Also important for the Soviet government was the symbolic value of maintaining an ally in the Caribbean after the loss of Eastern Europe. 89 And the role of the important Cuban lobby in Moscow. Despite Fidel Castro's attitude toward reform socialism, not all Cubans were against reforming socialism. In August 1989, only a few months after Gorbachev's visit, the Cuban authorities announced that they would cease distribution of the Soviet publications Novedades de Moscú and Sputnik in Cuba. These were Spanish-language editions of Soviet publications that, taking advantage of freedom of expression in the USSR, criticized Cuba and its non-reformed model of socialism. 90 While this highlights the limits of what the Cuban authorities were willing to tolerate and that by 1989 they went as far as stopping the circulation of these magazines, it should also serve as a reminder that these publications were indeed permitted to circulate for years before that, and thus Cubans were not totally cut off from the changes in the Soviet Union. Even in the Cuban media, there was some space for the reformist ideas inspired by Gorbachev's perestroika, with some difference in the degree of receptiveness between each media outlet. In Jorge Dominguez's words, Cuba allowed a certain freedom of expression with regard to thinking about changes in communist Europe, although there were also warnings from Cuban authorities against the dissemination of such ideas. 91 The moment of the strongest reformist influence was between 1987 and 1989. 92 As for the unguarded public endorsement of reformist ideas in Cuba, it reached its highest expression in 1987, but there were cases of support throughout 1989. 93 According to Dominguez, intellectuals, including academic economists, were the most receptive to some features of Gorbachev's early reforms. 94 Also, according to Dominguez, those who had long been sympathetic to ideas from the Soviet Union, no matter what their content, were also more receptive to reform communism, referring likely in part to former members of the Popular Socialist Party, a pro-Soviet party that existed before the revolution. Certain sectors of the youth could be said to constitute a third group. Captcha asserts that in the second half of the 1980s, members of the Union de Jóvenes Comunistas, the youth wing of the PCC, began to gravitate enthusiastically towards Gorbachev's model of reformism, also pointing out that there were some existing tensions with the mother party. Evidence of careerism made it a prime target for the rectification drive after 1986-95. Havel notes that the authorities withdrew an edition of the AJAK magazine Somos Jóvenes and also refers to a meeting between leaders of the AJAK where participants expressed criticism of the cult of Fidel Castro in the media and the slavishness of the press. 96. In contrast, Dominguez notes that people who had identified with Che Guevara's radical positions in the 1960s were often more skeptical of Soviet reforms. 97. Enrique A. Beloira and James A. Morris describe the last half of 1980 as a period characterized by conflict, according to any standard. 98. And mention how high-level leaders were removed from their positions, such as Humberto Pérez, head of the Central Planning Youth, Roberto Vega, head of the Workers' Central Union of Cuba, and José Ramírez Cruz, General Secretary of the National Association of Small Farmers. A member of the Central Committee of the PCC was arrested in 1987, and there were, of course, the aforementioned trials in 1989. The two scholars consider that there was a prolonged rivalry between the Ministry of the Interior and the Revolutionary Armed Forces, which ended when the first of these two institutions was reorganized under the control of the latter. 1.99 Perez Stable argues that while the CTC and the Federation of Cuban Women had been criticized by the party since 1986 for holding practices contrary to national interests, socialist objectives, and correct consciencia, at the end of the decade, the FMC even saw its existence questioned. 100 And criticisms of the organization were made from within the Communist Party as late as 1990.101. According to Beloira and Morris, during the late 1980s, more young people began to protest the authorities or were engaging in disorderly and unruly conduct. 102 While Alfred Padula claims that in 1992 there were perhaps 50 human rights groups with over 1,000 members. 103 These faced public acts of repudiation. According to Beloira and Morris. 104 I cannot completely agree with the two authors when they say that the second half of the 1980s was a period characterized by conflict, according to any standard, which seems a somewhat exaggerated and slightly sensationalist way of describing conditions. There is no denying that there were serious tensions and certainly more than were easily observable. Jonathan Rosenberg has argued that Ivan Fidel Castro's predominance in most aspects of policy making and the centrality of socialist principles to his long-term developmental project, conflict within the Cuban state tends to be attenuated and muted when compared with that occurring in pluralist societies. Yet the conflicts are real and decisive. 105 Still, if one takes into account the social and political instability in neighboring countries, the Venezuelan Caracazo left more than 2,000 dead in 1989, and there were guerrilla wars in Central America, then Cuba could hardly be characterized as a society characterized by conflict. A general characterization of the period should not downplay the conflicts that existed, but it should also take into account that they were mostly intra-elite and did not really involve broad segments of the population. Furthermore, many of these tensions were not new, though they became somewhat strengthened at the time. Beloira and Morris's characterization could lead the reader to perceive a correlation of forces different from what was really the case. To my knowledge, there are no data or arguments that suggest that a large part of the elite was clearly opposed to the leadership of Fidel Castro, though many actors would have preferred he had opted for a somewhat different line. The fact remains that he was also largely respected, not least because of his role during the early years of the revolution. The unauthorized opposition, on the other hand, did not have much influence within the country. The Cubans who I interviewed for this study, as well as hundreds of other Cubans representing all sorts of political beliefs that I have talked to informally over the years, mostly tend to describe that decade, at least after the end of 1980, when the Mariel exodus took place, as one of relative stability and material well-being. They sometimes have contrasted the 1980s with much more tense moments in the history of the revolution, such as most of the 1960s and the first 5 years or so of the special period. Despite increasing tensions in the economy from approximately 1985 and certain limitations of the model becoming clearer to many after they had lived more than 2 decades with state socialism, Cuba's degree of social development was, in 1989, in many areas, comparable to industrialized capitalist countries. 106 There was a life expectancy as high as those countries, and in some cases it exceeded them. Infant mortality was lower, the number of doctors per inhabitant slightly higher, and there was a higher level of primary schooling. 107 Although there was discontent and sectors in favor of change, this did not in most cases imply that they would have wanted a complete change of system, and the party press could celebrate the achievements of the revolution without this seeming strange to most. Yet conditions worsened dramatically from 1990 and onwards. That year, the deterioration of trade relations with Eastern Europe and the USSR began to be felt strongly. On January 28, 1990, Fidel Castro declared that the country was approaching a moment of crisis. He named both this approaching crisis and the plan to address it, the special period in time of peace. The first part of the name refers to a plan that was originally developed in case of a war situation. By adding in time of peace, it was suggested that the situation and the measures to be taken could be similar to those originally projected for a war scenario. The Cuban economy collapsed between 1990 and 1999-3108 because Cuba had become dependent on a world that was fading. 109 During 1990 and 1991, according to Dominguez, Cuba's government seemed as it was on the verge of ruin. 110 Despite the great changes in Eastern Europe and the USSR and in Cuba's situation in general, during 1989 and 1990 no party congress was held, nor did the Cuban government announce radical changes in its political, economic, and social models, although saving measures were announced, in May 1990, others in September of the same year, and then a third round in 1991 and 1992.111. The expected Fourth Congress of the Communist Party was postponed twice, until it was finally announced for October 1991.112. In March 1990, Raúl Castro presented the convocation for the Congress, better known as the Llamamiento 113, which could be translated as the call or the calling. This lengthy document formed the basis of a wide national debate on the future of the country, but shortly after the debate started, the authorities stopped them for several months. When later signaled that the debate could continue again, the party newspaper made it clear that the one-party system, the socialist economy, and the leadership of Fidel Castro were non-negotiable. 114 Since the early years of the revolution, there has been a siege mentality in Cuba, a product partly of the U.S. pressures upon the country. 115 The siege mentality was reinforced during the late 1980s due to changes in the country's geopolitical context. At the time, Cuba was located between a U.S. that continued to exert pressure to obtain regime change and a Latin America that, with few exceptions, had pro-American governments. Latin America, including Cuba, was also economically affected by the debt crisis during that time. The situation in the Americas was very unfavorable for Cuba. Rapprochement with the U.S. did not seem to be a realistic option, as the superpowers' policies toward Cuba remained inflexible. The transfer of the American presidency from Ronald Reagan to George Bush in January 1989 did not significantly alter policies toward Cuba. In contrast to the carrot policy and dialogue they adopted to a Soviet Union in crisis, there was no such approach or change of strategy for dealing with Cuba. The economic blockade was maintained. Taking into account that Cuba had experienced little growth during the second half of the 1980s, the country was vulnerable to any decline in its trade with Comecon, and it should be recalled that these trade relations had almost vanished completely by 1992. In the early 1990s, Cuba's situation was adverse in almost every way. While Dominguez argues that there was international insertion of Cuba in the Americas since 1990, 116 this was mainly an insertion at the diplomatic level and was also related to Cuba's decision to stop supporting armed movements and to pursue a more defensive foreign policy, so it cannot necessarily be understood as a strengthened Cuba within Latin America and certainly not a strengthened Cuba in general. Earlier, it was pointed out that Latin America was affected by the debt crisis 117, and it could be added that the Cuban government was the only one in the region that completely rejected neoliberal reforms. 118 The Latin American left, a traditional ally, was very weak at this time. 119 Due to factors such as the severe repression it faced from military regimes during the 1970s and 1980s, as well as the crisis of the USSR. 120 In the Caribbean, Cuba had lost its only close ally, Grenada, following a U.S. invasion in 1983. In Jamaica, a former ally, Michael Manley, returned to power in 1989, but with a less radical program than during his previous term. It is possible that Cuban leaders had some hopes with regard to Central America. But in El Salvador, an offensive toward the end of 1989 by the socialist guerrilla group Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front did not bring the expected results, and in 1990, Daniel Ortega lost his bid for re-election in Nicaragua. Both meant a setback of the forces allied with Cuba in Central America. Also, there was the invasion of Panama, where the U.S. overthrew dictator Manuel Noriega, who was originally a U.S. ally but had by 1989 pursued more independent positions. Already in August 1989, the Granma newspaper warned that an invasion of Panama could be imminent, and when this finally occurred at the end of the year, this increased tensions in the region and gave rise to a pro-American government in that country. In addition, many Cubans, including the country's leadership, probably feared that something similar could happen to them. In an entirely different part of the world, the invasion of Iraq in 1990 could have reinforced this fear. Politically and ideologically, there was one important event that favored Cuba. By winning the war in Angola in the early 1990s, Cuba helped Namibia gain its independence from South Africa. Previously there had been tensions with a number of developing countries due to Cuba's policy in Africa and for its support of the Soviet invasion in Afghanistan. 121 According to Erisman, by winning the war in Angola, Cuba once again reinforced its image in the Third World and internationally. 122 But these events did not contribute to any notable degree to solving the material problems of Cuba, which were rather to become much more acute. The most significant progress with regard to the commercial and political ties of Cuba was the approach to China that began at the end of the 1980s, probably partly motivated by the crisis in the Soviet Union. A rupture had previously taken place in Cuba-China relations. Though Cuba received considerable help, notably 1 million Chinese bicycles at a time when Cuba suffered severe oil shortages, the trade and the benefits that could be obtained from that relationship were in no way comparable with those lost with the disappearance of the USSR. Finally, it should also be noted that although the disappearance of the Soviet Union brought enormous challenges to Cuba at the time 123 and strongly affected the Latin American left, it also gave Cuba an opportunity to project a new, more independent image, as a defender of revolutionary socialism and as a firm critic of U.S. hegemony. 124 This may have allowed the country to earn points with domestic and Latin American opinion. Before moving on to the analysis, we should briefly introduce the Communist Party of Cuba. First, let us recall that this is the leading force in Cuban politics and is the only political party allowed, and it does not present itself for elections. Its monopoly on power was enshrined in the 1976 Constitution. Unlike the so-called mass organizations, membership is selective, not just anyone can simply say that he or she wants to join. There are many similarities with the ruling parties in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, but also notable differences. The PCC was founded after 1959. This makes it a unique case, as Leninist parties see themselves as at the forefront of the revolutionary struggle and should thus win their vanguard status by organizing the power takeover. 125 The decision to create a single party was justified and not only inspired by the Soviet Union, but by referring to the foundation of the Cuban Revolutionary Party in 1892 by the national hero José Martí. 126 At the same time, the new party positioned itself as the heir of the old pro-Soviet Communist Party by taking its first name. 127 In Cuba, according to Porras Stable, the PCC did not legitimize the revolution, but Fidel Castro and the revolution gave legitimacy to the PCC. 128 The party emerged as a merger of three different movements. In July 1961, the following three forces joined together, forming the Integrated Revolutionary Organizations, the 26 of July Movement, the Revolutionary Directory, and the Popular Socialist Party. 129 These ideological divisions were still present during 1989 to 1992, and probably some remnants could be found also in 2013. Of the three groups mentioned, the 26 of July Movement was at the forefront. This was a political and military organization founded by Fidel Castro in June 1955 that led the revolution in its insurrectional phase. During the clandestine struggle, M26 was dominated by a nationalist democratic ideology, not communist, although it brought together people of different ideologies and creeds. 130. The second organization, the Popular Socialist Party, was a typical Comintern party, according to Enzensberger. 131 referring to the international communist organization that formally existed between 1919 and 1943 and that had relations with the Soviet Union. There were, however, at some point differences with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union because of the PSP's nationalism and its proximity to the leader of the Communist Party of the USA, Earl Browder. 132 whose ideas were considered a rightist deviation from true Marxism, Leninism. In this sense, perhaps one could say that the party had one leg in Soviet official ideology, but also one in a more moderate, Western communist current. The party was deeply rooted in the Cuban working class. 133 unlike M26, in which the middle class predominated. The old party had emerged in 1925 under its first name, the Communist Party of Cuba, and was shortly thereafter banned by the elected president and then dictator Gerardo Machado. It was legalized in 1939, when Fulgencio Batista was the country's ruler. 134 That year, it ran in the elections, forming a pact with Batista, who advocated social reforms. The party participated later in the drafting of the Constitution of 1940, and Batista gave a green light to the PSP to establish a labor movement under the leadership of the party, the CTC. 135 The Communists exerted some influence, and in return they had to make concessions, even to the US, despite considering it an imperialist power. 136 One could thus say that the party had some experience in taking part in liberal representative politics. After Fulgencio Batista's coup in 1952, the PSP was banned again. At the same time, insurrectional groups, such as M26, began to emerge. The PSP described the actions of Fidel Castro as adventurist. 137 Although Guerra and Maldonado claim that in the final fight against Batista, the party allied in practice with the guerrillas. 138 Nevertheless, the fact that the PSP had established a distance from the guerrillas became an awkward topic after 1959. As for the other Cuban parties, these had disappeared after Batista's coup or had collaborated with the de facto government and thus had little legitimacy. With the revolution of 1959, the parties that had collaborated with Batista were dissolved and, at the same time, the revolutionary government legalized the PSP. 139 Initially, the old communists were not included in the new leadership of the country. 140 Where more centrist forces predominated. But there was a radicalization in the country as well as in the circles of power during 1959. By the beginning of 1960, the predominance of the left wing, discreetly allied to the PSP, was practically a fact. 141 Even so, since 1962, shortly after the PSP entered the new unified party, previous members of the former Communist Party were marginalized, according to CAPTCHA, until they were rehabilitated in 1975. 142 During the 1970s, more pro-Soviet elements within the PSP reached the highest ranks of government, including important figures of this party, such as Carlos Rafael Rodriguez and Blas Roca. 143 The PCC also grew much in strength at this time, and it should be mentioned that in its early years, the Cuban party was organizationally weak and thus in this sense quite different from the ruling parties of the USSR and Eastern Europe. Leo Grande asserts that in the 1960s, the new unified party had a weak organization 144, and Captcha claims that during its first 10 years, the PCC tended to be little more than a mechanism to exercise political hegemony over members. 145 For Leo Grande, it was NLY in the 1970s the PCC became an organization that was strong enough to impose a real direction on the Cuban political system. 146 As part of institutionalization, a new constitution that was very similar to the Soviet one was established in December 1975. 147 Which, like the Soviet constitution, grants a leading role for the party. However, the PCC was still the smallest communist party in power in the world. 148 Political power was divided between the PCC and the new organs of popular power. 149 In a representative governmental system, with three levels, local assemblies, provincial assemblies, and the National Assembly. 150 Thus, the position of the PCC was similar to that of the Communist and Workers' parties in the USSR and Eastern Europe, which had a double monopoly over politics and the economy and thus an extraordinary power. 151 In neither case was any opposition permitted, and other institutions generally responded to party policies. Still, historian Fernando Martinez Heredia claims that in the Cuban case there was actually a very strong pretension to differentiate itself from the East European parties in terms of the separation between party and state. 152 This does not imply a separation of powers such as in liberal democracy or accepting opposition within the state. There was, still, some separation of tasks, although perhaps not as clear as the original pretension. In the mid-1970s, PCC led, the state administered, and the mass organizations maintained contact with the masses. 153 The ideology of the party and the state was contradictory, and not static. The process was marked by the continuous presence of a charismatic leader like Fidel Castro, in some ways more reminiscent of Latin American radical populists than his Soviet and Eastern European counterparts. The balance between the party and the leader changed from one moment to another, and in the 1970s there was certainly some degree of the depersonalization of Cuban politics. 154 Perez Stable points out that the rectification process, announced in 1986, which implied a significant turn in national policies, was an initiative developed by Fidel Castro that was later adopted by the Party Congress. Perez Stable argues that this is a sign of the relative weakness of the party vis-a-vis the leader at that time. 155 Although precisely at that time, Castro called for a strengthening of the party. 156 Even if this might be true, according to William Leo Grande, organizationally and ideologically, the PCC stronger than what most European parties were on the eve of the transition. 157. 2. Review of the existing literature. This investigation draws upon and enters into contact with a series of previous academic works. Most of the works found to be relevant or useful to our enterprise could be grouped into four categories: 1. Academic literature on Cuban politics and society, 2. Literature on Cuba, Soviet relations, and 3. Analysis of the collapse of the Soviet Union written by Cubans, as well as 4. Recent works of oral history realized in Cuba, even when these investigations are about other topics, as they share the methodology and the national context with our investigation. For practical reasons, this review will be limited to literature published in English and Spanish, but most works that fall into these four categories have been written in one of these two languages. With regard to the first category, academic literature on Cuba and its politics, my main interest has been in works that in some way or another address the collapse of the USSR and its impact on Cuba. Although there is an immense amount of works on the history of Cuba, this literature is often not specialized enough to be of any use. Even so, some works written after 1991 contain data and analysis of interest to us, especially studies that try to gain further insight into Cuba's non-transition or exceptionalism, an objective that is also shared by us. Captcha has made critical comments on the academic literature on Cuba written in recent decades. For instance, he observes that academic works on Cuba that were published during the 1990s tended to center their attention on the material crisis that the country lived through. 158 Another feature of this literature is that it often takes for granted that the Cuban system will soon collapse. It was not until the end of the 1990s that a number of books were published that discuss why no regime change took place. 159 As previously seen, Captcha also affirmed that part of the literature tends to one-sidedly emphasize Fidel Castro at the cost of the underlying institutions. 160 However, there are also monographs on Cuba written after the collapse of the USSR that do not have these characteristics, and some of these have been very useful to us. I refer here to the generalist works of Marifeli Perez Stable 161 and by Antoni Captcha 162, as well as books on specific topics, such as Julio Garcia Luis's book on the Cuban press 163, People's Power by Peter Roman, on the political system 164, and the structure of Cuban history by Luis A. Perez Jr. 165, about how Cubans see their history. Other books that should be mentioned are Globalization and the Cuban Revolution by José Bell Lara 166 and Cuba by Jeanette Habel. 167. One challenge is that very little literature exists that analyzes the role of the Communist Party of Cuba, specifically. 168 There is a lack of up-to-date studies of this institution and even serious journalistic coverage outside of Cuba, and from inside of Cuba. Most of the information and analysis to be found comes from official documents and the official press, which has of course to be read critically. There are few Cuban academic studies on the political system and the Communist Party itself. I have been able to locate one compilation of texts made in Cuba in 2011, edited by Maria Julia Pérez Groba 169, that centers on the party. That book, however, focuses on the party in its early years and merely gives a chronology of events of the 1990s. Still, the earlier mentioned generalist book-length studies on the country and on its political system and culture have been of some help to this investigation. There are also some non-monographic works that focus specifically on the Communist Party, such as a well-known article by Hans Magnus Enzensberger from 1970-170, in addition to 3 texts written by William M. Leogrande 171 at different moments in the history of the revolution. There are several works that deal specifically with Cuba, Soviet relations, from different fields of research. Due to the focus of this investigation, the most relevant are those that were written during or after the weakening and disappearance of Cuban, Soviet relations. In 2007, Mervyn Bain noted that since 1991, very little had been written about Cuban, Soviet relations during the period between 1985 and 1991. 172 This affirmation seems especially true when taking into account the importance of this period, as these were the final years of the greatly important Cuban, Soviet relations. Still, some books that have been of great help to us are the monographs of Carmelo Masalago 173, Yuri Pavlov 174, Michael H. Erisman 175, Jorge Dominguez 176, and Mervyn Bain. 177. While work on this study was going on, 2 books were published on cultural aspects of Soviet influence and heritage in Cuba, one by Jacqueline Loss and José Manuel Prieto 178 and another by Jacqueline Loss 179. These texts place great emphasis on Cuban perceptions of the USSR and Cuba's relation with the USSR, just like our own work, but their interest is primarily in cultural aspects of the relations, and less in the political aspects. Except the last 2 books mentioned, most explore Cuban, Soviet relations in a more general fashion and are not exclusively centered on Cuban visions of the collapse, although some do contain important insights on the subject. In the case of Bain's Soviet-Cuban relations 1985 to 1991, changing perceptions in Moscow and Havana, perceptions on both sides are explored 180, and in an article in the Masalago book, Dominguez analyses perceptions of the collapse in the Cuban press and publications. 181 Pavlov also deals with perceptions on the relations within both countries in the book Soviet-Cuban Alliance 1959-1991 and shares much information obtained during his years as a representative of the USSR in Cuba, in a book. That according to Bain could be described as something between a personal testimony and an academic analysis. 182 The works cited usually base their analysis on written sources, mostly official ones such as the press, speeches, and so on. No oral history has been published in which Cubans' perceptions of the collapse constitute the central theme, although one major work is due to be published that will likely dedicate considerable space to the experience of the collapse and the special period. In general, it should be said that little oral history has been conducted in Cuba. I will briefly mention those works that I have been able to identify. Paul Thompson, founder of the Oral History Society, as I mentioned earlier, while of the view that little oral history has been recorded in socialist countries, cites Cuban testimonial literature as an exception. The quintessential example of this literature is Cimarron, History of a Slave, by Miguel Barnett, first published in 1966-183, which recounts the testimony of a former slave, who was at the time 103 years old. The prestigious Casa de las Americas Literary Prize awarded in Havana since 1970 has included a category for testimonial literature, and some winning entries have been about the experiences of Cubans. However, as previously stated, it should be said that little oral history has been done in Cuba, and the historical reasons for this should be mentioned. The historian and anthropologist Oscar Lewis was doing extensive work on the Cuban Revolution, but the authorities stopped the project in July 1970. Despite this, he managed to finish 3 books. 184 Since the late 1990s, there have been at least one attempt to foment oral history amongst Cuban researchers. Still, this does not seem to have produced much results. 185 According to historian Elizabeth Dorey, between 1970 and 2004, no large oral history project was done on the island. More recently, though, there have been some works about terrorism suffered by Cuba. 186 and sexual revolutions in Cuba. 187 as well as a book that brings together testimonies of former revolutionaries. 188 The major work that I mentioned was directed by Dorey herself and is called Memories of the Revolution. A book based on this research is forthcoming. 189 The last category of literature that interests us and that has been cited in this study is literature on the Soviet collapse written by Cuban academics. Although this literature explores circumstances related to the Soviet Union and to a lesser extent the relationship between Cuba and that country, academic literature on the Soviet Union produced in Cuba is in some cases of relevance for our project, not only because it is a source of scholarly insight on the subject of Cuban-Soviet relations, but also because the interpretations in these books are Cuban perspectives on the Soviet collapse. To put it in other words, in relation to this study, these works to some extent constitute primary sources in that they reflect Cuban perceptions of the collapse, but they are also academic works and as such useful support literature. In many cases, there is a political motivation behind the elaboration of this literature, and this is sometimes expressed openly by the authors. For example, in the compilation of articles El Derrumbe del Modelo Eurosovietico, Una Visión desde Cuba published in 1994, Figueroa Albelo states that, for Cuba, specifically, the study of the collapse has a transcendence that exceeds the limits of an academic and simply theoretical exercise, because it is vital for the socio-historical practice of building socialism. 190 The mentioned book includes interpretations of the Soviet collapse by different scholars. For example, it offers a variety of perspectives on the changes and their causes. Some put emphasis on the lack of democracy in Soviet and East European socialism, while others center more on economic causes. There is a consensus that what failed in Europe was a specific, bureaucratic, anti-democratic type of socialism rather than socialism as a system, not socialism as an idea or a project of liberation. The book's editors recognize that in Cuba it was difficult to analyze Soviet reality scientifically before 1991, as an uncritical and apologetic approach of the Soviet and East European socialism was an obstacle to a scientific view. 191 One of the contributors acknowledges that the work, as it was published a few years after the events, should be seen as an early contribution to the debate. The elapsed time is very short and the factual material has not been fully examined and systematized. One striking detail is that the authors emphasize that there are still regimes that declare themselves as socialist, such as China, North Korea, Vietnam, and Laos, and thus portray the collapse as mainly a European phenomenon. This geographical delimitation of what is often referred to as the end of communism is actually quite interesting, as it was typically absent from the Western academic debate at the time, although it is taken more seriously now, as suggested by the title of the book Why Communism Did Not Collapse, published in 2013.192. The first book or booklet published in Cuba on the process of the disintegration of Soviet and East European socialism was titled The Collapse of Socialism in Eastern Europe, Causes and Consequences, 193, but unfortunately I could not locate a copy. The publication was prepared by anonymous researchers at the Department of International Relations of the Central Committee of the PCC, representatives of the political leadership of the FAR, and the Center for European Studies. It was published in February 1992, and according to journalist Tania Diaz Castro, at the time it was circulating among military personnel of higher and lower rank. Diaz Castro gives the impression that the book emphasizes, to some extent, the internal causes of the collapse, that is, problems internal to the USSR, such as the excesses of Joseph Stalin, and errors such as the imposition by force of socialism in Eastern Europe, violations of socialist legality, the tendency of aging in the country's leadership, a lack of dynamism or initiative, a growing state bureaucracy, and others. Despite the title of Diaz Castro's article, the booklet seems to go a bit further than just blaming Stalin for everything, as it also mentions persistent problems that did not go away after Stalin's death and that some might attribute to the model itself, more than just the deviations or errors of certain leaders. Some problems have clearly also been present in Cuba. I should moreover mention a chapter of the book, Vision desde Cuba, published in 1997, Note on the Crisis and Collapse of the Model of Socialism Implanted in the USSR, by Cuban sociologist José Bell Lara. This text describes the Soviet Union as a deformed workers' state ruled according to the interests of the bureaucracy. Perestroika was, according to Bell Lara, a proposal to reintroduce capitalism wrapped in socialist clothing, but in it was also a product of the very same Stalinist project that it intended to criticize. The text was revised and published again in 2006, with an extension to its title, 20 years after Perestroika. 194. More Cuban perspectives on the collapse can be found in Eastern Europe, The Collapse, by Francisco Brown, and Russia, From Real Socialism to Real Capitalism by Ariel Dacal and Francisco Brown. 195. In these titles, including Bell Lara's, one can also find the description of a revolution betrayed by a bureaucracy that had been allowed to accumulate power, an explanation not unlike that of Leon Trotsky, who wrote that the Russian Revolution had allowed a bureaucracy to accumulate power and that this bureaucracy had betrayed the principles of the revolution, which is interesting considering the highly negative view of Trotsky in official Soviet history. It is furthermore noteworthy that the latter book even has a prologue written by Alan Woods, a well-known Trotskyist theorist and activist from Great Britain. In 2014, the former Cuban Minister of Economy José Luis Rodríguez wrote the book The Collapse of Socialism in Europe. This monograph focuses on economic issues and causes of the collapse. 196. There is also the book Eastern Europe, From the Collapse to Neoliberalism by Ivan Emilio Leon. 197, which was published by a Cuban state editorial house in 2011. It is an anthology consisting of contributions by non-Cuban authors, and therefore they are not Cuban interpretations of the collapse, but its publication in Cuba, where the state has a monopoly on book publishing, indicates an interest in the international debate on the subject, or more specifically critical left debates on the issue, and shows that Cubans interested in the subject also have access to these takes on the topic. The majority of other contributions, those that have not been mentioned so far, are from 2000 and later. Orlando Cruz Capote has a contribution on the collapse in the Cuban Journal of Social Sciences, in which he discusses the possibility of a hidden political agenda among some members of the Soviet leadership. 198. The Cuban magazine Timas organizes a monthly panel that is open to the public, and one of these events was entitled "Why Did Socialism Fall in Eastern Europe?", which was published together with other debates in a book compilation. 199 The debate reflected a wide range of views, too many to list in detail. However, most tend to coincide in emphasizing internal factors and in tracing the origin of the causes of the collapse to the early years of the Soviet Union, during the Stalin years or even earlier. The article "The Role of Politics in the Collapse of Soviet Socialism" by Oscar Julian Villabaroso, however, makes reference to a Fidel Castro statement where the Cuban leader said that the collapse of the USSR was an act of suicide, that is, not provoked from outside forces. Villabaroso himself concludes that a sector of the Soviet elite, led by Gorbachev, helped promote that change. 200 In recent years, 2-degree theses of journalism have also been written on the subject, the licenciatura of Carlos Diaz Hernandez and Mabel Machado Lopez of the Faculty of Communication of the University of Havana 201 and the master thesis of Julian Richard Ruiz. 202 Our work is different from all the above-mentioned ones as it has another object of study, which is not the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism as such but the views or perceptions of the collapse on the part of the Cuban Communist Party and individual members of this party. Even so, the authors of the cited works sometimes include references to the interpretations of other Cubans, and thus we sometimes share the same object of study. The renowned Cuban academic Desiderio Navarro, for example, as one of the participants in the Ultimo Jueves debate panel, made an interesting observation on the debate surrounding the collapse in Cuba. He stated that in Cuba, one had a misleading image of Soviet society that was created and reproduced massively, and this gave birth to beliefs at a popular level according to which the collapse was the product of Gorbachev allegedly being a CIA agent. He characterizes this view as not Marxist. 203. This literature review is not intended to be a complete bibliographic systematization of everything that has been written, rather, we have prioritized works considered to have certain points of contact with our study and have tried to give the reader a general idea of the literature on the collapse that exists in Cuba. With regard to the academic debate in Cuba, it should be said that a particular difficulty soon became apparent: many contributions are not online, and they are not easy to locate. Sometimes their circulation was quite limited, as paper was strictly rationed during the special period. It should also be noted that although the debate was limited, parts of it may have taken place at a very local level and in relatively closed academic circles, which means that little of it is preserved or easily locatable. 3. Definitions and terminology. Before proceeding to the first chapter where I will present the analysis of our written sources, some definitions, delimitations, and clarifications are necessary. First, when I started this investigation in 2013, I wanted to limit myself to analyzing the views of Cuban communists of the collapse of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, leaving out the republics in Eastern Europe. 204 I thought that this was necessary for the project to be practically manageable. At the beginning of my field work, however, I discovered that the disappearance of Soviet and East European socialism is usually treated in an integrated manner by Cuban communists, just as one often speaks of the fall of communism in the Western capitalist world, that is, as an event that encompasses both Eastern Europe and the former USSR. 205 Of course, most of Eastern Europe was very closely tied to the Soviet Union between 1945 and 1989, and its countries have been described as the USSR's external empire, or more commonly as satellite states. When I asked our interviewees questions about the USSR, sometimes we received points of view, analysis, or examples that had to do with Eastern Europe and not the Soviet Union. One of my informants, sociologist Jorge, even compared the relation between the USSR and Eastern Europe to that of a spreading disease. Socialism in the USSR, he said, was the main tumor and its local variants in Eastern Europe, its metastasis. Accordingly, I opted for the term Soviet and East European socialism and included in these all the state socialist countries that were in 1989 part of the Council of Mutual Economic Aid and the Warsaw Pact in Eastern Europe. In other words, the countries of the so-called Eastern Bloc, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland, East Germany, and Romania. We did not include Albania or Yugoslavia. Albania distanced itself from Comecon and the Warsaw Pact in the 1960s, and Yugoslavia never became a full member of either of the two organizations. 206 In Cuba, people often refer to the Campo Socialista, the Socialist Camp, or the Socialist Bloc. In Fidel Castro's speeches and other available documents from the epoch, Campo Socialista normally refers to the socialist countries in Eastern Europe excluding the USSR. However, a quick search at contemporary star.cu domains reveals that today it is often used to encompass both the Soviet Union and the so-called people's democracies in Eastern Europe. Sometimes the concept even includes Asian socialist countries such as Vietnam. In my analysis, Socialist Bloc reflects the same geographical delimitation as Soviet and Eastern European socialism. However, in the sources, the term is used both including and excluding the USSR, but never includes Asian countries, except former USSR republics. The USSR was, we recall, the hegemonic promoter and member of Comecon and the Warsaw Pact, and that state, organized as a federal union, consisted of 15 republics, Russia, as the largest and most powerful, but also, Belarus, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkmenistan, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, and Estonia. In this study, the terms Soviet Union, Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and USSR are used as synonyms. Some respondents in the interview part may confuse one territory with another or use another terminology. For example, some respondents use the Spanish nationality adjective Ruso as a synonym for Soviet, or Russia instead of the Soviet Union. These are common practices in everyday speech in Cuba. The use of the word communism to refer to the societies that this study center upon would seem problematic to us. Not only because they were not classless societies like the one Karl Marx had proposed as a long-term goal, these states did not even consider themselves to be communist societies. The authorities referred to their societies as socialistic, that is, as countries that were in a transition to communism or the class and stateless society, in accordance with a common reading of Marxist ideas, and the population also commonly used the word socialism to describe their system. Although it could certainly be questioned whether these countries were really even socialist, and some informants in this study also suggested that they were not, at least, I am convinced that at some point, it was the real intention of these countries to create socialism. They are often referred to as socialist in the academic literature, and I find that they had more in common with the society described by Marx as socialist than to what he described as communist. Although the term is not ideal, I opted to use the word socialism and derivations such as socialist, 208 to refer to the societies that this study centers upon, occasionally adding state in front of socialism in the analysis to underline the centralized character of these systems. One further reason to use socialism is that it was the term that made the best sense to use during the interviews. The use of communism to refer to Soviet and Eastern Europe, as well as Cuba, is strongly associated with an American Cold War discourse that our informants would probably find alienating. Chapter 1. Written Sources on the Collapse. In this chapter, I present the analysis of the written sources of our study, almost all published between January 1989 and March 1992. In other words, the period contemporaneous with the collapse. Specifically, the selected sources consist of selected materials from more than 3 annual volumes of the newspaper Granma, officially known as the official organ of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Cuba. 1 Ever since it was founded in 1965, the newspaper Granma occupied a privileged position in Cuban society. Harbron affirmed that unlike in what he refers to as all other totalitarian regimes of our era, a group in which he explicitly includes the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, Castro's Cuba does not possess a single Ministry of Information and Propaganda. 2 However, in his opinion, Granma is, in effect, the substitute for the Information Ministry 3, and therefore guides the work of other media, including radio and television. This protagonist role probably became further accentuated from about 1990, during the early years of the special period, because at that time frequent blackouts affected people's ability to follow television and radio transmissions. In addition, television broadcasts were reduced. By 1992, they had decreased by 34.9%. With respect to the written press, at the beginning of the special period there was at least one newspaper for each of the 14 provinces of Cuba, but each one consisted of only a few pages and, being local newspapers, their coverage of national and international events was obviously limited. 4 Due to the shortage of paper, Granma became the only daily newspaper in Cuba from 1991. Our written sources will allow us to inquire about the perceptions and criteria of the party about the changes in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, but they also help us gain some rough insight into what kind of information most of our interviewees had daily access to at that specific moment. So, how did Granma present and assess some important events and processes that reflected problems and changes in Eastern Europe and the USSR? How did Granma present and evaluate the collapse as the events were unfolding? Furthermore, how can these visions help us understand the position of the PCC and its members in the face of the collapse? This chapter is organized into 4 sections. First, I briefly discuss the Cuban press, its history, its role in society, and its readership. For this, I will rely primarily on the existing academic literature on the subject. Second, the methodology will be explained, including a general description of the sources and the criteria for selecting sources, plus the procedure that I followed during the core part of the analysis. Third, an analysis of the press will be presented. During this section, I examine how 6 historical events or processes were presented. These events are considered to lead up to or be part of what eventually would be referred to as the collapse, in all cases events or processes that reflect important problems and tensions in those societies. 5 and b, some materials that contain assessments or interpretations of the collapse and that were published during the first 3 months of 1992, that is, just after the dissolution of the USSR, an event that could be said to be a sort of concluding chapter in the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism. The present chapter wraps up with some preliminary conclusions. 1. The Cuban official press. Several authors have written about media of mass communication in Cuba, for example, John B. Harbrone, Julio Garcia Luis, Marie-Laure Giaffre and Armando Chaguasta, Maria Margarita Alonso and Hilda Salad Rigas, and James W. Carty Jr. In this section, I will briefly discuss and draw from some of their contributions. Also, there is a body of literature on media in state socialist countries. I thought, as I approached this project, that becoming familiar with this literature would be interesting because of similarities between media in Cuba and other Comecon countries, even if Cuba is geographically and culturally part of the Western Hemisphere. However, Colin Sparks warns that much of the literature on the media in socialist countries is based on some precepts that have been refuted in recent years. Many works rely on the classic 4 theories of the press 6, where a distinction is made between 3 different Western media systems and 1 communist. However, according to Sparks, contrary to what was widely believed, there was no single, uniform, and monolithic communist media system. 7. No such thing exists, he claims, as a Leninist theory of the press or Soviet communist theory of the press, concepts used in earlier literature. Furthermore, according to Sparks, the media systems of the socialist countries were different one from another, they were open to Western influences, and they changed over time, so these media systems were not the static articulation of central theories or values. 8. This claim seems to be consistent with the findings of Agnes Gilias, who in an article on media in Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland shows that there are both similarities and differences among the 3 countries' media systems. 9. And that in all 3 cases, the economics of their media and their media systems changed over time. But there were also some constant features. For example, In all cases bureaucratic coordination had replaced market competition, and production and distribution were organized by state monopolies. Point 10 Also, the general perception is that media in socialist countries were integral parts of the power structure and were used as means of control and propaganda, and that criticism of the regime was not allowed. Point 11 There was not much legislation in place with regard to media, rather what existed were informal rules, a situation that made it possible to exercise a stricter control over media content. Point 12 Another characteristic is that there was a high level of subsidies, and a strong culture of books and press had developed, something that was reflected in the high percentage that read newspapers and followed other media. Point 13 In general terms, I find these characteristics also applicable to Cuba during the years 1989 to 1992. Point 14 In Cuba, the press, radio, and television are still under the control of the Communist Party, and in 1989 to 1992, Internet access had not been developed in the country. In his article written on the Cuban media, that was first published well before Internet became widely used on the island, John D. Harbrone describes the print and electronic mass media of Cuba as centralized in the sense that they follow the line established by the PCC, but also as decentralized as they are controlled through a bureaucratic expansion of media outlets that fulfill the special publishing responsibilities of various government agencies. 15 Harbrone refers to the existence of supervisory agencies such as the Union of Journalists of Cuba, the Cuban Institute of Radio and Television, and the Department of Revolutionary Orientation. Point 16 The basic function of the DOR was ideological coordination among the editors, publishers, and television and radio station managers as promulgated by the Central Committee of the Party. 17 The author also cites a study by John Spicer Nichols, according to which, in the early 1980s, 32 of 45 people with decision-making power over media policies in Cuba had at least one significant affiliation with the Cuban power structure, and 25.2% of all journalists were party members. 18 It is likely that the latter percentage was even higher in Granma, as it is the official organ of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Cuba, and it is probable that this number increased. Furthermore, amongst journalists who were trusted with covering issues of strategic importance to the Cuban state, such as the USSR and Eastern Europe. With regard to the content of the press, a common denominator with the media in Eastern Europe is that sensationalism, crime, and human interest stories were disapproved of and neglected unless there was a lesson to be learned. 19 My observations indicate that the Cuban press is also similar in this regard. Carty Jr. wrote in 1990 that the Cuban press usually interpret domestic and international events and trends from the Marxist, Leninist perspective in a systematic and rigorous manner. 20 He argues that the few interviews of the public by print reporters produce only syrupy endorsements. There is insufficient feedback from the public regarding their deep views. 21 Furthermore, he criticized the lack of much-needed editorial comment. 22 Harbrone describes a tame but not always uncritical press and wrote that Granma can be critical of the activities of state agencies when Castro and the party brass decide it must be so. 23 Although I broadly agree with the claims of Carty Jr. and Harbrone, this study will show that in the context of the collapse, there are quite a few cases where the data do not fit these general descriptions. The newspaper did not always systematically and rigorously interpret events, as Carty Jr. suggested. While what Harbrone wrote on criticism may be true for internal affairs, in the coverage of the collapse, the relation between official views and what was published was sometimes more contradictory. A brief look at some key moments in the history of the Cuban revolutionary press can help us understand it better. It is important to note that there have been some changes over time. Notably, until the mid-1960s, the press was more critical, and there was a limited and short-lived opening of the press in the late 1980s. Although this does not invalidate the general observations by Carty Jr., these nuances are of special importance to us as our study centers precisely on that period. With respect to the early years of the revolution, it should be remembered that the coup by Fulgencio Batista in 1952 interrupted the Cuban constitutionality. The Batista regime imposed censorship and persecuted the press. However, newspapers were private, and there were some that maintained a critical line toward Batista's government, especially the magazine Bohemia. 24 After Fidel Castro took power in 1959, most of the private press disappeared within about 18 months, although not because it was directly shut down by the government, with some exceptions, such as the Proas Diario de la Marina, which was forced to close. Rather, the disappearance of private print media was largely related to other factors. One of them was the appearance of publications edited by the revolutionary state, which meant that the private press had to compete with state media that were subsidized and probably attractive for many as it was associated with a popular revolution. Other factors were nationalizations in other sectors, which meant there was no longer a private sector that could buy advertising space, as well as the abandonment of media by the owners, sometimes attributed to acts of sabotage against the revolution, but perhaps often because they feared that the revolution would not be reversible and would not have room for them. Private media was also affected by sabotage actions by workers who opposed the conservative editorial line of the editors. One well-known phenomenon at the time was la colatia, small texts expressing revolutionary messages that the workers included without authorization just before the newspaper went to print and that questioned the official line of the newspaper. 25 Furthermore, one factor needs to be mentioned that was probably of much greater importance than these acts of sabotage. Migration in the early years of the revolution caused the middle class to shrink, a group with a high number of newspaper readers. Still, during the first half of the 1960s, Cuban journalism was extraordinarily rich in experiences, according to the Cuban revolutionary journalist and researcher Garcia Luis. 26 Cuban journalism, it should be specified, was not pluralistic in the sense that the word is used in many other countries, but one that was positioned politically within the revolution, as Fidel Castro had asked in his Palabras a los Intelectuals in June of 1961, only a few months after the Bay of Pigs invasion in the month of April. Garcia Luis asserts that this relative pluralism and the wealth of experiences started disappearing in 1965, when the government restructured the daily press. In the words of Garcia Luis, there was a frank setback in professional content and journalistic creativity. 27 Granma, a newspaper that emerged in 1965 and has since then been the main newspaper of the country, developed a close link with the political leadership of the country, with visits every night of key figures to the premises where it was made. 28 According to Garcia Luis, the revolution configured the institutional press model upon totally endogenous basis, in moments of sharp political contradictions with the Soviet Union, when the levels of trade and cooperation with that country still did not indicate the high degree of dependence that it would reach years later. 29 However, although apparently there was no condition from the Soviets that Cuba should implement media policies similar to those in the USSR, that model was an underlying paradigm. 30 And a source of reference. 31 And this may have contributed to the adoption of similar structures and systems of relations in the Cuban press. 32 As mentioned, in the 1970s, Soviet influence increased in Cuba. In 1975, Cuba adopted a constitution and an institutional framework that closely resembled the Soviet model, although it also has its particularities. However, integration with the Soviet Union and Soviet influence increased during this decade. This decade also saw a period characterized by strong censorship and the marginalization of artists, the so-called 5 gray years or Quinquenio Gris. 33 However, Garcia Luis believes that the negative changes within the press should not be understood in the context of the process of increased Soviet influence that took place in the 1970s or in the context of the Quinquenio Gris. Nothing exceptional happened in the press during those so-called 5 gray years, he claims, except for a sustained setback and loss of efficiency, because in the press, the fundamental rupture had already occurred since 1965. One had begun to implement some lines of direction that were similar to the Soviets in the media management system. 34. Some scholars have remarked that there was an opening in the media toward the end of the 1980s. Giaffre and Chaguasta state that there was a short and accidental spring that permitted a certain criticism in print as well as audiovisual media, a spring that was essentially interrupted with the economic crisis of the 1990s and the reinforcement of the siege mentality which the end of the Soviet bloc implied. 35 While I agree with this affirmation, I believe that this process was not only accidental, although it might have been to a large degree. It is true that the liberalization processes that took place in the Soviet Union and in some countries in Eastern Europe had an impact on Cuban intellectuals and their journalism. With Gorbachev's perestroika, the reporting of press agencies and leading media in the Soviet Union became more critical and open, and the Cuban press depended to some degree on information from these sources. The Soviet publications that were sold on the island until 1990 also changed their political and editorial positions toward more pro-reformist and even anti-socialist stances. Academics and leaders who had been to the USSR or in other ways had become influenced by reformist ideas tried to introduce a greater media openness than perhaps the authorities would have been willing to accept at the time, taking advantage of calls by Fidel Castro for rectifying past errors, a discourse that had been strong since the mid-1980s. So to some degree, one could certainly speak of openness as accidental or something not desired by Cuban authorities. But while the government was certainly not in favor of any radical opening of the press and in general distanced itself from reforms in the Soviet Union, the policies of the Cuban government were a bit more contradictory with regard to the press. Garcia Luis shows that various organs and leaders of the PCC did make quite frequent calls for a more critical and autonomous press, although one should keep in mind that these were not followed up with new laws or other more fundamental changes. Such calls were issued in 1976, 1979, and 1980. 36 in the latter case in a speech given by Raúl Castro on behalf of the party leadership. During rectification, which began in the mid-1980s, the leader of the revolution Fidel Castro also called for a more critical press, on at least two occasions, in 1986 and 1987. 37 Garcia Luis believes that there was some optimism in the circles of the press and that, during the late 1980s, there was an effort to realize the so-called New Information Policy. 38 This spring did not last for long. In 1992, the Cuban authorities acknowledged that they had reinforced control over the media, justifying this with the very difficult circumstances that had arisen due to the crisis and the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism. In a speech on Cuban Press Day, then member of the Political Bureau Carlos Aldana made it very clear that the time for openness was over. Aldana, who had formerly been associated with pro-Gorbachev positions, now gave a speech in which he referred to the harmful presence of a discourse that was supposedly one of renewal. He said that a more restrictive line was now necessary. Neither can we ignore the ideological influence upon press workers, people in the cultural sector, and amongst intellectuals in general of that presumably renovating discourse whose proposals not only remained in theory, but in practice created the opposite. We understand the confusion caused by that glare. Its most immediate effect was the abrupt appearance in our sphere of society of an agenda that is strange to our reality, according to which we had to rectify errors that had not been committed here. Aldana acknowledged in his speech that the journalists had not been enthusiastic about the idea of reversing the relative opening of the previous years. We are not oblivious to the political cost and misunderstandings that we have been subject to in the sector and suggested that policies could change again. At a later point, the current circumstances force us to a period of special journalism, of journalism oriented towards resistance. We are convinced that this stage is as transitory as the resistance. As we will re-establish the situation in the country, we will return to our goal of improving the work of the press. Besides the impact that this new and more restrictive policy had on the quality of the press, the special period also meant that the press was reduced in more quantitative terms. From 1989 to the beginning of 1991, Granma was published 6 days a week, generally with 6 and 8 pages, except for special occasions such as a significant event or an important speech. As of March 1991, the newspaper stopped circulating on Mondays, except during the Pan American Games that were held in Cuba in August of that year. On December 27 of that year, it was announced in a small note on the newspaper's front page that the number of pages would be reduced to 6 pages twice a week and 4 pages 3 times a week due to problems in the supply of paper from the Comecon countries. As of March 17, 1992, the newspaper changed its format into a tabloid with 8 pages, which implied a further reduction in content as there was much less content on each page than before. These changes may have further contributed to limiting the degree of diversity in the newspaper. Even if the Cuban press is characterized by a series of control mechanisms and impositions from above, as well as a culture of self-censorship, one should not overlook that journalists are also professionals, as well as human beings with ideals and desires, a relation to society, and so on. In Cuba, journalism studies last for 5 years. This career choice serves, surely, as a political filter and a mechanism to instill certain political values in students. However, it would be a mistake to reduce these courses to merely a mechanism of political indoctrination. During those 5 years, the students learn the techniques and principles of the profession and an ability to analyze, which sometimes are in tension with outside expectations or restrictions and pressures on the work of the journalist. 39. The Cuban public has a high educational level, and when their media is openly controlled by the state, this can create a more skeptical and critical reader who knows how to read between the lines. The Cuban researcher Maria Margarita Alonso argues that the low saturation of information and the lack of publicity can influence how readers are interacting with the media. 40. Finally, media penetration from the Western capitalist world must be mentioned. The media isolation of socialist countries has sometimes been exaggerated. Sparks goes so far as to claim that the media systems of Eastern Europe, far from being isolated and closed against bad imperialist influences, were, for the most part, surprisingly open. 41. In the case of Cuba, the country of course exists in the middle of a world dominated by capitalism, and an important part of the information transmitted or published by official media came from the Western world, including the United States. It should be enough to mention that in 1988 the Cuban television broadcast a total of 288 U.S. films. 42. Because of the geographical location of Cuba, radio signals from the entire hemisphere could be heard on the island. 43. Satellite dishes were not common in the 1980s, but in more recent years they began to proliferate and have an impact. 44. Despite being an expensive and forbidden technology, another important factor is the consistent work that was done to influence Cuban opinion from outside of the country. In this sense, it should be taken into account that influential parts of the diaspora as well as the U.S. authorities have been trying to influence the population on the island ever since the early days of the revolution. Giuffre and Chaguasta, citing other works, assert that despite the hegemonic state monopoly and the lack of competing media, the Cuban diaspora has built its own communication network, television channels, newspapers, radios, and several tabloids. 45. This diaspora is inserted into national networks of power and powerful communication media, and thus has been able to circulate hegemonic narratives about Cuban reality in the U.S. and internationally. 46. Notably, in 1983, the U.S. government created the Radio Marti station, and since 1990 there has also been a television channel transmitting to the island with the declared purpose of influencing its citizens and promoting political change. The Cuban authorities try to block these signals, but the radio station seems to reach a considerable number of people. In 2003, only 2% of Cubans said they had seen or heard these transmissions. 47. However, the real figure might be higher because it is a channel managed by what is often referred to in Cuba as El Enemigo, a channel with very clear political aims, and although its existence was not a taboo, many people might have been reluctant to admit to listening to it. In any case, it must be taken into account that people talk to each other in Cuba. One sometimes even refers to the important rumor mill as Radio Bimba, Bimba meaning lips, so that stories or ideas presented by Radio Marti certainly circulated more broadly than just among its active listeners. Having given a certain background on relevant subjects, we are approaching our analysis of how the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism was reflected in the Cuban press over a period of approximately 3 years. However, To understand this coverage and to even have some idea of how it might have been received by the public, one also has to take into account how the USSR was covered by Cuban media before 1989. Historian Rafael Rojas has stated that from 1961 to 1989, the vision of the Soviet Union transmitted by Cuban media was apologetic. 48 Rojas furthermore observes that the information on Soviet culture that was reflected in Cuban media had been censored twice, first in Moscow and then in Havana. 49 While criticism of the past government of Joseph Stalin was allowed, the debate of the PSU in the 5-year period of 1985 to 1990 included criticism not only directed toward Stalinism, but also self-criticism or critical appreciations of the period of Leonid Brezhnev at the helm of the party, a period often referred to as the period of stagnation. However, this criticism or version of history was not adopted in Cuba. 50 Nor were the main authors of a critical Marxism that emerged in the 1980s within the USSR read in Cuba. According to Rojas. 51 What was published was the vision of the Soviet authorities. Rojas maintains that between 1986 and 1989, during the 3 decisive years of perestroika and glasnost, there was a radical inversion of the Soviet referential field in Cuban culture. From being a metropolitan and paradigmatic place, a source of values and languages of legitimacy, it suddenly became a subversive, dissident city, exporter of ideas and preferences that were destabilizing for Cuban socialism. When it was announced that Cuba would cease distribution of Novedades de Moscú and Sputnik, in August 1989, this was the climax of this inversion. Regarding the coverage of Gorbachev's reforms, Mervyn Bain argues that the Cuban press did cover the problems that arose as a result of the reforms, but not the problems that had led to the reforms in the first place. 52 According to Dominguez, Cuban leaders impeded access to new ideas about politics or economics coming from Moscow, but also argues that some aspects of these reforms had little obvious relevance for Cubans. For example, Cuba had already seen changes in its intellectual life that anticipated glasnost. 53 A first sign of an opening in the cultural sector came back in 1976, after a period of great closure and intolerance, when a Ministry of Culture was established with Armando Hart at its helm, a politician known for more inclusive positions. 54 Dominguez also shows that in the late 1980s, there were certain differences in how Cuban print media related to the ideas of reform communism. Journals could be found that disseminated reform communist ideas and reported on what happened in communist Europe. An example of this is Temas de la Economía Mundial, published by the Centro de Investigaciones sobre la Economía Mundial, which, according to Dominguez, showed an interest in Gorbachev's experiments, but only during the early years of these reforms. Cuba Socialista, on the other hand, was an official Communist Party magazine that, according to Dominguez, respond to party directives and follows a political logic, and it never showed an interest in Soviet reforms. 55 From 1988, the publication published almost no Soviet authors at all. 56 Also, among major newspapers and magazines, it is possible to identify differences in the treatment of reform communism, especially with regard to the exact moment when each one of them definitely distanced itself from these types of policies, because all of them eventually did. According to Dominguez, the magazine Bohemia, the one with the highest print numbers in Cuba, published materials with a favorable view on reform communism until at least February 1990, 4 months after the fall of the Berlin Wall. 57 On the other hand, the newspaper Trabajadores, the organ of the Cuban Trade Union Federation, clearly opposed reform communism by October 1989. 58 Until the beginning of 1990, the previously mentioned Spanish-language Soviet publications were still circulating in Cuba, even though the Cuban authorities had announced in August 1989 that they would be withdrawn from the shelves. These publications could be said to advocate for major reforms and possibly even capitalism, although not under that name. Some books and brochures were also published by Cuban editorials that defended reformist ideas. Notably, Mikhail Gorbachev's speech to the National Assembly of Popular Power in Cuba, on April 4, 1989-59, which presented some of his views, was published by the Cuban Editora Politica, a publishing house, which, according to Cuban online encyclopedia THIRD, has as its task promoting propaganda. Even though the synopsis shows that there was some variation in how publications available on the island treated the changes in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, I have centered my attention primarily on Granma because, among other reasons, the others did not have the same impact on the population, nor did they have the same authority as a voice of the party, and our main interest in this study is, as stated, party perceptions. Chapter 2. Granma and the written news as a method. As I have already pointed out, the main written sources have been selected from old editions of the Granma newspaper. The editions used for this study were published between early January 1989 until the end of March of 1992 and were located in the newspaper library of the José Martí National Library and the archives at the building where Granma and other major newspapers are edited, both located by the famous Plaza de la Revolución, where the government and important departments are also located. I was allowed to enter together with my collaborator Rainier Hernandez Arancibia, who used a camera to digitize all the newspapers, a total of approximately 9,000 pages. First, I went to the José Martí National Library because it took several weeks of bureaucratic formalities to get the necessary documents to be able to access Granma's official archive. Some older copies of Granma at the National Library were physically damaged, apparently by a sports fan who had more or less systematically cut out news stories to his or her interest, and the sports section was sometimes located on the obverse page of the international news section. Upon receiving permission to access the archives on Granma's premises, it became clear that their copies were in excellent condition. Due to time constraints, however, it was not possible to digitalize for a second time the editions of 1989 and parts of 1990. Our collaborator had already photographed these at the National Library newspaper archive. The damages, however, are only present in some editions, and although I cannot guarantee that I have seen all relevant materials, there is little reason to believe that there were any removed materials that would significantly change the results. In parallel with digitalization, I spent between 2 and 3 months sifting through the newspapers to familiarize myself with Granma. During the process of reading, I pursued a simple list of relevant headlines and descriptions on anything that was written on Eastern Europe between early 1989 and late 1990. Everything was included unless it had clearly no obvious relevance to our research, such as was the case, for instance, with most stories on sports. Keywords were added to entries, to later facilitate the search of materials dealing with a specific topic. I noted down the size and location of materials within the newspaper whenever a topic seemed to be downplayed or highlighted. Though this might seem excessive, the process helped in gaining an overview and made it possible to eventually select more specific topics that the study could focus on. When studying the coverage of the USSR, at an early point I decided to concentrate on 2 specific events in this country that took place over more or less short periods of time, which will soon be identified, and deemed it unnecessary to compile such a thorough table of the complete USSR coverage. In the same sense, with regard to the assessments of the collapse in early 1992, it was not necessary to create tables or any other particular techniques to organize the materials, as the number of texts with relevant information was relatively limited. Accordingly, in the latter cases, we mainly conducted a chronological review of any relevant materials, sifting through the editions and making notes along the way. According to Francisco Alia Miranda, one of the historian's main tasks is to select materials, a task that is not separate from the analysis itself. Rather, it takes place during the process of analysis. It is necessary to select the topics and texts to be analyzed, but the continuous work of selection does not cease there because the researcher must constantly eliminate units of significance that are not relevant for the analysis. Of the 9,000 digitized pages, only a relatively small number contained relevant information for the study. But even if everything that had no direct relation to the collapse was removed from the corpus, the amount of material would still be too big to be manageable. The decision was therefore made to analyze only some specific and highly relevant events that were presented and treated by the newspaper. I therefore selected events with the help of set criteria as well as existing academic literature on the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism. We are mainly interested in events and processes that have been highlighted by academic literature as key milestones in the dissolution of the socialist bloc. These should be events or processes that, at the time they took place, could be identified with relative ease as elements that were to impact the future of Soviet and East European socialism, in some way or another. We included these criteria as there might also have been events and processes whose significance could not be expected to have been easily visible to their contemporaries. Based on these criteria, I chose a total of 6 events or processes. Elections in Poland. Debates in Hungary on the future of the ruling Hungarian Socialists Workers' Party. Increasing illegal migration and opening of the borders of East Germany. Rebellion in Romania and the execution of Nicolae and Elena Ceausescu. Debates in the USSR with regard to or surrounding the Shat-Alin Plan, a radical proposal for economic reform. The short-lived coup against Gorbachev. In addition to analyzing coverage on these 6 topics, I identified and analyzed the comments and assessments published in the Granma newspaper between January and March 1992 about the collapse. Although the Soviet Union had already changed largely before its end in December 1991, and severe crisis was evident long before this moment, one should recognize that the moment of the USSR's formal dissolution represented a sort of closure of a chapter, since the USSR, the most important country in the socialist community, had formally ceased. This also meant the dissolution of Cuban, Soviet relations. It seemed logical to us, therefore, that more holistic appreciations would appear during those early months of 1992, representing an effort to assess what could by then be more clearly perceived as the end of the socialist bloc. For the analysis of the selected materials, I have relied on the book Técnicas de Investigación para Historiadores, Las Fuentes de la Historia by Francisco Alia Miranda, which proposes the documentary analysis of content as a methodology for the analysis of newspaper texts. The ADC is not characterized by rigid norms too and requires that the analyst assume his protagonism, adopting the necessary strategies for each situation. 3. However, the use of this qualitative technique generally follows 3 phases: 1. Reading/comprehension, 2. Analysis, and 3. Synthesis. Point 4. The first phase, reading/comprehension, consists of establishing a hypothesis and of decoding, that is, interpreting and representing the information contained in the text. During what Alia Miranda calls the analysis phase, the text must be segmented and irrelevant units of significance removed, and thereafter it must be interpreted again. In the synthesis phase, according to Alia Miranda, the researcher should compose the information that results from the analysis. 5. A phase that normally concludes with the writing of a text. Alia Miranda also gives some methodological recommendations that I have tried to keep in mind. He maintains that the use of the press as a historical source requires a strong critical spirit. 6. It is necessary to know the history of the newspaper and its interests, and never forget that the press, in addition to information, political opinion, literature, or feature, is ideology. Miranda further presents recommendations for the use of the press as a historical source, which he summarizes in 7 points. Point 7. I include the list as some points have served as guiding lines as I worked on the analysis, but also as a means to highlight some important differences between the Cuban press and other countries and to underline some things to keep in mind when analyzing Cuban newspapers. 1. The historian, according to Alia Miranda, must always keep in mind the conditioned retrieval of the information that is displayed in the journalistic text. Most readers read what the newspaper wants them to read. 8. We must carefully examine the use of visual space in print newspapers. Alia Miranda argues that the journalist guides the reader, and the historian must be aware of this type of alteration. The Gutenberg diagram states that the reader usually begins reading in the upper left corner. Before entering the page. 9. The eye tends to move diagonally towards the lower right corner, that is, there is a reading gravity line, although there may be optical magnets that draw the reader away from this line. Point 10. On the other hand, the headline occupies the most prominent place of a news story, and it contributes, together with the lead paragraph or intro, to guide how the newspaper is read. 11. The location where the text has been placed on the page, as well as the page number, can affect the reader's attention. If there is a lot of news on the front page, the reader might place their attention on some story or another. However, if there is only one, there is no doubt about which one will become noticed. Point 12. The extension or length of a news story or any other text also implies a need for assessment. Point 13. 2. The understanding and social behavior that arises from the choice of informational texts is influenced by ideologies and by the belief system, often implicit, of transmitters and receivers, of the media and its consumers. 14. We recall in this regard that Granma played a key role for more than 2 decades in creating an embellished image of the Soviet Union in Cuba, an image that left a mark on people, even if the coverage eventually changed. Both the readers and journalists were formed ideologically in a world in which Granma played a central role. It could be added that some texts in Granma are strongly politicized, so much that it may be seen as blunt indoctrination by a foreign observer, and there are certainly also Cubans that would make similar claims about their press. But by other Cubans, these texts would be considered credible because they fit into their worldview. Also, the explicitly political charge of some newspaper texts might be seen as more sincere than the apparently objective, but not neutral, approach that is common in liberal media. Even a part of Granma's more critical readership, which could be expected by foreigners to reject the coverage when clearly discursive or with a strong bias, might rather see such materials as a means of raising socialist consciousness in the population, as a justifiable mobilization of nationalist sentiments in a conflict situation, or even as a necessary counterweight to hegemonic values and information inherited from capitalist Cuba and that is entering the country from the outside. 3. The editorial expresses the opinion of the newspaper. It must be, therefore, the main focus of the historian in regard to obtaining the opinion of the political, social, or economic group behind the newspaper. 15. This advice helps little in the case of Granma, as it contains few opinion articles. We will see, however, in the subsequent analysis, how the newspaper expresses its position in other ways. 4. Alia Miranda refers to the section of letters as the freest in the newspaper. 16. In the case of Granma, in 1988 the readers' letters section was closed, and in 1989 to 1992 there were hardly any such letters. 5. One should not think so much about intentional lies as much as half-truths, things concealed intentionally, in the things that are not said. The information is usually modified by means of silence, the highlighting of information by the use of headlines, use of location, through photo captions. The newspaper cover is a fundamental element, because the reader's first look is directed at it. 17. Alia Miranda seems to base these observations on the commercial press and especially the Spanish one, but these suggestions are also worthwhile in our case. 6. Alia Miranda discusses the monadic and dyadic conceptions of the press. The first considers the credibility of the press as a function that is exclusive of the information source. 18. While the latter emphasizes a systematic interaction between source and audience. 19. I am inclined toward the second position, even in the case of Cuba where the press is controlled by the party, since to some degree it does depend on what the public thinks. In this sense, one should take into account what Alia Miranda calls the cognitive context and the criteria or scale of truthfulness that the readers possess. 20. To the extent that this is possible. 7. He also warns that censorship has been important in the history of Spain, but we cannot get obsessed with that. More than censorship, we must not forget self-censorship. 21. This point is also very relevant for the study of the Cuban press. Granma's journalists or the people that select the contents of the newspaper may have been concerned about the reactions of other actors when doing their work. What will the director say? What will the Department of Revolutionary Orientation say? What will people say? And even, what would an eventual anti-communist post-Fidel regime say? or what would a potential employer in a reformed or capitalist Cuba say? On the other hand, for many media workers, there was clearly a feeling of fidelity and solidarity towards sister parties and governments that were part of the international communist movement, and one did not want to harm or disrespect these entities or tension Cuba's relations with key allies, especially in a situation that could be perceived as delicate and threatening. Another key contextual element is that Cuba had been under strong U.S. pressure for several decades. In this context, a culture had arisen in press circles that prioritized unity and the need to protect the country above all. In this sense, the warning to not give weapons to the enemy is common in Cuban press circles and political circles in general. For instance, reporting on internal conflicts or social problems could help the enemy legitimize a policy of aggression, such as the U.S. embargo or blockade, or give them the means of interfering more efficiently. Before presenting the analysis, it should be clarified which types of newspaper texts will be analyzed and their respective role in Granma's coverage of the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism. Here, we distinguish among three main genres, based on the typology of Daniel Horks Jimenez, cited by Alia Miranda 22:1, overview or outline information texts. These first appeared in the Anglo-Saxon world, and they focus on the priority explanation of the event as such. 23 They are divided into three types of texts: news in brief, explanatory news in brief, and interviews. The coverage of Eastern Europe and the USSR between 1989 and 1992 consists mainly of overview information texts. The number of interviews is not great, but beginning in April 1989, there are some interviews with directors of official Communist or Workers' Party newspapers in Allied socialist countries. They are representatives of sister parties that for the time being still have a hegemonic position within each country of the socialist community. These interviews give a more or less critical and realistic review of some key problems and conflicts in their countries and stand out as particularly frank and informative, because Granma, most of the time, reproduces news stories without offering much comment, but probably also because public discourse had, by 1989, become more openly critical in those countries than what was common in Cuba at the time, and this was reflected in the way these foreign party representatives expressed themselves. Still, the news in brief and how it was presented can also give valuable information how the PCC, its members, and Cuban journalists perceived events in the Soviet Union and East Europe, and on the strategies employed by the newspaper and the Cuban state to defend its interests and ideology. 2. Detailed information texts. These are texts that focus their interest in the explanation of the data and are closely linked to a primarily Latin conception of written journalism. 24 They can be divided into three types: news report, criticism/review, and features. It is striking that Granma contains few texts of this type in general and very few regarding the situation in the USSR and Eastern Europe, despite the fact that the readers must surely have been interested in understanding what was going on. By 1989, there were still some reports that gave an embellished vision that was not representative of the state of things in the socialist countries. Take, for example, one that told about a visit to an apparently successful soap factory in the USSR, which was published just before Gorbachev's visit to Cuba. During subsequent months and years, there were no close-ups on everyday life in the Soviet Union, not even embellished accounts such as the one from the soap factory, and most news stories on politics would probably be closer to explanatory news in brief than to reports. Some texts that could be described as criticism or chronicles talk about Eastern Europe and the USSR, but they are few. 3. Opinion genres. These types of texts code and interpret the information and thus also underline the importance of what is happening. In the view of Alia Miranda, these represent an elitist approach where the original knowledge of the event is a privilege of the journalistic class, and the journalist is a depositary of a kind of fiduciary commitment of ideological, moral, and civic responsibility on behalf of the community of citizen readers. Its main subcategories are opinion columns, editorials, and analytical articles. Although there are some texts of this type in Granma, not many dealt with the process of the dissolution of Soviet and East European socialism. The speeches of Fidel Castro provided some explanation. These were at times published in an integral manner in the newspaper, but most of them touched upon other issues and not so much on Soviet or East European affairs. There were some other opinion texts, notably Sendero Borshorniso I and Sendero Borshorniso II, which have been cited in other studies, that criticized the attitude of a group of Hungarian journalists toward Cuba and did so in a very direct way. They were striking because they covered a large space in the newspaper and because it was the first time for Granma to speak so clearly and so extensively about the forces in Eastern Europe and the USSR that were taking advantage of the media openness in their countries to criticize an allied country. They viewed Cuba as backwards and rigid as it had not embraced reforms. There was also an opinion text when the decision was taken to withdraw and stop the circulation of the Soviet pro-reformist magazines Novedades de Moscow and Sputnik, only a few weeks earlier, and there are some others. Although Granma generally was not fond of opinion columns and editorials in general speeches, synopses of speeches, and analysis articles were a bit more common. The generally low number of any texts that tried to assess what was happening in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe could have been a way of downplaying the importance of events. On the few occasions when Granma published opinion columns or analysis that touched upon the situation in other socialist countries during the period that we study, they were written by foreign or local specialists, although there is little doubt that they would not have been published if they were not also close to positions that existed within the PCC leadership and amongst Granma's editors. Since these comments were not presented as official criteria of the newspaper avoided having to answer for their content. One visual characteristic of Granma's coverage of the collapse is that when there are several news pieces on a specific country on the same day, this was especially common in its coverage of the USSR. Granma often visually grouped these into a large box or rectangle. These boxes always had a main headline that introduced the content of the first of the news in brief items contained in the box, or several of them. Sometimes, the first news in brief item within the box was of a more explanatory character, while the others were pieces of information on different events taking place in the USSR. News in brief items also appeared at times within the column direct line. I conclude this discussion of method with an illustration that shows how this latter style of presentation is visually structured. Chapter 3. Analyzing the news accounts. This chapter sets out to analyze Granma's coverage of 6 historical events and processes, 4 of which occurred in Eastern Europe and 2 that took place in the Soviet Union. Furthermore, I analyze some materials published in the newspaper during the first quarter of 1992 that can shed light on how the PCC and actors belonging to the organization saw, portrayed, and responded to the fall of Soviet and East European socialism right after the collapse. I will refer to many texts published in the Granma newspaper. To avoid repetitions, I only refer to the date of publication of the news. Point 1 unless otherwise indicated, the materials are from Granma. I have specified the name of the newspaper, the page number, and the name of the article only where necessary for reading and explanation or where it is in some way relevant for analysis. 1. The crisis of socialism in Eastern Europe. 1.1 Example 1, Elections in Poland. A correspondent leaves her mark in Poland in 1989. Open discontent and conflict with the authorities were not new occurrences. Resentment toward Soviet influence had already been present in the post-war years but had increased over time, together with criticism of the government and the system. The opposition Solidarity Trade Union was founded in the early 1980s and gained millions of adherents, an unprecedented situation in the socialist community. Between December 1981 and July 1983, the government imposed martial law. As the 1980s were fading, in 1988, a series of strikes increased pressure on the governing elite. In 1989, the opposition gained power. Following a dialogue between the government and the opposition, in June of 1989, semi-competitive elections were held for the first time. These ended with the election of a new parliament, which had a considerable opposition presence. In July and August, according to a pact between the opposition and the Socialist Party (PUP), a president representing the ruling party and a prime minister of the opposition were appointed. It was unprecedented that a Comecon country, officially socialist, had a non-communist prime minister. Granma gave considerable coverage to Poland's internal crisis during the first half of 1989 and also to the elections that took place in the summer of that year. The coverage was relatively clear and understandable, and detailed enough so that the reader could easily understand without much prior knowledge of the country and its political situation that a serious crisis was taking place there. It is worth pointing out that by mid to late 1989, Granma had yet given few suggestions that a major crisis of socialism was in the making, although it continuously reported on problems in the socialist bloc. Most of the coverage still treated the problems in Poland and Hungary as more or less isolated situations, first in one country and then the other, and later that year as something that was affecting Eastern Europe but would not necessarily mean the end of the USSR as well. Yet José Machado Ventura, a leading politician and veteran of Fidel Castro's insurrection, warned in a commentary on June 8, 1989 that as the danger of a world war gets more distant, the efforts of capitalism to try to defeat socialism in the field of ideology will get more persistent. He also suggested that Soviet and East European socialism had internal weaknesses, allegedly products of their own mistakes. And as has been seen in the introduction to this thesis, 1.5 months later, on July 26 the same year, Fidel Castro made his famous warning that the Soviet Union could disappear. However, the rest of Granma did not immediately change its tone even after these warnings, and they do not seem to have had any strong immediate repercussions on what was being written on Eastern Europe and the USSR. Most of the time, the news was still being narrated and presented without much comment, giving a sense of normality, despite the news stories themselves reflecting strong symptoms of discontent. The lack of comment may be in part a media strategy, to avoid the spread of pessimism and critical views on socialism, but it probably also suggests that most of the party and most journalists did not, by mid-1989, fully appreciate how serious the problems were, much less foresee an outcome such as the one suggested by Fidel Castro. The coverage of Polish politics and society clearly reflected some of the problems that caused many Poles to reject their government, even when the country was an ally of Cuba. It is possible that Granma had practiced an embellishing coverage of Poland in previous years, but by mid-1989, it was neither embellishing nor very critical. Still, there was a certain level of detail and openness to the events themselves. In the news, some slogans and demands of the opposition were reproduced, although little space was given to the reasoning or arguments behind these slogans and demands. Yet the desk in Havana was more restrictive than the correspondence and apparently tried to hide away incoming news that it did not like. News items that it considered to be negative events that did not favor the ruling party or the system in place in Poland were often placed at the bottom of a page to indicate disapproval or so that the reader would perhaps not fix their attention on it. Let us examine some examples of the coverage. There were some materials in 1989 that highlighted the links and collaboration between Cuba and Poland and also certain Polish achievements. In addition to being rare, this type of news received little space in Granma, but its mere existence reminds the reader of the official links between Cuba and Poland and also recalls the type of embellished stories based on official information from the socialist bloc that was common until the late 1980s. On April 22, 1989, a short feature or report called Ursus, a Polish industrial colossus was published, but after the semi-competitive elections that took place later that year, there were no more major stories of this type, just some news in brief items that mentioned official exchanges, such as, Alicia Alonso acclaimed in Warsaw, referring to the prima ballerina assoluta of Cuban ballet, or medal awarded to the ambassador of Poland. On July 22, 1989, the newspaper featured a story entitled Evening for the 45th Anniversary of Poland, which recalls the links between Polish ruler Wojciech Jaruzelski II and Fidel Castro. Jesus Montaigne of the PCC Central Committee, expressed his wish that the Polish brothers present here could overcome the difficulties. So, these materials made clear that Cuba still had a position in favor of the governing Polish United Workers' Party and that, at the same time, they openly recognized that their Polish allies were in a difficult situation. Granma also published news and correspondence stories on the internal situation of Poland throughout the year, many of these prepared by the Cuban press agency Prensa Latina. The political tendency and the tone of the materials varied, but enough information was given about the crisis in Poland so that a reader who actually noticed and read those texts should have been easily able to understand that there was a serious crisis in the country and to understand some of the main lines of conflict. For example, on February 22, 1989, there was a news story on page 4 that referred to about 800 ongoing labor disputes in Poland. The story has a descriptive tone but dedicated most space to the Polish government, the framework of which was reproduced in the third person. On February 25, on page 7, an article was published that referred to the positions of the different political forces in Poland, but again, the newspaper clearly expressed an affinity for the government's posture. It is entitled Warnings on the Dangers of the Round Table in the Country, referring to a mechanism for dialogue between the government and the opposition. In this story, Polish Prime Minister Rakowski was referred to as saying that a part of the opposition wanted to create the conditions to change the country's political system. There was some coverage on the activities of Lech Wałęsa, leader of the opposition Solidarity labor movement, which by the early 1980s had many millions of adherents, despite it not being recognized as an official union. Point 3 In general, it could be said that some news on the Polish crisis was descriptive in form, while other items had a biased or tendentious tone in favor of the government. The latter might have conditioned the reading of even the news that described events and situations in a more neutral manner. One example of a strongly biased tone can be found on February 16 when it was reported that Wałęsa had called for the reduction of the country's military expenses, to weaken the Polish defense. When the governments of East Germany and the USSR also wanted to cut their military expenses that same year, such anti-national motives were not attributed to their leaders by Granma. In a news in brief item published on August 8, 1989, Wałęsa was generally portrayed as a negative figure. There was even a headline that read "The Pup rejects Wałęsa's divisionist proposal," suggesting that Wałęsa wanted to divide the people of Poland. But perhaps there was at least one exception to this assessment of Wałęsa. On June 5, 1989, in a story written by Cuban correspondent Mirta Balia about the ongoing parliamentary electoral campaign, the union leader was presented as a constructive actor who questioned the aggressive language and stance of other Solidarity candidates. Even so, the general tendency in Granma's coverage was that Solidarity received a more benign treatment than Wałęsa, something that might be attributed to Solidarity being a mass organization and therefore something that would be difficult for a communist newspaper to question. Point 4 The same story on June 5 gave important information on the upcoming parliamentary elections. It said that the polls were the first since 1947 where the opposition could present candidates. It specified that they could present candidates for 35% of seats in the Congress and for a 100% of the Senate seats. That is, the story spoke clearly about the exclusion of the opposition within the electoral system that had existed until then. It is noteworthy that this is stated so frankly, as the story is about an ally of Cuba. The text also mentioned the limitations the opposition still faced. The parliamentary elections took place on June 4. All news on this subject was prepared by Prensa Latina, and the news was in most cases relatively detailed. Still, it is striking that the stories always appear at the bottom of a page, which could be a way for Granma's editors to give less visibility to Prensa Latina's correspondents, who had been sent on an official mission, yet did not simply echo the positions of Cuban and Polish authorities. On June 5, Mirta Balia referred to the celebrations and the various electoral activities of Solidarity and reported that they already had hopes of winning. The correspondent states clearly that Communist Prime Minister Mieczysław Rakowski is in serious difficulties. The news in brief item, with the long headline "It is recognized that there has been a setback in the parliamentary elections in Poland," is of small or medium size and appears almost at the end of page 4, and because of the location, the reader could easily not notice it, or might think that this is not important news. The next day, the story, the Polish cabinet will resign, was published. This text is longer, just over 50 lines, but it has been placed at the bottom of the last page, and as such, by being presented again as though it was an event of lesser importance, this physical location might even be a signal that this is something the Cuban party would prefer people not to talk about so much. Rykowski, a spokesman for Parliament, is quoted while speaking about the procedures for appointing another government and says that the setback suffered by the government coalition reflects the rejection of mistakes made in recent times and that the elections were a plebiscite, and the vote results, an emotional reaction. He questions whether the sum of personal decisions really reflects the general feeling and calls for understanding and for a shared government. Point 5 On June 17, 1989, Granma gave voice to the Polish government, which then attributed the defeat to inconsistency at the time of introducing reforms. Despite the tendency of hiding away certain stories, Granma gave quite broad coverage of the first round of the parliamentary elections and also of the subsequent dialogue between PUP forces and Solidarity, not always in a neutral manner, but without omissions or distortions that could have made it impossible to understand the conflict. Despite these topics being of a somewhat delicate nature, as Poland was an ally and had a system similar in many senses to the Cuban one, the position of the Polish government was given priority, but the opposition was also heard quite clearly. On the other hand, little is said about the second round of parliamentary elections that took place on June 18, 1989. In the item Low Participation in Second Electoral Round in Poland, however, it is explained that only 25% of the electorate participated, so not only Granma but also the Poles do not seem to have considered this a major event. After the parliamentary elections, Granma began to publish a series of news items about the presidential elections, during which the two chambers of parliament would choose the future president, a position that had not existed until then. Granma referred to Jaruzelski's resistance to running by stating that he had declined to accept that responsibility, claiming that his person was associated with the state of exception implemented in December 1981. Even so, he ended up being elected, and a day after the parliament elected Jaruzelski as president, a news item from Prensa Latina was published that says the president had very broad powers that include the right to proclaim the state of war and exception and dissolve parliament. This may be an allusion to the state of exception in 1981 to 1983. Granma does not mention that more than 100 people were killed by the Polish regime after the introduction of martial law 6, although the newspaper might have reported on this before 1989. However, more than a year later, in 1990, Granma did publish a short commentary by Uruguayan leftist essayist Eduardo Galeano in which he refers to Jerzy Populewsko, a priest killed by state terror in Poland in 1984. Galeano's essay probably was published not because of this comment but because of other opinions it contains. It might even have been published despite these comments. But even so, Granma did eventually publish an essay written by a respected friend of Cuba in which he accuses a then former ally of Cuba of state terror. Publishing such explicit criticism in 1989 when Cuba's allies were still in power in Poland would probably have been unthinkable, since Granma is the official organ of the Cuban Central Committee. When it was published in late 1990, it was also a way of indirectly saying that Granma was not afraid to talk about the evils of Poland. Another way of distancing oneself from what happened, it had little to do with Cuban reality. But let us return to the news as events were still unfolding. Other news items in the summer of 1989 indicate the realignment of Poland toward the West. The visit of George W. Bush and other events related to this were mentioned. Despite promises from the new Polish government to remain in the Warsaw Pact, the country soon took steps to align itself with the US and the International Monetary Fund. There are no assessments from Granma, they just describe what is happening. The most notable and perhaps surprising moment in the coverage of the Polish crisis, perhaps except the inclusion of Eduardo Galeano's text a year later, is a story published on August 25, 1989. That day, there is a box with several articles or items on Poland. It is striking not only because the news that is contained in the box gives quite broad coverage on a key event that is not favorable to the Cuban government, the election of a non-socialist prime minister in a country that forms part of the socialist camp, but because parts of it are written in an ambiguous tone and contain phrases that could be intended as veiled messages in support of the Solidarity Union. The coverage is published on the last page of the newspaper and has a main headline reading, Tadeusz Mazowiecki elected as Prime Minister of Poland 7. The box covers approximately 3/5 of the page, and it contains information on the issue from different agencies, Prensa Latina, TASS, and the Soviet Foreign Ministry. So, there is not only quite broad coverage, but the use of sources is quite plural. The first element that attracts the reader's attention is a photo of protesters with 3 banners of the opposition union Solidarity. There is a caption under the photo that reports the protesters' demands. Polish doctors, nurses, and health workers protest in Warsaw over the dramatic economic situation, shortly after having what they called a white march. Granma is a newspaper that most of the time presents demonstrations in other parts of the world as something positive, in accordance with the socialist ideal of representing the masses that demand justice. The Cuban press also refers, quite often, to health personnel as heroes. Thus, the reader who only looks at the photo and for a moment disregards Granma's historical position on Polish politics, could easily get the impression that the government has a positive view of the Solidarity Union, that they see them as the ones below, that is, the good ones, despite this union protesting an allied government of Cuba for years. There is no information that suggests that the marchers have been manipulated, even if one could have expected Granma to play this card, as it often suggests that the Cuban opposition is financed and or controlled from outside. At least by now, it has also been documented that Solidarity received financial support from U.S. authorities, although this obviously does not mean that it was not also a mass movement. The first piece of news within the box comes from Prensa Latina and is written by Cuban correspondent Mirta Balia. Although the Prensa Latina journalist prefers a neutral or descriptive tone, for example, when she reports that the nomination of a non-socialist president is something unprecedented in socialist countries, she also occasionally uses words that could indicate approval of the changes, the concerted alliance, Polish legal opposition, the historical moments that the country is experiencing, and that his government will be open to all the country's forces. The new prime minister is cited when he clarifies that Poland will continue in the socialist community and the Warsaw Treaty, which can also make the reader think that this transition is not against the interests of Cuba and the USSR. 9 The credibility of this claim is not questioned, it is simply reproduced. However, the tone changes in a second story. It warns that the Solidarity Union tries to exclude the PUP from the executive. It also mentions that there is a tense social and labor panorama in the country, and this is fundamentally attributed to the application of an adjustment plan imposed by the IMF. It is mentioned that Mazowiecki, the new prime minister, wants to approach the US, a country whose foreign policy is viewed critically by the majority of Cubans. Even so, not all readers read all the news, and the first news in brief item certainly gives an impression of the new political actors as constructive ones. For its part, the TASS news in brief item that follows, within the same box, describes a long list of economic and social problems faced by Poles and attributes these problems to the so-called market economy mechanisms, but if one reads these lines without knowing the Solidarity movement well, one could be left with the impression that the protesters in the photo are actually opposed to these so-called market mechanisms, because, as we saw, they are demonstrating because of the economic situation of the country. Under the smaller heading Declarations of Walesa, almost at the end of the box, the famous union leader warns that his allies could not allow the resurgence of the monopoly of the PUP after the agreement at the Round Table. There is talk of the need to defend reforms and receive help from the West, but little space is given to Walesa's agenda. At the end, Granma has included an opinion of the Soviet Foreign Ministry that recognizes Mazowiecki, the new prime minister, as an interlocutor. A close reading of the coverage on the 25th reveals enough elements to suspect that correspondent Belia could have sympathies with the Polish radical opposition, or at least with some parts of this opposition, and possibly is trying to use her position as a foreign correspondent to show the Cuban public that they might be worth listening to. Of course, this does not necessarily mean that she was against the Cuban government. Point 10. If this is correct, it shows that there was not only some support for Soviet and East European communist reformers within the Cuban press sector, as we saw in the introduction. In this case, the opposition that we are talking about had actually been created outside of the hegemonic party in Poland. Cuba itself did not and does not permit opposition organizations, so this would certainly be seen by the government as a very bad example. It was an opposition that had been created outside of government-endorsed organizations. So it is possible that at least one Cuban press worker had some sympathy for a radical opposition in an allied country of Cuba's, or thought that they merited some respectful coverage as they had won an election against many odds. It should still be said that at that time it was not yet known exactly how extensive the changes were going to be, and few if any expected changes in Eastern Europe to happen as rapidly as they eventually did. Also, despite the somewhat ambiguous coverage on August 25, 1989, it could not be said that the correspondent of Prensa Latina in Poland was producing news favorable to the opposition in general, and otherwise in Granma. The coverage clearly reflected a loyalty toward Poland's former leaders, although little indicates that there was great enthusiasm for them. Moreover, to understand how these articles might have been received, it is important to look at the context in which each individual article was presented. When cut out and read in an isolated manner, the coverage of Prensa Latina of Poland on August 25, 1989 might seem ambiguous, possibly even giving a slightly favorable image of the Solidarity Union. But on the same page, the newspaper also published other news or articles with headlines such as "Panama asks for solidarity," a story about drug traffickers in Colombia, and another negative piece of news about UNITA in Angola. That is, the news was published in a context where the US government figured as a threat to the world. Granma had just reported on Poland's tendency to build closer ties precisely to the US, so any reader that trusted the newspaper would generally be at least a bit skeptical about the direction of developments in Poland. Solidarity's more pro-Western views were also known. Also, on August 28, just 3 days after the report by Mirta Belia on the new Polish Prime Minister, Granma published a kind of interpretive historical chronicle on World War II that would undermine any idea that the newspaper had any illusions about the new Polish government. The chronicle is about the Nazi invasion of Poland and how this represented a step on the way toward Hitler's goal of invading and controlling the USSR, and goes under the heading "From Hitler's Swipe to the East." Besides this headline, there is another one that appears typographically as a continuation of the headline of the historical chronicle, that reads "To the Dangers of Today." It introduces another text that talks about the dangers of modern-day Western capitalism and fascism. In the text about current developments, there are photos of neo-Nazis in the US and of police in West Germany attacking anti-fascist protesters, and the USSR is presented as a guarantee against the ambitions of warmongers in the West. So, in other words, while Granma allowed the publication of news from Poland that was sometimes presented with a diverse focus and with a generally descriptive and less militant tone, in other parts of the newspaper, it also published materials that presented the changes in Eastern Europe as processes being promoted or exploited by fascist forces, and that suggested some continuity between the Nazi expansion and the current arrival of non-socialist forces to power in Poland in 1989. So, how do we explain this contrasting shift from an apparently more or less open attitude to changes in Poland, to suggestions that Poland is under a fascist threat? To some extent, this has to do with the differences in genres. It is not surprising that news in brief items and the news articles that predominate on the international page put a greater emphasis on describing what is happening than giving an opinion. It might also be partly explained by the physical distance between Granma in Havana, which sees the events in Poland from afar and interprets them within the scheme of imperial pressure, and the correspondent in Poland, who centers her focus on the visible Polish political reality on the ground. Seen from the streets of Poland, there were independently of which outside actors might have tried to interfere and what one might have thought about the different internal actors a crisis and a desire for change among a large part of the population. Also, this could suggest some contrast between the individual journalists, and perhaps especially those at Prensa Latina, and those trusted with editing the newspaper and writing commentary on significant issues. Finally, it should be pointed out that after the change of government, Granma started publishing a considerable quantity of news about the evils of the New Poland. Even Mirta Balia has a small report on the disastrous state of Polish cinema as capitalism gains ground, and alleges how filmmakers now depend on private financing and that censorship of money is capable of replacing any other type of censorship. The message conveyed by Granma is that capitalism has not been good for Poland and the Poles. 11 To summarize, there was relatively detailed coverage of the Polish elections in 1989 in Granma, although the topic was not highlighted by the newspaper. It was mostly covered in the form of news, and most of its contents were produced externally by the news agency Prensa Latina. These contents mostly drew on observation and description of the events, rather than assessing or explaining the events explicitly. Although the general coverage and even the Prensa Latina materials are often colored by the fact that Cuba had official links with Poland, the correspondents at that time seem to have had a certain autonomy with regard to the Cuban authorities, and the situation in the country they were working in seems to have allowed them a certain freedom. There is certainly a tendency of focusing on Cuba's allies in Poland at least until more fundamental changes took place in the summer of 1989, but this does not mean they are the only forces that are mentioned, and Mirta Balia's contributions sometimes describe problems of the country and opposition activities, while also briefly mentioning previous and current democratic limitations in Poland. As we have seen, on one very particular day, the news article even seems to have reflected a certain veiled support for the opposition, or at least to somehow discreetly recognize positive aspects of the elections, of the new leaders, and of the street protesters. The news coverage, however, contrasts strongly with the little commentary there is. What there is seems to have been written or handpicked by Granma's editors. Only a few days after the news story that could be seen as somewhat sympathetic to the changes, Granma dedicated a whole page to some materials where it is indirectly suggested that Poland is under a fascist threat. By that time, a message is being conveyed, also through the publication of numerous news in brief items on new social problems in Poland, that the PCC considers what is happening to be very negative and that it sees Western influence as a factor behind this, or at least that is the explanation it wants to present to the public. Only discreetly is it suggested that there is anti-Soviet sentiment in this part of the world, but the reasons for this are not made very clear. On the other hand, in late 1990, the newspaper published an essay by Eduardo Galeano that was critical of the introduction of capitalism in Eastern Europe but also accused the old Polish government of state terror. Although not signed by Granma itself, this seems like a way in which the PCC recognized, 1 year later, abuses by the former Polish government, at least giving the reader a perspective that challenges the blame it on the West variants, yet this commentary only implies a critical view of certain decisions or practices, not of the Polish system itself. Publishing this comment from an outsider could also be a way of saying that Cuba is not afraid of talking about these things, since Cuba's situation is different. Together with the editor's decision to permit relatively open news coverage as events unfolded, this suggests that the PCC recognized that both internal and external causes were in play as the system collapsed, although the latter was suggested in a major chronicle, and there is never any explicit analysis of why the government and system fell. In 1990, Granma published many news items that suggest that, whatever problems they used to have, the people of Poland were now suffering from capitalism. Changes accelerated and the parties yielded or were forced to give up their role as monopolistic parties. Hungary had been through a process of reforms, and by 1988, multipartyism was already developing in the country at the margins of the ruling party, then known as the Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party. In October 1989, the parliament adopted legislation that permitted multi-party parliamentary and direct presidential elections. In parallel, in 1989 there was intense internal debate about the future role of that party. Granma gave considerable space to these ongoing interchanges. One important question or dilemma was whether the HSWP should continue to play the role of a vanguard party. This was not a minor question since the ruling parties in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, as well as the one in Cuba, were characterized by an enormous power over politics and the economy, and their renunciation of this privileged position was a key step in dissolving the hegemonic system in all Eastern European countries. 12. It is also of particular interest to analyze how Granma covered these debates, since the Cuban authorities always strongly emphasized the importance of the single or unified party model as a guarantee of national independence and the building of socialism, and very much so in 1989. This can be noted, for example, in the tendency of Granma to constantly reproduce certain statements of Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev at that time, in which he underlined the importance of the Communist Party and or warned against forces contrary to its leading role in society. A review of Granma in 1989 shows that there were news stories where this message was repeated on the following dates: January 9, 1989, February 16, 1989, March 30, 1989, July 3, 1989, July 18, 1989, August 21, 1989, September 15, 1989, September 21, 1989, September 26, 1989, September 19, 1989, November 18, 1989, and others. These stories had headlines such as Gorbachev rejects criteria on multiparty and private property, Gorbachev rejects intents to damage the prestige of the PSU, and the PSU, the only one capable of ensuring socialism in the USSR. 13. Both in the case of the USSR and in the case of Hungary, Granma presented different criteria from their internal debates on the issue of the role of the party, although it clearly favored criteria that were expressed by actors within the ruling party and criteria that were authorized by the official press in each country. In the coverage of the Hungarian debate, Granma gives prominence to the defenders of the thesis of democratic centralism and the single party, but also frequently reproduces what the reformists say. For example, in February 1989, Granma gave some space to the debate on a new constitution in Hungary, which suggested a change in the role of the party in society. On February 2, 1989, a headline suggests that there will be a politically hard struggle in Hungary and that the HSWP will have to fight for its survival as a hegemonic or vanguard party since it has accepted the introduction of a multi-party system. On April 25, the topic also appears, with another warning that is actually presented in the shape of a headline: there will be a response to attempts to divide the HSWP, says Grosch. Granma also referred to a debate on whether to tolerate so-called reform circles within the party or not. On May 9, a story is published about a group called the Centrist Platform, which has just been formed within the HSWP. In a story on June 27, a headline announces that the HSWP exposes its strategy on the reform process in Hungary. The party argues that ongoing reforms do not represent a counter-revolution and that the country is heading toward a mixed economy and democratic socialism with several parties. It argues that it wants a synthesis of communist and social democratic values and is opposed to anti-Soviet attitudes. On August 23, 1989, the reader was exposed to the headline "New Party in Hungary," and on August 24, 1989, it was mentioned that the HSWP monopoly of power had been abolished in Hungary. It was presented only in a brief item, which could be an indication of Granma's disapproval of what was happening. The small space used for the news may also have corresponded to a desire to hide the news, from fear of ideological contagion, as reformist ideas had some impact in Cuba. On August 30, the following item appeared: the HSWP accepts to give up its functions at workplaces, teaching, and service facilities. This event was not explicitly valued by the newspaper, but the verb give up could be read in the sense that a concession has been made, that one has given up on something within the framework of an ongoing conflict, or that this is a step backwards. The next day, the newspaper explained that the HSWP has announced that it will have local branches in the neighborhoods, rather than at the workplaces, as until then. It is stated in the news story that the working hours are meant for working, but the story also gives voice to actors who believe that this will undermine the HSWP. On September 1, Granma again referred to the debate and the transition to multipartyism. There are some obvious parallels between Cuba and Hungary that make the publication of these stories very noteworthy. Not only had there been a one-party system in both countries for decades, but in Cuba, the party branches are organized in workplaces, except in the case of retired people, who are organized at the neighborhood level. So here, Granma practically hands out an argument to any reader of the newspaper that does not agree with the right of the Communist Party of Cuba to have as the only party permitted a presence in any workplace. The journalist actually uses the phrase depoliticize the production facilities as a description of what has been proposed. This phrase could sound like something positive to anyone who is a follower of the ideas of multipartyism and who will generally believe that the state should facilitate competition on a more or less even level between political parties. However, to politicize the workplace is likely to be a positive thing for people with a Marxist, Leninist view of society. People of this ideology might consider that a neutral state is not possible, at least not in any current society, because it is always an expression of class interests, and having different political parties in a socialist country or one that is transitioning to socialism might be seen as something that could fragment popular will while real power is not elected and is located somewhere else. According to this point of view, the workplace would then be an important space to be conquered, politicized, to build socialism. In this sense, it is interesting that Granma publishes not only the demands of the reformists but also cases of rhetoric that might sound attractive to people that are or could become critical of the PCC's monopoly. In parallel, Granma covers other political ideological debates that were taking place in Hungary. On August 29, a news story is published under the headline Hungary, Groups within the HSWP Question Program Proposal. Journalist Miriam Castro of Prensa Latina cites criticism of the new program proposal of the Hungarian ruling party, both from the left and right oppositions within the party. The Marxist Unity platform states that the party they belong to has already eliminated Marxism, Leninism, that it has forgotten the progress that the country has made under socialism, and that they have renounced being socialists. The journalist writes that this tendency or platform within the party has the strongest tone and explains that it is one of the wings of the HSWP that the reformists describe as conservative or fundamentalist. She also cites the reform circles within the HSWP, another tendency, that consider that the proposed program does not guarantee renewal and the changes that are necessary for the party in the future, and at the same time, position as a deficiency of the document the non-inclusion of agriculture as a topic. If true, the reformers seem to be pointing out a very large deficiency in the HSWP's program. So, the journalist, by including these criticisms, presents the reformists as at least people that have some valid points, despite the Cuban party generally being opposed to reformists. Point 14 The fact that Granma allowed mention of these debates reflects a certain professionalism. The newspaper not only referred to a democratic debate in another country but also gave some space to people that wanted to modify radically or dismantle a system similar to the Cuban one. This was of course not the case for all countries. As we will see, the coverage of East Germany was very different, and it might not have happened if the debate in Hungary had taken place at another moment. There was a partial opening in the Cuban media that took place at the end of the 1980s. As previously seen, this was partly accidental since reformist ideas were present amongst Cuban journalists, but also difficult to avoid since new ideas began to arrive from Allied countries in Eastern Europe as well as the USSR, from which information arrived through different mechanisms and agreements. So, sources in the USSR and Eastern Europe started reflecting a greater degree of diversity and criticism in the societies themselves. Also, since Hungary had really accepted a certain pluralism both in politics and its media, there was not a high risk of provoking Hungarian leaders by publishing different views on the Hungarian reality, as they had already accepted these criteria as more or less legitimate in their own society. There was more coverage during the autumn. On September 8, a short news item appeared in the column Direct Link under the following headline: "A new dialogue is necessary in Hungary." Except for this, there is some silence on the situation until September 20. On that day, a news article appears entitled "HSWP achieves agreements on changes in Hungary with other political forces." It mentions that a national roundtable has started working like earlier in Poland and that the parties had decided that the population should elect the president directly. Granma does not highlight or show any sign of approval of these events and gives it little visibility, but neither does it distort or censor the information. The important HSWP Congress took place on October 3, 1989. On this day, Granma reports on some demands made by the reformist wing, including to change the name of the dominant party, and promises of a democratic socialism. A few days later, on day 9 of the same month, Granma's readers were made aware that the HSWP had disappeared and that a new socialist party had emerged in Hungary. This news, although it would have been of great interest to the main organ of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Cuba and to the Cuban public, is presented almost at the bottom of the page. The article mentions that the new Hungarian party had distanced itself from a series of ideas or practices that had until recently been considered sacred: the thesis of the dictatorship of the proletariat, democratic centralism, and being a state party. On October 10, on the last page of the newspaper, there was a very detailed description of the new parliament and its leader Resoneurs, and one could also read about some events of the party congress, as well as conflicts and uncertainties facing the new party. For example, it stated that it is not known what will happen to the organization's properties. It mentioned that a new communist party has been founded by people who have left what used to be the HSWP. It is claimed that there were many irregularities during the Congress, which can be a way in which Granma delegitimizes the changes in Hungary, but the newspaper also extensively featured the new leader of the HSWP, as it published a long biography of his life. This way, Granma essentially complies with its informational duties, but also questions the legitimacy of changes in the HSWP and avoids distancing itself too much from a former communist or workers' party that could still play an important role in Hungarian politics. This would not serve Cuban interests. Point 15. On October 4, 1989, it is reported that there is a debate on the new name of the HSWP. Some want to avoid the word communist and advocate the use of words such as socialist and Hungarian. They complain that the word worker, which had formed part of the name, excludes intellectuals. Granma reproduces the proposals for a new name. Imre Pazge, a key figure of the reformist wing, already refers to the new party as the Socialist Party, it is reported. On October 19, a medium-sized explanatory news in brief item appears on page 4 of the newspaper, which reports that the Hungarian parliament today decided to ban the presence of political parties in the workplace, and legalized opposition parties, citing the Western AP news agency as a source. The story also reports, among other things, that a new law establishes that political parties can function freely and establishes that no party can accept contributions from a foreign state. The body text as such could be described as informative and its tone is neutral. However, the headline could be said to distort what the news is about. The Hungarian parliament decides to prohibit parties at workplaces, which could suggest that Hungary puts restrictions on political activities, rather than focusing on the introduction of multipartyism. The headline might have been added by someone other than who wrote the story. After the first news in brief item, another story appears, this time from Prensa Latina, with a shorter title, Alleged Fascist Party Under Investigation. The inclusion of this story underlines possible negative side effects of permitting several parties and as such could serve to vaccinate Cubans against multipartyism. Several weeks later, the action of HSP to renounce from Leninist principles was reported. that it was now against the principle of democratic centralism and that it wanted to implement a multi-party system. 16 From late autumn of 1989, Granma gave less attention to Hungary, and when it did publish stories on the country, they were covered in the same way as Granma often covers capitalist countries, by highlighting their social problems. Jorge Dominguez maintains that the Cuban government flooded the country's media with stories of misery from the new Eastern Europe and the USSR. 17 Something that may be even more true in the coverage of that region from 1990 onwards. But even in the last quarter of 1989, there was quite a lot of coverage of social problems in those Eastern European countries where the transition to capitalism had come far. In the case of Hungary, a news in brief item was published on the last page of the newspaper with headlines such as "Hungarian unions dissatisfied with the government's economic program," and one about a private university that would open where the annual registration fee is $1,725. These stories would have served as a warning to Cubans, who were born in a state that considers itself to defend the rights of workers and which offers free education, often hailed as one of the greatest achievements of the revolution. Other consequences of the transition were also covered, such as the emergence of new parties in the form of news in brief items that typically had a descriptive tone. There was no real analysis of what had happened in Hungary. Instead, the newspaper moved on to other topics. However, the emphasis on social problems was a warning to readers that reforms should be avoided and that socialism might not be perfect, but it had to be defended. As noted, even at a moment when the space for reformist ideas in Cuba had long ago peaked, according to the existing literature on the topic, news items continued to appear to reflect a certain curiosity about reformist ideas among some journalists or correspondents. While the general coverage leaves little doubt that Granma did not like reforms, it permitted the publication of some individual news stories that gave some space to convincing reformist arguments and proposals. Of course, political pluralism is seen by many people around the world as an important historical advance and a basic characteristic of democracy. Allowing opposition parties or even just permitting various factions within a ruling party, one change that took place in some Eastern European countries before regime change, may be associated with the greater existence of different political criteria, greater freedom of citizens to choose policies, and the introduction of democracy. Multipartyism could be seen as positive in the sense that it creates competition for power, as a guarantee against abusive governments, and there are surely other arguments. If one assumes that most Cubans that read Granma at the time shared these basic assumptions on the issue, or even that they would find multipartyism convincing if they just had access to some basic information on the matter, then logically, the Communist Party of Cuba should at least be extremely afraid of a debate on the issue. In accordance with that logic, the party and Granma editors could at least be tempted to censor or misrepresent any news or analysis that questioned the viability of the one-party model, to prevent Cubans from being seduced by such ideas. However, its treatment of the topic is more contradictory. On the one hand, it does try to prevent these ideas from gaining hold in Cuba through a number of means that have been detailed here, and in some situations it could also be said to misrepresent, even deliberately, news about reforms. It also publishes materials warning against such ideas, such as Fidel Castro's speeches that contain criticisms and arguments against multipartyism. On the other hand, in the coverage of Hungary on various occasions, it quite generously reproduces arguments in favor of dismantling the one-party system. While it is true that this might be the exception more than the rule in the coverage of Eastern Europe and the USSR, and that in the coverage of some other countries there is little or no space given to the reformists except for when they gain such strength that it is more or less unavoidable, it should also be taken into account that Granma usually reported on electoral contests in multiparty systems in other parts of the world. For example, on November 13, 1989, an entire page was devoted to covering the Brazilian presidential elections, in which the main candidates' stances on important topics were reviewed. Again, since Cuba did not and does not allow multiparty elections, a foreign reader might expect Granma to be even more restrictive with regard to publishing favorable or even neutral accounts on proposals for liberal democracy. However, this was not always the case. This shows that the PCC was wary of these ideas, but most of the party elite were not panicking. Furthermore, there was some room for different ideas, and not all spaces in the newspaper were excessively ideologized or politically controlled. One could say that the coverage suggests that the government understood that a considerable number of Cubans could be open to reformism and even liberal democracy, but that most were not likely to uncritically embrace them. To try to understand Cuban perceptions of multipartyism, one would have to take into account the country's history and ideology. Long before Fidel Castro came to power, there existed a strong myth in Cuba documented in detail by historian Luis Perez Jr. with regard to the importance of unity. As shown in the introduction, when the one-party system was installed, it was often argued in reference to José Martí and a history where the lack of national unity at earlier moments in Cuban history was perceived as something that had made the country a victim of foreign interference and repression. This had some historical foundation, as in the second half of the late 19th century, divisions among Cuban patriots affected the effectiveness of military actions against Spain during the two wars of liberation. Furthermore, experiences with multipartyism during the first half of the 20th century were contradictory, and people often associated election politics with corruption and vote buying, false promises, U.S. interference, and other negative traits. Even after Fulgencio Batista's 1952 coup, there were a number of legal parties, yet there was little doubt that in this case, multipartyism was a facade. Moreover, the ideas of liberal democracy were often associated with the U.S., but that country's rhetoric seemed shallow as its leaders had helped uphold two dictatorships in Cuba. In 1989, many Cubans could personally remember some of these experiences. Although most Cubans are aware that there are other countries where multipartyism has given quite different results, in light of their own experiences, introducing such a system was probably seen by many as dangerous and a potential setback, especially in light of the pressures from the US and the situation in neighboring democracies that had not been able to solve basic problems. It is notable that the government, even in 1989 to 1992, often went on the offensive on these questions. Fidel Castro has used the term pluriporqueria in his speeches. While this rhetoric has been toned down over the years, even more recently, multipartyism has been described as an institutionalized power auction even by Cuban intellectuals with critical positions, such as sociologist Aurelio Alonso. 18 In the case of Hungary in 1989, largely independent of official Cuban positions, Granma allowed the reader a certain look into what the reformists proposed. There were sympathies amongst some journalists, and some might have considered it a duty to report on debates in allied countries that, independently of one's opinion, touched fundamental issues. This does not imply that coverage was always this open. As we will soon see, there were cases where the coverage had entirely other characteristics. There are several reasons for this, but in the coverage of the USSR and East Europe in general there will be more examples of this. One notices that there is sometimes more openness when a country is transitioning, and there is some level of open conflict. Such situations imply a larger diversity of actors and actions to cover, and strategically, for an official newspaper that is in practice representing Cuban official positions, it is a situation where it is risky to reproduce the triumphalist narrative of one actor, as it does not know who is going to win. In these cases, Granma sometimes avoids comment and opinion and simply reports. It could be said to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Yet not everything is political strategy, even in Granma. Sometimes, Granma seemed to just reproduce whatever news came in. Let us give an example of this. In April 1989, a story was published in which the Secretary General of the HSWP reported that the economy is still confusing. A few days later, a short news story appears that is called "Rumors of Economic Emergency in Hungary are Undermined," and finally, a month later, Granma publishes another story in which it is reported that Prime Minister Miklos Nemeth described the situation of the Hungarian economy as characterized by chaos. There is clearly no political plan guiding specifically what explications or news to emphasize. The news coverage includes any that comes in, and whomever is at work one specific day might determine the headline. In summary, it could be said that Granma showed considerable interest in the debate about the future of the ruling party of Hungary, taking into account its own ideology and the situation as a whole. There was little interpretation or assessment but more of an approach where the journalist tried to report on what was happening. Granma certainly put more attention on the opinions of Hungarian communists that opposed reform, but significant space was given to the interchange of words between political actors, and thus also reformists' arguments. Publishing the arguments of the reformists, sometimes in their own words, would have been seen as dangerous by some Cuban party members, since they reflected proposals to change policies in Hungary that also existed in Cuba and that were promoted by an internal opposition and by the US. However, in the case of Hungary, Granma allowed this debate to be heard, and this shows the relative degree of openness of the Cuban media at the time and also how much the particularity of the situation in the country and each journalist could influence the coverage at certain determined moments. The relative openness suggests some level of professionalism but could also reflect that the newspaper's editors knew that Cubans were not likely to uncritically embrace reformist ideas. In the sources analyzed here, Granma does not say why regime change took place in Hungary. As we have previously seen, the newspaper did suggest that there was a reactionary offensive in Eastern Europe and it had also suggested that reforming socialism was a bad idea, something that Hungary had been doing for years. However, by giving notable attention to internal political debates in Hungary in 1989, Granma showed that many people there, and even party members, genuinely believed in more political pluralism. It gave the impression that these ideas were being advanced by people that believed in them within the country as opposed to being imposed by imperialism. As soon as it became clear that reformed socialism was no longer an option in Hungary, as the country more openly started transiting toward capitalism, the newspaper moved on to other topics. It lost interest in the Hungarian political debate, and the editorial emphasis was now on the social problems brought about by the changes. If there is an underlying message at that later point, it is that it would be necessary to be careful with the reforms, even if they are well-intentioned. Worse than imperfect socialism is capitalism. 1.3 Example 3, Migration crisis in the GDR. The uncritical repetitions of an Allies discourse. According to sociologists Stephen Pfaff and Hye-Jaun Kim, most scholars agree that the regime of the German Democratic Republic began to falter in September 1989 in light of the massive migration of its citizens. 19 After the events known as the fall of the wall on November 9, 1989, the fall of the state accelerated. 20 Pfaff and Kim consider, however, that it was a mixture of migration and popular protests that gave the fatal blow to the GDR. In this section, the focus will be on Granma's coverage of East Germany's migration crisis. Granma's coverage of the issue of migration from the GDR is especially interesting because, as researcher Sylvia Pedraza has pointed out, there are many parallels in the respective situations of Cuba and the GDR, such as its proximity to a capitalist country with a higher level of consumption. 21 Although there were always important differences as well. 22 The existence of important coincidences, still, could have made the issue a delicate one for the Cuban authorities. We recall that the emergence of the GDR and its migratory situation have their historical roots in the division of Germany by the great powers after the Second World War. East Germany in its early days suffered from high migration to the west until a series of physical and legal restrictions were implemented to stop that movement. Beginning in 1952, the inter-German border was monitored for this purpose, but in practice it was possible to move freely between East Berlin and West Berlin until 1961, the year in which the Berlin Wall was built. 23 Although a number of changes were made to migration policies during the next few decades, it was not until November 1989 that radical change took place. For Pfaff and Kim, until then, the stability of East Germany had depended on the constraint of individual mobility. In 1989, three important changes took place in regard to migration. 1. In May, Hungary permitted the dismantling of physical boundaries on their borders with Austria. East Germans could already travel as tourists to Hungary, but from now on, they could also cross the border between Hungary and Austria. During the first months of the year, 5,000 GDR citizens left illegally that way. In July and August, more than 30,000 followed. 2. Groups of GDR citizens began to occupy embassies of the Federal Republic of Germany in other socialist countries, demanding that they be allowed to go to the West. East Germany accepted that migrants could go by train to the West, but they would then be stripped of their GDR citizenship. The GDR also closed the possibility of traveling to Czechoslovakia without a visa. 3. On November 9 of the same year, there was a press conference of the ruling party during which a member of the political bureau Günter Schabowski announced that all travel restrictions were immediately removed. The announcement made many East Berlin citizens go to the border crossings of the Berlin Wall, demanding they be allowed across the border. Under popular pressure, orders were given to open border crossings, and citizen groups began to knock down parts of the wall. These events are known as the fall of the Berlin Wall, although in a physical sense, most of the Berlin Wall was still intact for a while longer. 24 Granma's coverage of the GDR during the first half of 1989 tended to paint a very favorable picture of this society, considerably more so than other socialist bloc countries, and the coverage was largely based on the more or less direct reproduction of government sources or mimicking its narrative closely. Some news that appeared in Granma were reports that went around the world, such as GDR leader Erich Honecker's assertions that the Berlin Wall would be intact for 100 more years. Other times, Granma reported on solidarity activities of the GDR, on their assistance to the Third World, and that there were 6,000 foreign students in the country, all issues that should generate sympathy in Cuba, as it was a country that defined itself as part of the Third World. On January 7, a very short news item claimed that the GDR is one of the countries in the world with the least crime. Other suggestive headlines are, "The GDR will maintain its socialist development strategy," and "From the ruins we have become one of the 10 most industrialized countries in the world," the latter being the headline of an interview with a member of the political bureau of the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, written in a triumphalist tone. Other materials underline the good state of relations between Cuba and East Germany, such as RDA, Cuba Trade Exchange Protocol for 1989, Honecker receives Risque, Lionel Soto visited a petrochemical combine in the GDR, Professor Schneeduin speaks to Granma, towards greater health collaboration between the GDR and Cuba, and GDR will supply Cuba with modern automatization system. The coverage contrasts strongly with that of the Federal Republic of Germany, where social problems and neo-Nazis were recurring themes. West Germany was presented as an aggressive state, as opposed to the peaceful GDR. Many of the news items are signed by the newspaper itself or by Prensa Latina, but most of the time, both of them seem to mostly use official GDR sources, such as the official news agency Allgemeine Deutsche Nachrichtendienst, the newspaper of the ruling party Neues Deutschland, and speeches given by the leaders of the country. Occasionally, materials produced in the GDR are reproduced even without adding any further content. An example is a speech by Erich Honecker in which he emphasizes the development of the GDR and the absence of unemployment, or a news in brief item that appeared under the following headline, Commentary by Neues Deutschland, Internationalism was the only way out of the 1968 crisis in Czechoslovakia. This news is given in a context when there were already considerable signs of instability in Eastern Europe, and therefore the GDR may have been perceived from Cuba as a more stable and more successful socialist country than some neighboring countries, especially Poland and Hungary. Granma refers to the ideological affinity between Cuba and the GDR at various times. For example, on October 6, 1989, the newspaper uses the term perfect to refer to changes that were occurring in the GDR. 2. Cubans. This word would be very familiar as it was widely used during Cuba's rectification of errors and negative trends during the last half of the 1980s. Granma was interested in showing a positive face of the GDR in order to reinforce its own position, which was that socialism does not need to be reformed, it should be perfected by rectifying errors. Besides ideological affinity, Another factor that may have contributed to the strikingly positive, one-dimensional coverage of the GDR is as follows: in that country, during most of 1989, no legal opposition existed, neither was there legal opposition media. Therefore, the number of political actors and professional sources of information was limited to those authorized by the state. In other words, there was little open conflict, critical journalism, and protests to report on, and the information leaving the country was very much controlled by the authorities. Although the official sources quoted from the GDR did mention increasing migration, certain anti-government demonstrations, and other sensitive issues, they were presented in a certain manner, that is, GDR authorities had given the news a spin. In addition, since Granma had given such a positive coverage of the GDR for so many years, probably since the founding of the Granma newspaper itself, it was somewhat trapped in a narrative and was faced with the challenge of how to present the news as stronger symptoms of discontent emerged during the second half of 1989. In the case of other socialist bloc countries that had been through reforms, it could be said that the problems were due to the negative effects of market reforms or political pluralism. In the case of the GDR, however, there had been no reforms and Granma had even highlighted it as a particularly well-functioning socialist society. With regard to the migration issue, Granma mentions that a wave of migration began to emerge in May but very timidly in the beginning. For the time being, the newspaper closely followed the official narrative of East Germany. According to this narrative, illegal migration is the result of an attempt to weaken the socialist bloc, West German support for emigrated Germans, so that they can attack Czechoslovakia, is criticized. Although migration from the GRD had reached considerable levels by July, it was not until August that broader coverage can be observed in Granma. In addition to referring to alleged Western incentives to East German migrants, Granma initially described the migrants as irresponsible people. It also alleges that there are legal possibilities for people wanting to migrate, so the act of migrating without authorization is portrayed as something that doesn't make much sense and as a suspicious act. Cuban readers might have seen through this argument, as Cubans were also familiar with a situation in which they could theoretically travel. If they had the money and all the permits, though in reality they did not have the money and the permits were out of reach for most, so they might not have easily accepted the supposition that East Germans had real possibilities of traveling freely. The coverage of East German emigration was highly politicized, and explicit or implicit assessments were more frequent than in the cases that we examined so far. In the news commentary FRG, A Game Uncovered, by Arsenio Rodriguez, a relatively long text that covered the fifth part of a full-page migration to West Germany via the territory of other countries was described as a situation created by West German diplomats abroad. The journalist argues that there may be a link between the migratory phenomenon and the 40th anniversary of the GDR on October 7, 1989. There is talk of a deliberate plan to create problems for the country. Migration from East Germany is also presented as a rejuvenation cure, and the West German press is accused of not mentioning the possibilities that the GDR has given for its citizens to travel abroad and to facilitate the reunification of families. According to Granma, from January 1 to July 31, 3.5 million GDR citizens traveled to non-socialist countries. Of these, 3,266,000 visited the FRG and West Berlin. There were yearnings for an exodus to take place. While West German authorities allegedly yearned for people to migrate from the east, it also had no capacity to receive the migrants. On September 14, a comment by Rude Prvo, the official organ of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, was cited, according to which there were neo-Nazis who invited East Germans to leave their country. This information might have been based on something that had really happened somewhere, or it might not, but in any case had little relevance for understanding the migratory wave as a whole, and the news story could certainly be said to demonize both the FRG and to stigmatize migrants. Point 25. The news story The GDR proves how the FRG promoted exodus, accuses the latter state of using false promises and manipulation. It quotes as a source the newspaper Neues Deutschland. On the other hand, according to Granma, the world was rejecting the policy of promoting illegal migration from the GDR, strong criticisms of the FRG for hosting citizens of the GDR in its embassies. According to the short news story, Hungarian Foreign Minister offers his assessment of the situation with citizens of the GDR. The mentioned politician defends the position of the GDR and says that Hungary will reject passports given by the Embassy of West Germany to citizens of the GDR, so that they can abandon their homeland. Yet as of September 11, Hungary officially allowed East Germans in its territory to travel legally to the West against the desires of the East German authorities. The headline "The GDR denounces Hungary's violation of migratory treaties" demonstrates that Cuba sympathizes with the position of the GDR. This news story also includes the official version of Hungary but states that the GDR gives Hungary a chance to correct its policy, and, therefore, portrays East Germany as a generous state. That same day, Granma also reports that there has been criticism of the Hungarian decision to authorize that citizens of the GDR who are in Hungary as tourists can emigrate to West Germany via Austria. Granma uses the term human trafficking, and it is stated that the GDR citizens emigrating to the West through Hungary are a minority, only a small part of 250,000 GDR citizens that enjoy their vacations there every year. The newspaper also reports that West Germany has closed 3 embassies in Eastern Europe because it was not prepared to receive, due to its internal problems, the citizens of democratic Germany. But the really striking thing about this news item is not its denial of problems in the GDR, but that they project this crisis upon the neighboring republic, West Germany. Although problems of unemployment, neo-Nazis, and so on undoubtedly existed, the part of the phrase that states that West Germany was not prepared to receive, due to its internal problems, makes it look like the West is the part of Germany that is in a terminal crisis. Granma continues to follow up on the issue in shorter news stories, such as GDR citizens abandon the RFG embassy in Czechoslovakia and others. On the same day, the newspaper cites Jungwelt, a newspaper of the Freie Deutsche Jugend, or Communist Youth of Germany, which laments Hungary's role but calls for preserving good relations between that country and the GDR. Jungwelt again states that the migrants are relatively few and suggests that they have been fooled by capitalism. However, the numbers continue to increase. On October 4, 1989, Granma reports that there are 5,000 at the West German embassy in Czechoslovakia, and on October 6, it can inform the reader that 8,000 citizens are being evacuated from that embassy. In a news article on October 5, migrants are described as irresponsible as they take their children with them during the transit. The news also says that there are many people sleeping in the streets near the embassy. This information might have been included to show the Cuban audience that emigrating is not simple. On October 19, it was reported that 100,000 people had already migrated from East Germany. The news in brief item specifying the number of migrants occupies little space and could easily have been ignored by readers. The information could be said to be somewhat discontinuous, since before this figure was presented, the numbers cited were in the thousands. However, it should be underlined that Granma did report on what was happening, despite this being a delicate issue, in several ways. The newspaper also devoted considerable space to stories of migrants from the GDR who were disappointed or suffered different types of problems after arriving in the RFG. Caritas, the Catholic charity, allegedly claimed that the East Germans were not real refugees, and writer Dieter Ladaman stated that the migratory flow broke with an existing agreement. Granma also cited a source according to whom the politics of accepting refugees was selective, because at the same time the West said no to many Yugoslavs. It is also stated that these policies implied an incitement to flee. 26 Western sources are used in these cases, presumably because these criticisms cannot so easily be dismissed as propaganda if they come from the other side. On September 22, Granma reported that migrants have a bad impression of West Germany. The first impression of tents, collective pots, and rustic conditions was not the best. The newspaper also highlights the existence of unemployment, prostitution, and drug use. The East German migrants are described as people who have their own cars and good clothes. They are well fed and have a high cultural level. In spite of this, they apparently got confused by Western propaganda and are now discovering the crude reality of West Germany. In October, when a strong wave of protests within the GDR started accompanying the migratory wave, more self-criticism from the country's government began to surface. Granma reported on October 13 that the East German governing party, the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, was discussing how to create a more attractive socialism, and they also recognized some popular inconformity. They call for self-criticism on the issue of migration. The same day, it is also reported that youth are expressing their disagreement on issues such as freedom to travel, access to consumer goods, and so on. In a considerable change of tone, the GDR recognizes that its system is not as attractive as it should be and that there is discontent in the population, and a dialogue between the government and evangelist Christians is mentioned. Point 27. These issues are repeated at other moments, for example, under the headline Leaders of the GDR Dialogue with Protesters, where it is again said that the protesters claim the possibility of traveling, a statement that contradicts the information that Granma had previously given, that people could already travel. On November 9, the then member of the Politburo of the said, Günter Schabowski, answered questions to the press about the immigration situation. As anyone familiar with the history of the collapse of the GDR will be aware, he said intentionally or not that the borders would open immediately. That same evening, border guards started letting people through to West Berlin, and protesters also started attacking and making openings in the Berlin Wall itself. Granma has subsequently been accused of not covering these events. For example, the Cuban journalist Regina Coyola, who writes for BBC Mundo, on July 10, 2015 quoted a Cuban economist, "If it had not been for Radio Marti, I would not have been made aware that the Berlin Wall fell, but I found out right away and called all my friends." That news story went around the world, but in Cuba the national press did not give it the slightest importance. Let us examine how these events were treated. On December 10, a short piece of text appeared on the newspaper's front page, which was continued on page 6. The part that appears on the front page covers less than 20th of the page's surface and is placed very much toward the bottom of the paper and bears the headline "The GDR announces the opening of its borders." The title does not refer to the Berlin Wall as such, even though that construction was the best known and most symbolic part of the border system of the GDR, and the newspaper must have been informed before deadline that openings were being created in the wall by protesters, as people started doing this spontaneously during the evening of November 9. The small size, location, and absence of photos on Granma's cover are signs of disapproval, making it obvious that the editors did not want the news to attract too much attention. Granma begins the story by saying that the German Democratic Republic today announced the opening of border points for citizens of the country that wish to travel abroad, Günter Schabowski said. According to Granma, Schabowski indicated that the measure will allow those who are interested in permanently abandoning the GDR, to avoid having to use third country routes, and also that citizens can make private trips without explaining the reasons, and only need a visa and passport issued by the authorities. A small part of the story had been removed from the newspaper that I acceded, apparently because someone had cut out whole segments of the sports page on the backside of the paper, but the newspaper does not dedicate much space to the subject and spends most of the story on page 6 to discuss other issues. Egon Krenz, the new General Secretary of SED, and his vision of perestroika, economic reform in the GDR, a request for free elections by Hans Modrow, member of the Political Bureau. 28 On December 10, Granma makes no reference to the fact that protesters have demolished a part of the wall, nor do they publish photos of this. Although immigration pressure and popular demonstrations have been reported on and will still be reported on for some time by the newspaper, the emphasis on November 10, 1989 is on the actions of the government and the ruling party. As Granma's coverage of these events centers a lot on decisions taken from above, In some manner this gives the impression that the opening of borders was a more controlled and even premeditated event than it really was. The radical protesters are largely rendered invisible in the coverage. On November 11, a third of the last page is covered by a box with information on the latest events of the GDR. The main head of the table says, "Support for the said in a meeting in the GDR, Egon Krenz spoke." There is a small photo where a few cars that leave the GDR through a border crossing are visible. This contrasts strongly with aerial photos used by some Western media that gave a panoramic view of hundreds of cars leaving the GDR. The caption, however, acknowledges that a large queue of cars was formed at the border post of Hirschberg, where hundreds of people crossed from the GDR into West German territory when the GDR government declared the borders open. Thus, it is clear that Granma tries to minimize the news of the opening of the border to the degree that it is possible. In part, this might be to avoid the possibility that the events might inspire Cubans to demand the removal of travel restrictions and other reforms. However, for Cuban journalists and the party elite, it must also have been embarrassing and difficult to accept that the German model state was losing control. It is mentioned that there were tens of thousands of said militants who demonstrated in Berlin supporting the new political bureau, and that the newly installed general secretary of the party, Egon Krenz, says that he wants a revolution on German soil, which will bring us a better socialism, which advocates free elections, radical reforms, and for turning the said into a great movement of the people. Krenz again touches upon the immigration issue and repeats the official narrative in which the authorities play the role of a constructive and autocritical part. Also referred to the situation of the last hours that emerged at the border crossings with Federal Germany and West Berlin, following the facilities for traveling freely, put into effect yesterday. He said that this step is an expression that the renewal policy is very much for real. "We extend our hand to all who wish to move forward with us," he emphasized. After briefly covering other issues such as the resignation of 4 leaders of the said, at the end of the news box there is another news in brief item on the immigration issue, titled "New Border Crossings Open." It states that the Interior Minister of the GDR tonight announced the opening of 8 new border crossings with West Berlin, amongst other measures that are meant to facilitate travel. According to the information, until that point 25 transit points had operated between the two parts of Berlin, some of them with various limitations. It is reported that the new border crossings will be ready before Monday. The minister also reports that the establishment of bus routes and the metro is being studied, and this would facilitate travel, only by presenting the corresponding identity documents. He says that Dresden, Leipzig, and Berlin are the cities from where there are more trips to the Federal Republic of Germany and West Berlin, and that in the first 24 hours of opening the borders, 37,000 people passed through the transit places, and 2,500 decided not to return. Public opinion is being reported on, but only through means of a summary. Most of the people interviewed indicated that they returned and said that their purpose was to visit family members, while unanimously supporting the measure of the GDR authorities to open border points. That is to say, Granma provides the reader with quite detailed information about the new possibilities for traveling, but still minimizes the topic of the street protests and the attacks on the Berlin Wall. Toward the end of the story, the following is said about this. ADN indicates that the border with West Berlin was violated last night by citizens of both sides at the Brandenburg Gate, where several groups tried to damage the wall with iron bars. The border troops, it states, maintained a serene attitude, and convinced those gathered there to use the indicated steps to travel, because that place is not a transit point. West Berlin police, subordinate to the Senate, helped restore order in the area where the violations occurred, ADN observed. The last paragraphs portray the people that attacked the wall physically as problematic, since their actions are portrayed as unacceptable to both the East German and West Berlin authorities. This contrasts strongly with the portrait of these people engaged in civil disobedience as heroes, as a vanguard of liberty. In the Western press. 29 I include a photo of the relatively detailed coverage on November 11. The headline reads, support for the said at rally in the GDR, Agon Krenz spoke. Unfortunately, in the copy of Granma that we stored digitally and have permanent access to, it is not possible to read most of the GDR coverage that appears 2 days later, on November 13, because it has been cut out of the newspaper. Again, the apparently avid sports fan who has cut out articles from other editions has removed part of the sports news on the newspaper's page 7, which also makes it impossible to read some international news on the last page. In the November 14 edition, however, there is wide coverage of the country's political situation, with Granma including information on protesters in Leipzig and their demands that the reforms be deepened. The coverage that day includes a reference to slogans such as "Said alone, no," suggesting that there should be more than one party and open borders do not guarantee freedom alone. Granma furthermore reports about the opening of another 12 border points, which, according to the newspaper, are for citizens of the German Democratic Republic who since last Thursday travel freely to those territories. Also, it reports that approximately 2 million people spent this weekend in West Berlin, and more than 400,000 East Germans made visits to the FRG, that the police, working extra shifts, have delivered more than 4 million visas in only 2 days, that civilian employees of the police as well as the Ministry of Interior are authorized to make private trips abroad, that prohibitions are lifted in restricted areas near the border with the FRG, and that the West Berliners have received authorization to travel also by bicycle or motorcycle to the GDR and will be able to use all the border crossings allowed for cars and pedestrians. In other words, Granma gives relatively detailed information on migration, and it includes references to some political demands. 30 So, during the autumn of 1989, the official narrative started falling apart, and coverage descended into a series of contradictions and half-truths. It was at times clearly misleading. However, only a few days after November 9, it becomes more realistic. With regard to the fall of the Berlin Wall itself, in a sense the events surrounding the opening of the borders are covered quite extensively, though the quality of reporting varies. The topic of the protesters attacking the wall itself is obviously one of a delicate nature for Granma, and although it mentions protests, the attacks on the wall and the consequences of the opening, the moment when they were allowed to carve the first openings in the wall, a moment quite obviously of great symbolism, is touched on only indirectly, and there are no photos. In this sense, one could say that there was censorship or distortion of events. Also, in general, these events do not receive a physical placement in the newspaper in correspondence to the importance of the topic and the interest that many readers must have had in the huge changes in a country that was a geographically distant but important ally of Cuba. Granma had also previously that year recognized the importance of the topic of the Berlin Wall. It reproduced, for example, a short news item in which the U.S. ambassador to the FRG states that the day on which the wall is going to fall is approaching. On another occasion, it quotes a member of the political bureau of the SED on the subject, referring to the repeated demands for the elimination of the construction that separates West Berlin from the capital of the GDR. The member of the political bureau of the SED reiterated that the wall will exist as long as the causes that motivated its building in the first place are not eliminated. The newspaper publishes a short article titled "The Berlin Wall is 26 years old," where it is stated that it has been kept in place despite what has been said on the subject. Even one of Granma's journalists, Juan Marrero, explicitly speaks about the wall and describes it as a protective measure against sabotage. 31 Even as time goes by after November 9, Granma is careful not to reproduce the Western narrative of the fall of the wall, although by 1990 several news stories and commentaries are published that allude to this discourse and refer to walls of the capitalist world, apparently as an indirect answer to the Western narrative about the Berlin Wall. For instance, on May 21, 1990, a heading appears that reads "We are imprisoned in the Bush Walls." On February 23, 1990, Granma also published a news story with a photo caption that criticizes the wall between South Korea and North Korea, which was built by South Korea with support from the US and has otherwise been referred to as a tank shield. With this news, Grandma acknowledges in some timid and indirect manner that the walls are undesirable but tries counter-attacking, arguing that not only socialist countries build walls. The Berlin Wall is clearly a somewhat sensitive subject, maybe especially since Cuba had defended the GDR so strongly, but also probably because the opening of the Berlin Wall became a symbol for the fall of communism. It should be said that almost a year after these historic events on October 4, 1990, when the reunification of Germany took place, Grandma published an extensive report with a coverage that was much more objective and less politicized than before. In this report, a chronology of the most important events in the history of the German division and reunification is included, and November 9, 1989 is listed as the day of the fall of the Berlin Wall. There is even a relatively large photo of a person who removes the symbol of the GDR, apparently from some public building. This more open journalism in the case of East Germany seems to go against the tendency described by some scholars of a Cuban press that became more closed as Cuba was entering the special period, but it might largely be explained by changes in Germany as a nation. Since there were no longer any close links that had to be defended, it would make little sense to invest much effort in defending the GDR as it faded away into history. Also, there was no longer one official version coming from East Germany/former East Germany, but many stories that had to be reported on. In an episode that echoes somewhat the publication of Eduardo Galeano's critical remarks on recent Polish history, in early 1992, Grandma published a short interview with the famous German playwright, Heiner Müller, who criticized capitalism but also recognized the schizophrenic effects of the wall. This, together with the more open coverage of the GDR during the last month of its existence in 1990, reflects a discreet but not explicit recognition that Cuban coverage of the GDR had been apologetic. Having made it clear that politics trumped professionalism in the case of Grandma's coverage of key events that led to the fall of the GDR, it should be said that the Western media have also perpetuated a number of myths on these events. It must have been obvious even immediately that these were events of a certain importance. Still, it should also be said that they were events for which the final outcome was unknown. There were various assessments of their possible significance at a moment when most of the Soviet bloc still existed. To illustrate this, there were European newspapers that let the news of November 9, 1989 cover their entire front page the day after, but others did not. For example, in my own country, Norway, the main business newspaper, Dagens Næringsliv, did not dedicate any space to the subject on the cover on November 10, unlike Grandma, which actually did so, and only a small part of its cover on November 11.32 in his journal Unterwegs von Deutschland nach Deutschland. In his notes from early 1990, German intellectual Günter Grass still values the possibility of a German confederation, that is, months after November 9 he did not see the unification of East and West Germany in a single state as inevitable. 33 Contrary to what the best-known photos of the opening of the Berlin Wall might suggest, only a very small number of the citizens of East Berlin climbed the wall, and it is not clear how much immediate support the protesters had. Oral historian Lutz Needhammer, analyzing the results of the free elections in the GDR on March 18, 1990, points out that the former Socialist Party in power achieved only 17% of the votes, but that the activist groups, whose demonstrations had been achieved in order to bring down the old regime, turned out to be a small radical minority without sympathizers among the inhabitants of the provinces, and only exceeded the 5% barrier in the capital, East Berlin. 34 While Grandma's suggestions that migrants and protesters were all naive or irresponsible were unfair, the victor's narrative of the collapse of the GDR as a fight where good won over bad, and as a nation gaining liberty, are questioned by many East Germans. According to a survey cited by Spiegel Online, in 2009, 57% of the population in Eastern Germany defended the former GDR. I have already mentioned some possible reasons why Grandma chose to align so closely with official GDR propaganda. One reason was uncritical admiration. It was probably also a question of old habits. One was accustomed to reproducing anything that came from an important ally, and one was not mentally prepared to admit many of the GDR's internal problems and tensions that were suddenly becoming more visible to the world. For domestic reasons, it was also very important to highlight the GDR as an example that socialism did not need to be reformed. In addition to this, there may have been an attitude among editors according to which the GDR press know their own reality better in accordance with a common practice and/or principle within the international communist movement, where one does not interfere in Allied states' affairs and generally accepts each country's official narrative on its internal issues. Since the GDR did not allow much public debate, it would have been seen as a matter of disrespect had Granma given much space to, let us say, the GDR's dissident voices. The GDR was at the time Cuba's second trading partner, after the USSR, and this was a delicate moment. Yet Granma did not always favor its allies' official versions, and this suggests that fear of offending an ally was probably not a main reason for the uncritical coverage of the GDR until late 1989. Even so, to some extent these preoccupations may have been present. It recalls an inherent problem of government-controlled newspapers, especially when there are no alternatives to the state press. What the press decides to publish can be interpreted as reflecting the official position of the authorities. This restricts journalists and editors in their work, and is a problem for the public. In summary, in its coverage of the GDR migration crisis in 1989, Granma tends to repeat the versions of the GDR government and includes many assessments in support of their positions. As has been shown, the coverage is very different from that of key events in Poland and Hungary, where there was more room for different sources and criteria, and where different types and styles of journalism coexisted. In the case of the GDR's situation, there are a number of news in brief items that only objectively report the facts, for example when Granma publishes the number of people that have emigrated, but otherwise in its coverage of the GDR, Granma tends to include more commentary and subjective appreciations in news stories themselves, where migrants are often depicted as people who have been deceived by the West German government, which Granma tries to connect to a tradition of fascism, Nazism, and Western imperialism. It is not until the leading party of the GDR begins to recognize some disagreement in the population it does so clearly in October 1989 that this type of criticism begins to timidly reach the reader of Granma. Then it is acknowledged, for example, that serious limitations on travel had been in place, in contradiction of what had been reported shortly before. Fundamentally, migration is seen as a game induced by the RFA, as a product of pressures against the GDR, of false promises, and of Western propaganda. The coverage of the events surrounding the fall of the Berlin Wall is striking, as it is described how the GDR authorities authorized the opening of its borders, but the protesters are barely visible. The GDR government was always presented as generous and willing to rectify problems when necessary. The GDR was presented as a country with a functioning system that should become even better with the reforms announced toward the end of 1989. Also, at this point, when the GDR authorities started recognizing some demands and promising to fulfill them, Granma again repeated the message of its authorities. No global explanation was given as to why the GDR collapsed. Still, news coverage together with analysis highlighted Western pressures, including false promises directed toward the citizens of the GDR, and to some extent, tensions related to the division of German were highlighted, more than problems with the East German model of society. While such factors may have contributed to the fall of the Berlin Wall and later, the fall of the GDR, it is clearly a very partial narrative and one that suits the Cuban state, as it does not have to critically examine state socialism. It emphasizes external pressures and thus underscores the importance of Cuban unity. Independent line in respect to the USSR. The pro-Soviet strands within the ruling party were purged in 1952. The Soviet military forces withdrew from the country in exchange for Romania's participation in the suppression of the rebellion of 1956 in Hungary. 35 Subsequently, Romania decided not to support the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968, forged ties with the West and preserved the relations it had with China. 36 Despite the USSR-China conflict, Nicolae Ceausescu's regime had sultanistic characteristics. 37 Romania was also the only country in Eastern Europe where the transition to capitalism occurred amid widespread violence. I do not have detailed information on how the Communist Party of Cuba perceived or expressed itself regarding Romania and its politics during the years before the events that led to the fall and execution of the Ceausescus in December 1989. It should be noted that the coverage of Romania in Granma during most of 1989 is sparse and tends toward a protocol-based style in which the relations between the two countries are reaffirmed or highlighted dryly, and very little is said about the internal reality of the country. This might have to do partly with the character of the Romanian regime, as it was rather opaque, and Granma depended on official sources, but it could also be an indication that the PCC and especially some of its journalists were rather lukewarm toward Ceausescu, and it was found to be preferable not to go much into depth on the topic. An educated guess, however, suggests that the differences between Cuba and Romania were less profound than those between the USSR and Romania, a relationship that was tense both in the pre-Gorbachev years and during Gorbachev's period. Fidel Castro had a history of challenging official Soviet positions and the great powers' intention to gain more control over Cuba, although most explicitly in the earlier years of the revolution. This is a point Cuba had in common with Romania, although differences and tensions did not reach the same level as between Romania and the USSR. It is also quite possible that Cubans who visited the Soviet Union were receiving more critical information on Romania than what was presented in the Cuban press. This might also have been the case for journalists. The editor of an important cultural journal in Cuba once claimed to me informally that Cubans who were sent to Romania to study were often surprised by its unambiguously dictatorial traits. There were probably also critical perceptions at the Cuban government level. But the official position of Cuba was to comment little on the internal affairs of Allied countries, and its priorities in the late 1980s seemed to be on preserving unity in the international revolutionary and communist movement above all. The little news that was published on Romania during the month before December 1989, before violence and regime change took hold of the country, oscillates between a neutral and positive tone. Reporting on the country, however, was so brief and routine-ish in its style that one could get the impression that the country was not among Granma's priorities. Some news in brief items were published, such as the Romanian delegation visited the CDR and Ceausescu criticizes attempts by the West to offer recipes to other countries. Granma did not comment directly on the internal problems of Romania, but on March 10, 1989, it included a reference to a statement from reformist Hungary that proposed condemning Romania for human rights abuses. It reported that Cuba's two most important economic partners, the USSR and East Germany, remained neutral during the vote. In October the same year, Granma reports briefly that Romania is trying to stabilize access to goods, so a conscientious reader who actually noticed this information would have understood that there had been supply problems. However, most stories on Romania in the newspaper were most likely ignored by many readers, due to their very limited size and discreet presentation. During the crisis in December, as widespread violence broke out, news coverage was much more detailed. Romania was a strictly controlled and closed country until late 1989, when demonstrations and riots surged in the city of Timișoara on December 16, following the arrest of a Hungarian Protestant priest. Subsequently, the revolt spread to other parts of the country. A week later, on December 22, a member of the ruling Communist Party, Ion Iliescu, announced on radio and television the creation of what he called the National Salvation Front, composed largely of members of the ruling party. According to the New York Times, at the time it was widely suspected that Iliescu had ties with Gorbachev. 38 It could be said that the coverage of the Granma newspaper from those days of protest and social explosion until the death of Ceausescu is confirmed little more than a week later goes through two short phases. There is a first phase from December 19 to 22, and another that only covers 2 days of reporting. From December 23 to December 25. On the 26th of that month, the death of Ceausescu is briefly announced on Granma's front page, and some information is given about the official positions of East Germany and the Soviet Union regarding the new situation. One difference between the two phases is that during the first, the news was produced by Prensa Latina, while during the second phase, the information coming from Prensa Latina was also extensively complemented with materials from different press agencies of the capitalist world and from the USSR. Both the Romanian government's and the opposition's actions and points of view were reflected during the first phase, but at a time when Western media were, by then, publishing unconfirmed reports that suggested many deaths as victims of fighting and repression in the city of Timișoara. Prensa Latina and Granma first ignored these and quoted an official Romanian statement that mentioned no deaths at all. During the second phase, however, the coverage was explicit about the violence and very explicit in general, and the rebels' views actually predominated since there was little on the Ceausescu regime's position to report on, as the regime was disappearing. The coverage on December 23 and 25 was extensive, pluralist in that it introduced much information both from the capitalist world and the socialist bloc but also from Prensa Latina, and it gave a very wide and open view of the situation. I will limit myself to giving a summary of the coverage during its first phase and then focus mainly on the coverage on December 23, since I consider that the coverage on that specific day reflects the spirit and general tone of the coverage during the second phase. The events in Timișoara on December 16 were covered by Granma, though they appeared with a slight delay and downplayed accounts of violence. The delay is partly due to the fact that the 17th was Sunday and the newspaper was not published, but even on the 18th there was also no information on the matter. But from December 19 until December 22, 1989, there was some information on the internal conflict, by now spreading violently to Romania's capital Bucharest. On December 19, the topic was given about 25th of page 4, on December 20 it received about 10 of page 4, on December 21 nothing was said, and on December 22 the topic covered 5 of page 7, a considerable amount of text taking into account the large page format. On December 19, Granma published a Prensa Latina article titled "Traffic between Romania and Yugoslavia has been closed due to disorders." It said that the protests originated due to the arrest of a Hungarian-born pastor, Laszlo Tokes, who in the past made statements about alleged human rights violations in the country. The writer cited the Yugoslav consulate in Timișoara. The protesters expressed their solidarity with the religious leader and used the opportunity to take other actions that the local authorities considered to be in violation of national laws. Granma also reported that security forces intervened to disperse the demonstrators and that they were able to restore calm. Prensa Latina was apparently observing events and did not commit itself strongly to one view, yet it also ignored reports of widespread violence in Timișoara, though as we will see, it might have had valid reasons at the time to believe that this information was false. On December 20, there was further information from Prensa Latina, but now in a very different tone. The heading says that Romania will not allow that its laws are ignored or violated, and the information quotes a statement from Scintilla, the newspaper of the ruling Communist Party of Romania. Scintilla here maintains that the Romanian state is socialist and stimulates the responsible participation of all citizens in the national work, but will not allow anyone to ignore or violate the laws. Curiously, on this day, the information more strictly adheres to the Romanian government's position, suggesting perhaps that the Cuban correspondent, located in Romania, were afraid of reporting more freely as the situation became tenser. At this point, the paper still referred to the events in Timișoara as mere disorders. On December 22, there were several items coupled together visually in a box, notably an article entitled "The Situation in Romania is Extremely Tense," from Prensa Latina. It gives information about Ceausescu's speech on December 21, a speech that would later be remembered as his last. The story began by citing Ceausescu, who called for total unity to defend socialism, and said that now we need more than ever to act in the spirit of socialist democracy and discuss all problems. He promised to improve the standard of living in the country and warned that the tense situation could lead to a scenario similar to that of Czechoslovakia in 1968 when the Soviet Union intervened to stop alleged dangerous policies and Western infiltration. It is recognized that Ceausescu was interrupted in his speech by unknown people and that he could not conclude his speech normally, for reasons still to be confirmed. Granma also included reports that a state of emergency had been reported in the county of Timis and on a request for an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council to discuss the situation. There was also another Prensa Latina item titled Demonstrations in the Capital, where it was said that 2 people were killed and that at night the automatic gunshots continued to be heard. Some descriptions attracted our attention. Bucharest, December 21. Military and security forces today reinforced their positions at strategic points in this capital, while the university students reaffirmed their decision to continue on the street. Leaflets distributed by citizens indicate that the students sent delegates to all the important points of Bucharest, including labor centers, calling for people to go out in the streets and city squares this morning to start a general strike. From loudspeakers installed in the Intercontinental Hotel, in the heart of the city, young people make constant calls to the population, also, to join the demonstrations that started this morning after unidentified people interrupted a speech by President Nicolae Ceausescu. Thus, the coverage on December 22 began reproducing parts of what Ceausescu said in what is now known as his last speech. The argument that was reproduced is very much similar to the discourse of the Cuban government. If one read only this part, it could give or reinforce the idea that Cuba and Romania were essentially countries defending the same ideals and that Prensa Latina and Granma were trying to underline this common identity by quoting Ceausescu as he used much of the same rhetoric as Fidel Castro. However, the rest of the article suggested more critical positions. Prensa Latina described the government's opponents as young, universitarian, and citizens. It is also stated that they called for solidarity with Timișoara's population. These are all positive words in many contexts, but especially in the context of a newspaper originated during the Cuban Revolution, which was produced in part because of the actions of young people and university students. In addition, in the Latin American context, university students are often associated with struggles for freedom and justice, as in the song Me Gustan Los Estudiantes by Chilean singer-songwriter Violeta Parra. 39 Therefore, the choice of words can be a subliminal message by the correspondent not able to report openly from Romania and perhaps unsure what Granma would be willing to publish to convey to the readers in Cuba that the demonstrators were worthy of support and struggling against a dictatorship. The further coverage suggests that this reading has some basis. As mentioned, on December 23, the day after the Ceausescus fled the capital, Granma's coverage changed markedly. Notably, the newspaper began to depend strongly on Western news agencies, as the Romanian propaganda apparatus had fallen apart. But Prensa Latina also wrote more freely on the conflict. The coverage on December 23 and 25 was remarkable mainly because of the multiple number of viewpoints. It consisted largely of a potpourri of small items of information, news notes, or similar, all taken from different news agencies from different countries, often with somewhat contrasting versions. Contrary to the case of the coverage of the migration crisis in East Germany, in this case there were very few explicit assessments. Instead, the news tended very much toward a descriptive style. A good example of this is the coverage of December 23, which fills a third of the newspaper's last page. The information on Romania on that day is contained within a box that bears the main title "Confusing Situation Created in Romania 40." Under the main headline, there is a summary of the news from Romania on that day, * different versions with regard to the whereabouts of Ceausescu. * heavy fighting is reported in Bucharest and other parts of the country. * Ceausescu's son arrested. * A so-called National Committee for Democracy has been created. 41 Under that summary in points, the first news item begins, Bucharest, December 22. At the same time as the AP reported that the whereabouts and status of Ceausescu were unknown, Other agencies reported that heavy fighting was recorded in the Romanian capital and other parts of the country. Then an IPS report was quoted. It reported on a story provided by Romanian radio that talked about dramatic fighting between army forces and units of the Ceausescu security apparatus. After IPS, some information from ANSA is quoted. ANSA, on the other hand, reports that a National Committee for Democracy was created today in Romania, following the collective resignation of Prime Minister Constantin Dascălescu government and the removal and arrest of President Ceausescu. The agency itself notes that this committee is made up of military personnel that are not committed to Ceausescu, of workers, students, and intellectuals, and that Ion Iliescu, former secretary of the Central Committee of the party, who had been dismissed by Ceausescu, announced its creation from the residence of the party. After summarizing the main political events of the day before in Romania, the newspaper turned its attention to the situation of violence in the streets of Bucharest, quoting yet other sources. From Moscow, the Western F agency, referring to what had been said on Soviet television, reported that in the streets of Bucharest there were hundreds of dead and wounded, due to the clashes, and the building of the Central Committee of the Romanian Communist Party had been semi-destroyed. There was information from ANSA that Belgrade television showed scenes of the Romanian presidential palace on fire. Before this first part of the news in the box concludes, IPS was cited again, indicating that Ceausescu had traveled by helicopter to the airport and, after being arrested there, managed to continue on the road. Then a note appeared bearing the title "Strong Battles in the Capital," and then radio and TV channels in danger, both presented by Prensa Latina. The text reiterates that clashes are occurring between military forces and security troops that remain loyal to Ceausescu, but now in Bucharest. The note reports that elements still defending the deposed government of Nicolae Ceausescu, said the sources, have again opened fire against the population in the Republic Square. At the same time, there is also shooting in the immediate vicinity of the radio and television buildings. In this setting it was announced that the population was called upon to face that aggression, to conserve the power of the people. The streets of Bucharest are completely dark, illuminated at some moments by flares. Here Grandma essentially reproduces the version of Romanian television and radio events, now under control of people opposed to Ceausescu. It describes the elements addicted to the deposed government as people who open fire on protesters and as committing an aggression. At the same time, flares are often associated with celebrations. After this report, another note appears that is titled "Provisional Government." This note briefly tells us that a new government has been formed, with former Minister Corneliu Mainscu as its head, an important political personality who had been Minister of Foreign Affairs and also President of the UN General Assembly. A photo of the inauguration was included. The next item contained within the same box is called "On the Death of the Minister of Defense." Again, it has been presented by the Cuban-based press agency Prensa Latina. According to the note, an official statement from the new authorities urges people to trust in the justice and furthermore reports that former Minister Vasile Mili has just taken his own life, and, surprisingly, an explication is added: he had realized that he had acted as a traitor at the service of imperialist circles. The announcement from the new authorities also asks that the people help restore order and calm, and to solve our problems in close unity. As we can see, the new authorities, along with the less than tasteful speculation on the reasons for Miles's suicide, adopt a socialist rhetoric. Here, it should be taken into account that Mainscu had a communist background. There is also a short note titled "Son of Ceausescu is arrested," from Prensa Latina. According to the information, the deposed president's son, Nicolae Ceausescu, had tried to take a group of workers as hostages in the region of Sibiu, which he governed, and that unknown people in the same region had tried to poison the drinking water of the population. This is an accusation that echoes old propaganda against Jews and others and that should obviously have been treated with a more critical attitude. Finally, there is a fifth note entitled "Declaration from the USSR," citing the information from the Granma Correspondence Office in the USSR, which explains that the Second Congress of People's Deputies of the Soviet Union, the new Soviet legislature that had been established by Gorbachev earlier the same year, had expressed its concern about Romanian events. At the end, it states that 32 deputies voted against the declaration and that 60 abstained out of a total of 1,809 deputies. We will not include a detailed analysis of the coverage on December 25, but it maintained the plural and open character of reporting and contained a new and more detailed report on violence. It referred to a story of 2,000 secret police paratroopers allegedly landing in Timișoara. It is not clear if the story was true and recognized that fierce battles were taking place and that central authority controlled only the central plaza of the city. The Soviet agency TASS was also quoted claiming that there were hidden snipers in Timișoara. It stated that the number of deaths and injured people is reported to be high, and Prensa Latina mentioned thousands of injured people and the need for blood and urgent humanitarian help. Perhaps more surprising, though, is that Prensa Latina referred to the changes in Romania as a social revolution. Those are clearly positive words in a Cuban context. Granma was also reproducing what the new leaders said, in their language. Ion Iliescu was quoted as objecting to the leading role of the Sol Party and suggesting a pluralist democratic system with free elections. Here, the newspaper reported on ideas that were in conflict with official Cuban politics and did not challenge what the new leaders of Romania said. Finally, in Granma's edition of December 26, at the bottom right corner of the front page there is a news story that covers approximately 1/2 of the page, and which must have captured most readers' attention immediately. The heading says that it is affirmed that Ceausescu and his wife have been executed. The news story is characterized by a descriptive, neutral tone and says that the two were convicted in a summary and secret trial by an extraordinary military court. The story briefly summarizes who the two were: General Secretary of the Communist Party of his country and President of the Republic since 1975, in an interrupted manner, and, referring to Elena Ceausescu, member of the political bureau of the ruling party and deputy prime minister. The article furthermore states that both of them were charged with a series of crimes and were held responsible for the crisis in that country. Then it is reported that the Romanian capital woke up to more calm and that the new authorities have dictated a program of actions to restore order. It is striking how Granma again reproduces the version of the new authorities and that there is no real assessment or comment on the dramatic fall of a government that Cuba had relations and formal cooperation with until its end. The news story promised more information on page 5, but the only relevant information there was a note with the heading "The USSR denies that Romania has asked for military help." Absences are as important as what was included in the coverage. Notably, there is no commentary or suggestion by Granma that echoed Ceausescu's claims of imperialist infiltration in Romania, not even before the crisis in December. This could suggest that Granma's editors and the Cuban party had for a time been critical of Romania, though never distancing themselves publicly from the regime. The lack of opinion, avoiding clear expressions of partisanship, emotional outbursts, and so on was a way of saying subliminally that the Cuba authorities were observing these events from a distance and that Romania's problems were not Cuba's. It is true that Granma did not immediately publish the stories of deaths when violence first broke out in Timișoara. Being located in Romania, the Prensa Latina office might not have been willing to publish such a story, as this could put correspondents in personal danger as well as have some effect on Cuban-Romanian relations. It is also possible that the correspondent genuinely believed that these stories were propaganda and had reasons to do so. Although there had been brutal violence in Timișoara, the details were at the moment impossible to confirm since no international correspondents were let into the city during the first days after the killings. Western media at an early point published stories of 300 to 400 deaths in Timișoara. Though the numbers were exaggerated, this news was in essence true: there had been many deaths. However, Western media also widely published photo material of a mass grave in Timișoara that later turned out to be a hoax and is now often used as an example of bad reporting where rumors are not verified. This had real-world consequences as it contributed to accelerating the conflict, but also regime change in Romania. 42 It must be taken into account that Granma is also a newspaper that was and is extremely wary of anything that might resemble propaganda and that is launched against a nominally socialist regime, and has often alleged that false information is used against Cuba to destabilize and try to legitimate intervention. It is indeed questionable that Granma did not immediately mention at least that these information items were circulating widely in the international press, even if it did not believe them. However, the belief that the information was not to be trusted was not totally unfounded, as the exaggerated numbers and the story of mass graves suggest. Romanian military prosecutors have more recently alleged there was also a deliberate spreading of false information and even false sound of shooting to create the conditions for the fall of Ceausescu. 43 One interesting detail is that Granma's coverage changed very quickly, as it became clearer how severe events were. By December 23, it wrote very explicitly about events, including a wide range of sources, perhaps a wider range than most Western media since they had their own correspondent, but also used sources from both capitalist and socialist news agencies. The number of deaths mentioned at this time was not too far off from the real numbers, while some media in the West repeated wildly exaggerated numbers. Granma's look at Romania had been that of a somewhat distanced ally for a time, but when the regime started to break down, it quickly distanced itself even more. Unlike in the case of the GDR, Cuba had not promoted Romania as a model of development, so its fall meant less in terms of loss of prestige, and while it shared some features with Romania, such as opposing reform socialism in general and in its independent national positions, Cuba had always distanced itself from any extreme cult of personality, by avoiding statues of living leaders and so on. At least the Cuban leadership must have been wary of the sultanistic characteristics of the Romanian regime, of its severe human rights violations and its lack of rational governance, such as when it decided to construct a megalomaniac palace of the parliament building in the midst of an economic crisis. It was a regime that had also received strong criticism from Romanian leftist positions. 44 Also, Ceausescu had strong tensions with the USSR, Cuba's main ally and economic support at the time. Actually, it might have been seen as a possibility at the time of the uprising that the new rebels could align with Gorbachev's USSR and try to reform the system, which would certainly have been more favorable for the Cuban government than the introduction of capitalism and possibly even to Ceausescu's regime. Cuban academic Esteban, one of the informants for the oral part of the study, told me during our interview that the differences in how the different Eastern Bloc countries were covered by Granma had to do with the perception that prevailed in Cuban political circles and Cuban society of each socialist country in Europe. For example, he claimed, East Germany was seen as a kind of model state for us, and Bulgaria was seen as a model of agriculture for us. In this sense, when the fall of the Berlin Wall took place, it was not seen as something positive or necessary, but as a failure of socialism, as something that ideologically did not favor us. Although practical and strategical reasons might also have influenced the decision to cover the crisis in a certain distanced manner, as suggested, it is probably true, as Esteban stated, that what happened in Romania when Ceausescu and his wife were shot, the number of dresses and shoes that his wife had, the corruption and all that, this was perceived in a different manner. It was seen as a logical and clear consequence of the deterioration of Romania. To summarize and conclude, although Granma talked about Romania as a friend and ally during most of 1989, it did not do so very often, and when it did, it was in a protocolar or routine way, without any apparent enthusiasm. It presented enough information to make it clear that other countries in the socialist community were critical or at least not overly enthusiastic about the situation in Romania. As protests broke out in December, it reported on events, but at first downplayed or ignored reports of widespread violence. To some degree it reported on both sides of the story, but it gave more space to government positions. As the conflict spread to the capital, this changed in a matter of days. During the days before the executions, news on the Ceausescu regime's repression was published as it came in, and the rebels were presented in a neutral or even positive manner. As the rebellion grew and the Romanian state apparatus changed hands, Granma continued to give quotes or refer to what the official sources said, but these now reflected anti-Ceausescu positions precisely because the propaganda apparatus was now in the hands of the new rulers. At this point, these versions were largely complemented by general information on the situation that was coming from major news agencies in the capitalist West and also the USSR. During all the year, reporting was very different from the enthusiastic elegies of the GDR both before the regime started collapsing and during these events, but also from the more open, almost Western-style reporting on Poland, or the curious listening to the ideological debate on reforms in Hungary. Even if the Cuban authorities never did break with the old Romanian regime, the coverage suggests that Cuba wanted to distance itself somewhat even before open conflict broke out, and they did not respond in favor of or defend the falling regime. The lack of any explanation or analysis still suggests that the topic was an uncomfortable one. The visual presentation and discreet placement of the news suggests that there was still some perception that the news was embarrassing for socialism or the Cuban government, or that it could have some sort of negative impact on Cuba. After all, Cuba had relations and some cooperation with the old government, and as with all state socialist countries, there were structures, policies, and forms of rhetoric that were shared. Yet, by informing in a detailed and pluralistic manner on the crisis in December 1989, Granma retained a certain credibility. Since Granma did not make its position very clear, it is difficult to say if the PCC had conducted a detailed analysis on the causes of the Romanian collapse, but a subliminal message might be, Ceausescu fell because of the regime's problematic practices. Professionally, but making it no secret who is the adversary between 1987 and 1991, several proposals and plans for reform of the Soviet economy were presented. Marie Levine highlights 6 attempts. 45 First, in June 1987, the PSU approved perestroika, a radical restructuring of economic management. Then came the program of a mixed economy with planned market economy presented by Vice Premier Minister Abalkin, Prime Minister Rizhkov's proposal to introduce a regulated market economy, the Stanislav Shetalin program to move to a market economy in 500 days, the anti-crisis plan of Prime Minister V. Pavlov, and finally, the Yavlinsky-Allison plan, similar to the Shetalin program, but this time to be applied over the course of 5.5 years. We are going to analyze the coverage of Granma of the debate that arose in late summer-autumn of 1990, when 2 of the aforementioned proposals were debated, the radical Shetalin plan and that of Rizhkov, which included elements of the earlier Abalkin plan and proposed keeping strategic parts in the hands of the state as well as introducing market reforms in a gradual manner. In Shetalin's proposal, much power would be transferred to the republics, and the word socialism does not even appear in the document. 46 For Cuban authorities, the Rizhkov plan would clearly be the lesser evil. The economic debate in 1990 took place at a time when Cuba had just entered the crisis known as the Special Period. In the Soviet Union, the economic debate took place in a tense and shifting environment. Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev, known for his often conciliatory approaches, ordered the Rizhkov and Shetalin teams to work together, though without luck. By early September, he asked one of his advisors to draw up a conciliatory proposal, but this turned out to be almost identical to that of Shetalin. The Russian Republic, with Boris Yeltsin as an influential actor, put further pressure on Gorbachev as it symbolically approved the Shetalin plan. Then, Gorbachev asked Aghanbajian to draw up a presidential plan, a merge of all the 3 proposals. This plan was approved by the Supreme Soviet on October 19, 1990. It followed the main line of the radical Shetalin plan but did not include an application schedule. 47 During the debate, the power balance shifted much in favor of the radicals, yet this new document could be seen as a statement of intent rather than a concrete plan. 48 A first observation of how the debate is covered by Granma is that a lot is written about it, but it is not highlighted visually. The debate taking place in the USSR is not something the newspaper ignores, far from it, but it is generally not presented with bold titles or photos, as the importance of the topic might suggest, and it is often relegated to the last pages in the newspaper. To give some context, we should mention some specificities of the general coverage of the USSR in Granma during these times. The coverage of the USSR between August and October 1990 reflects many aspects of Soviet reality at the time, such as the economic debate, social crisis, anti-communist demonstrations, separatist attempts within the USSR, and other symptoms of discontent. Often, we recall, several pieces of information from that country were visually gathered and presented within a box 49, which often occupied between the 8th and the 3rd part of the international page and usually appeared at the top or middle of the page. It should be remembered that Granma does not have advertising. It also generally avoids large photos and other ornaments typical of the commercial press. Also, in 1990, it was still a large format newspaper. Therefore, measured quantitatively, we would be talking about a considerable amount of textual information that was dedicated to Soviet issues, and between August and October 1990, a significant part of this coverage of the USSR centered on the economic debate going on in that country. A noteworthy detail is that even when the news is clearly perceived as something that does not suit Cuba's interests, the box with news from the Soviet Union is generally not placed at the bottom of the page. Any major news regarding the USSR was of course in economic terms of great importance to Cuba, but this might also have been a way to signal Cuba's most important ally that it recognizes this debate as legitimate and wants to report on it. News about the internal events of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe do not usually appear on the front page of the newspaper. This is also the case with almost all the news from Eastern Europe. This may be in response to an editorial policy whereby the newspaper's front page is preferably used to highlight information and news that may serve the ideological and political objectives of the Communist Party, especially promoting certain values and prioritizing the successes of the Cuban system, which can inspire the population 50 more than topics that could be seen as demoralizing or even stirring anti-socialist emotions, such as crises and conflict in allied countries. Just leafing through the newspapers, however, reveals that the amount of information on the subject of economic debate is quite extensive. The first time there is information on the economic debate is August 30, 1990, and by October 20 the same year, the coverage of the debate concludes, as it is informed that the Soviet politicians adopt the presidential plan that is based on the Shat-Allen plan but is less clear on its implementation. After that, the topic receives limited attention. I have identified news dealing with the topic of the economic debate on the following dates: August 30, September 3 to 7, 10 to 12, 14, 17 to 18, 20, 22, 24 to 27, October 2, 5, 7, 10, 13, October 15 to 18, 20, and 24. On some dates, the debate on the reform constitutes the main story within the USSR box. Other days it appears as a smaller item or sub-story more toward the end of the box, after information has been given on other things that have happened in the USSR, when updates on the debate are given briefly within another story. News on the subject is, as stated, relatively detailed. However, during the period, there are never really longer articles or features on the topic. At the beginning of the debate, most of the news material is supplied by Prensa Latina, but the official Soviet news agency TASS is also used as a source and occasionally also Western agencies, the AFP and ANSA. In October, there is also news signed by Nydia Diaz, correspondent for Granma in the Soviet Union. A second observation is that Granma covers activities of all major actors and tendencies, although not in an equal manner. When reading the coverage of the economic debate as a whole, there is a tendency to prioritize the conservative sectors and the moderates. The first one was of course closest to Cuba ideologically, but the moderates were more acceptable than the radicals, and Cuba's relations with the USSR depended upon the moderate Gorbachev government. Less, but still considerable space was also given to the radicals and their proposals. It is important to mention that at that time it was largely the radical forces that had the initiative and were making news, therefore, giving more space to conservatives and moderates clearly reflects an ideological position against the radicals. There are still some cases where the radical forces' activities make up the center of the story, and where their demands are highlighted with large headlines. Two examples are the headlines on Sunday: "They will demand the resignation of the Soviet government," and "Protesters demand that the government in Moscow resign." A third observation on the coverage of the economic debate in the USSR is that although a descriptive style predominates, there are also materials with a more discursive tone. A descriptive style does not mean, of course, that the coverage is impartial. It should also be noted that occasionally, especially during the month of October 1990, some news was published where journalists broke with this impersonal, objective tone and quite explicitly express personal criteria. Therefore, we will give some examples of the information that Granma has to offer on the different political tendencies that took part in the debate. We can use as an example the coverage on the first date when the economic debate was covered, August 30th. This reflects some characteristics typical of most of the coverage of the debate. On the mentioned date, news of the USSR has been bundled together in a box under the main headline: "A Balkan denounces that anti-socialist forces try to eliminate central government in the USSR." Point 51. The first news note within the box has nothing to do with the debate, though, and various notes appear with varying degree of relevance to us, as their headlines indicate: "State of Emergency in Armenia, Variants of Transition," and "Gorbachev, Yeltsin Dialogue." 52. I cite the items that are most relevant to our analysis. Variants of Transition. Moscow, August 29. Academician Abel Aganbegian said here today that prior to the transition in the USSR to the market economy, more than 100 proposals from various Soviet republics, ministries, and foreign scientists have been examined. Aganbegian, who chairs a so-called independent commission that will consider the variants of the introduction of the reform, stated in a press conference that his group was presenting a report with numerous recommendations to the president of this multinational state and the government of the Russian Federation. Amongst the recommendations, he mentioned the stabilization of the economic life of the country, the creation of a free enterprise system, and analyzing the quantitative evolution of the consequences of that transition. Referring to the two parallel programs, the academic said that the program of the government was analyzed by the Supreme Soviet of the USSR in May, and is slow and palliative and does not foresee a rapid transit toward market prices. On the other hand, he pointed out that price increases should not be the first step. Previously, we must achieve a monetary balance and pay attention to financial problems, added the academic. Aganbegian also expressed concern because of the problems that the new reform would face, such as unemployment and the dismissal of workers. The use of the word "so-called" in the second paragraph has clearly been put there to question the independence of the Commission. This constitutes a valid and necessary clarification if one takes into account that the academic Aganbegian was also an advisor to Gorbachev. But a more interesting observation is that the newspaper reproduces Aganbegian's criticisms of a more moderate plan for economic reform, the one that had first been proposed by Prime Minister Rizhkov in May of the same year. According to Aganbegian, that plan was slow and palliative and does not foresee a rapid step toward market prices. Readers know that Granma is generally opposed to a market economy. However, an impartial tone is used when reproducing the ideas of Aganbegian, who proposes a faster transition toward market prices. Granma signals that Aganbegian is not impartial, which is true. But instead of omitting Aganbegian's position, or disqualifying him, his claims are reproduced. Point 53 in the news note: Gorbachev, Yeltsin Dialogue. A reference is made to comments by the head of President Gorbachev's press service. The spokesman recalled that tomorrow there will be held a joint meeting of the presidential councils and the Federation, in which economic policy and the country's move to a market economy will be analyzed, among other topics. The newspaper, as this example shows, does not hide in any way that Gorbachev sees as his goal the introduction of a regulated market economy, that is, that he is no longer just promoting the moderate reforms he proposed in 1987, although it should also be said that at this point, it was still not known that Gorbachev would very soon adopt an even more radical position. Therefore, some concepts are used that we do not think the editors like very much, such as market economy and free enterprise, because, on other occasions, they are described in Granma as misleading terms. Granma's ideologues would probably have preferred words such as capitalism 54. It is possible that the newspaper uses these terms as a way of staying true to the source. Granma does not hide, in this case, what the reforms are about or who support them, uncomfortable though the truth may be. 55. Granma is careful to faithfully reproduce Gorbachev's criteria and gives quite a bit of space to these. This might be partly because Gorbachev's criteria are objectively important as he was the president of the USSR, but could also be attributed to a desire to maintain good relations with the Soviet Union as an all-important ally. However, in the issue published on Monday, September 3, Granma addressed the activities of the radical forces, and the impartial tone is maintained there as well. The main heading that day is Yeltsin demands resignation of the USSR government, and this is followed by a short, unsigned article or item. Yeltsin demands resignation of the USSR government. Moscow, September 2. Boris Yeltsin, President of the Supreme Soviet of the Russian Federation, demanded the resignation of the USSR government presided by Nikolai Ryzhkov, as the first condition for the success of the reforms and the transition to the market economy. Yeltsin declared at a press conference that he demanded the resignation of Ryzhkov and his team at a joint meeting held by the Federal and Presidential Councils of the USSR, and added that the same proposal was made by other participants in the meeting. This, as it will create the opinion that the Soviet Union will be rewarded with one or another sum for this or that conduct. In a news item a week later, interview between Gorbachev and Reagan, former President Reagan says that perestroika enjoys sympathy and support in the political and social circles of the United States. On the next day, October 19, however, reference is made to a speech by Gorbachev where he presents his transition plan to a market economy. Here, according to the newspaper, he referred to the need to use financial resources from abroad, but, to go in such a direction, the Western partners need security that this spending be effective. In other words, Gorbachev by then had accepted that the West would give assistance only after knowing how it would be used, even if this practice made him look weak, and opened the way for political strings and pressures. It seems that, at this point, Granma did not find it necessary to point out in each news item or story that Gorbachev's approach to the West implied great dangers. They simply quote what he is saying. Here it must be remembered that Cubans, as a developing country under major pressures by a neighboring imperialist power, have particularly strong reasons to interpret these statements in a negative manner. Because of the historical experience of Cubans, as well as years of socialization under an anti-imperialist paradigm, the editors of Granma knew that at least a substantial part of the Cuban population was going to interpret Gorbachev's flirtation with the United States as something unfavorable. Of course, pointing these things out in the newspaper could also have increased tensions between Cuba and the USSR. The leader of the Russian Federation declared that the president of the USSR was trying to reconcile two different transit programs toward market economy, one drawn up by a group that both approved of, and another drawn up by the Ryzhkov government. He added that the Russian parliament will begin tomorrow to discuss the project prepared by the group created by him and Gorbachev, and headed by the academic Stanislav Shat-Alin. The Shat-Alin project, he said, was created taking into account the declarations of sovereignty of the republics, including the Baltic ones, and has the support of all of them. He added that this project could be approved in 2 weeks by the parliaments of the republics and begin to be implemented as of October 1. Yeltsin declared that the Parliament of the Russian Federation will examine only the Shat-Alin project and implement it regardless of what the leadership of the Soviet Union decides. We see in the cited paragraph that Granma reproduces the criteria of the radical opposition without introducing assessments in this case, clinging closely to the language used by the radicals. Although a descriptive and, on the surface, impartial style predominates, Sometimes in the coverage of the economic debate, there is a more subjective tone. This can be noted in many of the main headlines. We could guess that they have been added by the desk, and some might not have been to the liking of all the journalists. But even in the body text itself, a more subjective style is sometimes used. For example, on October 18, the main news story about the USSR is titled "Co-author of the 500-day plan renounces as deputy chief of the Russian government." Nydia Diaz writes that the objective of the plan that he had defended is the radicalization of the passage to the market economy, against the social conquests achieved during more than 70 years of socialism in the USSR, and without taking into account the political risks implied by a sharp decrease in the level of life of the majority of the people, according to different opinions here. It is possible that the author has sent her contribution thinking of it as more of a comment than as a news note or a news story. However, it is presented along with the other news notes and thus breaks with the descriptive style that elsewise prevails. Using a phrase like "according to various opinions" here, the source is not specified, is not only subjective but actually rather typical of biased journalism, at least when appearing in a news story. There might be a slight increase in the use of a subjective tone toward the end of the debate on the Shat-Allen plan in October, when the pro-capitalist forces had pretty much won the debate. However, the findings are contradictory, and it would make little sense to theorize much on the basis of a few editions of the newspaper, as this might be by coincidence. Still, it could also have to do with the increasing fear and strong antipathy toward what was happening. Maintaining the distant view of onlookers is becoming more difficult. In the coverage on October 13, there is a more subjective tone. In the story, the battles surrounding the economic program in the USSR are aggravated. This refers to differences between Gorbachev and the so-called inter-regional group of deputies, the latter dominated by the radical opposition. The journalist argues that the position of Russian deputies put a dagger in the back of Soviet legislators, now engaged in the difficult search for consensus, before October 15, to define how to undertake the radical turn of the economy. Of course, accusing someone of putting a dagger in the backs of others is definitely an explicit assessment of the events. Point 56. Still, Granma's views are mostly expressed in a more indirect manner, for instance by extensively citing political actors in other countries who hold views that are similar to Granma's positions. An example of this can be found on October 5. Pravda expresses, "Private property is incompatible with the social demands of the Soviet people." In this case, the newspaper basically reproduces what a political tendency in the USSR says, the conservative tendency, which in this case speaks through the Pravda newspaper, after highlighting that three main forces act in the Soviet political arena: the conservatives, the modernizers, and the liquidators of communism. Pravda recognizes that the latter two are the ones who at the moment carry the singing voice, but that their destiny will be ephemeral, because they will be swept away by the first wave of popular outrage. The journalist reproduces Pravda's language even without putting what apparently is the language used by the Soviet newspaper between quotation marks, such as the liquidators of communism, so that the line between what is said by Pravda and what is said by Granma or the journalist becomes blurred. In other cases, the journalist marks a certain professional distance from his sources, but certain actors close to Cuba's positions may still be given authority through the journalist's use of verbs such as underlines and points out, instead of, let us say, claims or says. A fourth observation is that the activities of the radicals are covered, but less space is devoted to their arguments. This underlines Cuba's position of considering their arguments dangerous and not favorable to most people. When dealing with the Soviet radical opposition, there is a tendency to give more space to what they propose than to their arguments. This does not really come as a great surprise, because in Cuban journalism, there exists an unwritten rule that journalists should not give weapons to the enemy, that is, facilitate its ideological and political agenda. Also, much of the adversary's rhetoric is clearly perceived as false and manipulative. We saw in the example of Yeltsin that the newspaper wrote on one of the radicals' demands. This happens quite often, and their proposals and their promises to the population are also quoted and described. For example, On September 17, Granma reported that the Shat-Allen program proposes a complete restructuring of the economy, decentralization and liberalization of prices, and an accelerated process of privatization in 500 days. A promise made by the radicals is reproduced on September 4, when the newspaper says that Russian Prime Minister Ivan Silayev promises to stabilize the Russian economy in 400 days and says that during the remaining 100 days, one can expect a rise in the main indicators. What Granma gives less attention to are the arguments of the radicals. Fragments appear here and there, but the reader is not offered a detailed and open-minded account of how they argue in favor of their proposals, and their ideological universe is treated superficially and often with suspicion. Even if some of their proposals were to have some appeal to Cuban readers, because of the way they are covered, the Soviet radical opposition might easily have appeared to most Granma readers as naive, less sincere, and occasionally difficult to understand, since whatever logic and argumentation exists in their proponents is given little attention. However, as suggested, occasionally some of the radicals' arguments are mentioned or quoted. An example is the news story previously cited from September 3, where Yeltsin's demand was mentioned. Granma reproduces a claim that could be taken as an argument in favor of Shat-Allen's project. It was compiled taking into account the declarations of sovereignty of the republics, including the Baltic ones, and with the support of all of them. On September 4, a brief item titled "A Program is Presented in the Russian Parliament" is published, where it is said that the Russian Prime Minister 57 Ivan Silayev just presented a so-called 500-day program that contemplates an economic reform in the largest republic of the Soviet Union. Again, something that could be seen as an argument in favor of this proposal is given. According to the head of the government, the project was highly valued by foreign and Soviet specialists, and by Stanislav Shat-Allen. This form of argumentation, the authority argument or Magister Dixit, is often considered a fallacy. However, Silayev apparently used it here, and Granma reproduced it. In September, Gorbachev proposes, at a certain moment, a referendum on the privatization plans contained in the radical Shat-Allen plan, especially with respect to land. On that occasion, Granma, not unsurprisingly, gave space to what Gorbachev has to say, but also quoted Shat-Allen, who rejected Gorbachev's proposal and argued that a referendum, the most difficult decisions fall on the backs of the population, the message here being that privatization is necessary and that the politicians have the responsibility of making decisions like this one. On September 19, Granma again cites and paraphrases an argument by Shat-Allen that could seem rational and convincing, at least if one accepts the premise that privatization is necessary. He says that his plan needs to be implemented quickly, in 500 days, because a human attitude will prolong the agony of the population, today virtually besieged by the shortage. This is an argument that has often been used by proponents of shock therapy economic reforms. However, since no space is given for Shat-Allen to substantiate the claim, and since the proponents of these therapies have been portrayed in a very negative way by the newspaper for a long time, printing this quote could also easily persuade the reader to consider them insensitive and inhuman. As Granma does not cover in a more profound manner the radical opposition's ideas and arguments, the reader becomes more dependent on what he has learned during his life in Cuba. But they also could base their analysis on information acquired through other sources, and, for some, their own experiences. 58 During the economic debate in the USSR in 1990, Granma reported on important activities and proposals of the radical opposition in the USSR, and, at least superficially, it presented their viewpoints and perspectives. It is important to remember that these are political forces that Cuba would not have allowed, and at the time, they were acting openly in an allied, socialist country. The lack of a more detailed coverage of their arguments could suggest that the editors of Granma and thus the PCC increasingly feared that the radicals would win the debate and feared the impact of these changes on the USSR, on the world, and on Cuba. To some degree, they might also have feared that they could inspire Cubans to propose similar reforms, but again there were few signs that this fear had reached the level of panic. After all, Grandma did occasionally reproduce even anti-socialist arguments, and more generally, they did allow journalists to cover what was happening and what the main actors proposed. A fifth observation is that Grandma gave ample space to conservative forces, that is, the forces that wanted to avoid reform. Contrary to what is the case with the radical forces, during the coverage of the economic debate, Grandma devoted considerable space not only to the arguments, but in a broader sense reflected or opened up its pages to the viewpoints and reasoning of these actors. On September 5, for example, the news stories of the day from the USSR are presented under one overarching or main headline: the second part of the Congress of the Communist Party of Russia has begun. Until 1990, Russia was the only republic of the Soviet Union that did not have its own Communist Party, and the branch of the PSU that arose in June that year soon became a bastion of people opposed to pro-market reforms. 59 This party, which was eventually banned by Yeltsin on August 23, 1991, 60 received favorable coverage in Grandma. A news note on September 5 is entitled "Ligachev opposes private property." The reference is to Yegor Ligachev, known as one of the conservatives at the time, and Grandma presents him as a former leading figure of the Soviet Party. We will see that Prensa Latina did not even use quotation marks or similar when they repeated what he said, which in our opinion blurs the line between his opinions and the journalist's text, although it is not clear whether this is intentional. Ligachev opposes private property. Moscow, September 4. Former leading figure of the Soviet Party Yegor Ligachev today ratified his opposition to the introduction of private property in the USSR, an aspect, he considered, contrary to any development logic. "I am opposed because I consider it absurd to return, after 70 years, to what used to divide and isolate people," said the former member of the Political Bureau of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union before a group of journalists. Ligachev, who participates as a delegate during the second stage of the Constituent Congress of the Communist Party of the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic, showed confidence in the potential of socialism, in which he pointed out planning can be combined with monetary mercantile relations. He stressed that he supports dividing the state property, but, he added, the essential question is how this is done. If privatization is given emphasis, my position has been clear for a long time, he said. Ligachev was on the other hand satisfied with the progress of the second part of the CPRSFSR Congress and praised the report presented by the first secretary of that organization. Another example where Grandma gives preferential treatment to the conservative forces is a short article that appears on September 7, Congress of the Communist Party of Russia. Grandma says that the Congress had two controversial stages, but they dedicate more space to the second session, during which there was a debate about the program that the organization should adopt. The delegates also analyzed a controversial program of action undertaken by the Russian Communists, which emphasizes measures to clean up the republican economy and its passage to a regulated market economy. Its approval was postponed to next December. The presentation of the project itself caused fiery disputes, dominated by Muscovites, who even proposed, although without success, that the Congress be held during the first half of next year. The defenders of that position argued that the action program had been published late and that there had not been time for analysis in the group's grassroots organizations. On the other hand, the meeting corroborated the heterogeneity of criteria in that organization of some 10,500,000 affiliates, which is grouped into several fractions, including those of the Marxist Platform, Democratic Platform, and the Leningrad Initiative Congress. Precisely on the final day of the conclave, which lasted 2.5 days, representatives of the Marxist Platform ratified their opposition to the introduction of economic reforms that would damage the social defense of the interests of the working class. In that sense, they underlined the necessity of a popular consultation to be held, for deciding upon the conception of the passage to the market economy to be followed in this multinational state. As we can see, Grandma not only gives substantial coverage to the new party, which is a bastion of resistance to reforms, but also repeats the arguments and rhetoric of the Marxist platform. Apparently, This is the wing in Soviet politics that was closest ideologically to the PCC at the moment, but they were not the leading force. A sixth observation is that while Granma faithfully reproduces the criteria of the Soviet government, it does so in a rather distant and indifferent way. We have seen that a certain favorable treatment is given to the conservatives within the debate. Granma tries to lead its readers to sympathize with these forces. Still, since Gorbachev and his team are ideologically preferable to the radical pro-capitalist opposition, and for more pragmatic reasons, it is important to support them and hugely important to maintain good relations, as they are still in charge of the central government of the USSR. Granma thus faces the challenge of maintaining good relations with Gorbachev, but at the same time, Fidel Castro and the PCC leadership hold the position that Gorbachev's policies are dangerous, viewed from a socialist perspective. The space for public endorsement of reformist positions in Cuba had by mid to late 1990 become quite limited. Still, Gorbachev had to be given a voice in the newspaper, and he was of course a reformist. So, the editors face the dilemma of explaining to the reader, without criticizing Gorbachev openly, that the situation is now very serious, and reforms are dangerous. It must do so without offending its Soviet allies and without providing ammunition to the actors in the Soviet Union who seek to reduce or eliminate ties with Cuba. It does so in several ways. For instance, as Jorge Dominguez wrote, it is extensively covering new social problems of Eastern Europe and a Soviet Union in transition. Still, it does not cease to reproduce whatever Gorbachev and his allies say, as it has to do, but it is done in a distant, objective style, without enthusiasm. Of course, it is somewhat difficult to give examples of this lack of enthusiasm, since what is notable is precisely the lack of open praise and so on. In the case of the GDR news, for instance, Granma was more explicit in portraying that country as a model, at least until more or less the fall of the Berlin Wall, and implying that its leadership was doing well. Of course, this is both a question of changing moments. It would be difficult to paint rosy pictures of almost any of these societies by the summer and autumn of 1990, but also different Cuban perceptions of the two countries, and more important to us, their leadership. During the economic debate, Granma covers the positions of Soviet Prime Minister Nikolai Ryzhkov quite extensively. He is at this point in favor of the transition to a market economy but without some extremes of the Shat-Allen plan, such as the time schedule. Ryzhkov is a central actor in the debate during September and October, although tensions had been increasing between him and Gorbachev. Gorbachev himself is also, as previously suggested, given considerable space. Although the new presidential plan that attempted to reconcile different reform proposals was in practice close to the Shat-Allen plan, it was much more attractive to Cuba, since Gorbachev wanted to introduce the reforms more slowly. Some Cuban leaders might have had hopes of the plan being stopped at some point, or even reversed, just as the triumphalist coverage of the new Russian Communist Party suggested, but in any case Cuba would have some time to reorganize itself and find other sources of income if trade with the USSR were reduced because of internal reforms there. Gorbachev was also seen as a guarantor of a minimum of stability, as he defended an important role for the Soviet Communist Party in society. But of even greater importance, Gorbachev still had good relations with Cuba and still maintained trade agreements with Cuba that were very much favorable to the latter country, despite internal pressures to change these policies and his policy of détente with the capitalist countries of the West, including the US. It was easy to see that any scenario that implied the radical opposition gaining power in the USSR could put Cuba in an extremely difficult position of isolation. Granma does not hide the internal tensions in the Gorbachev government, but it was not necessary to point these out, as they were openly apparent and not hidden at this point even by the official Soviet news agency TASS. For example, as the economic debate was coming to an end, the official Soviet news agency, still close to Gorbachev, attacked Ryzhkov and claimed that he seemed like an uncertain student during a presentation. Granma published this, and only added briefly that the comment had an unusual tone towards the leaders of the country. Ryzhkov was removed from his position the next month. In this way Granma gave some space for the Gorbachev propaganda apparatus to express itself within the Cuban media, in this case, on Prime Minister Rizhkov. Granma would generally avoid giving any opinions that could be seen as critical of a press agency still under Gorbachev's control. The discreet comment it added in this case could be a way of pointing out that the treatment of Rizhkov in the Soviet press could be a hint of changes in the government, but it could also have been a way of helping the reader understand that the political debate in the USSR was not very healthy. This having been said, the practice is still to reproduce much of what is coming from these official press organs, in a routine way and without adding much comment. A seventh observation, the visual presentation of the newspaper, such as where the news is located within the newspaper and the order in which it is presented, is often casual but frequently reflects ideology and the Cuban state's needs. This is also true with regards to the presentation of the economic debate in the USSR. We can see that the visual structure often underlines a message such as Cuba's anti-reformist stance but also the government's desire to maintain relations with other socialist countries and maintain internal stability. Sometimes it is very clear that Granma presents the news in a certain order to give a specific message to the reader. We have said that any news items about the USSR on a given day are often visually presented together within a box. Often, between the end of August and October 1990, the first or second element within this box is a news story or a note on the debate on economic reforms. Then it is often followed by other texts, often on the economic and social crisis of the Soviet Union, about its approach to the United States, about sabotage or vandalism in the Soviet Union, or other symptoms of a major crisis. Some of these news notes suggest a return to the past. On October 5, 1990, the main headline in the USSR box reads as follows. Pravda expresses, private property is incompatible with the social demands of the Soviet people. But there are also subordinate headlines that appear within the box and introduce different short news items from the Soviet Union. On this day, they read as follows: 1. A law project is described as anti-communist. 2. Pravda criticizes the governments of Moscow and Leningrad. 3. Theft of potatoes and legumes. And 4. A Lenin monument is attacked. Here one can see how news items about anti-communist proposals are being mixed together with common crime, as well as a dynamite attack on a statue with clear political motives. The assessments suggested by the main headline are supported by later subtitles. First, it is said that reforms are bad, then examples are given of chaos and crime. On September 24, the first report is given on the refusal of Russian parliamentarians to give additional powers to President Gorbachev. The other headlines that follow are, Russia and Moldova cooperate, Latvia and Belarus sign agreements, pickets in front of headquarters of the KGB come to an end, attacks against statues of Lenin are condemned, and the existence of more than 1,200 criminal groups is recognized. The latest news includes a comment from an KGB official saying that Soviet criminals take advantage of the new possibilities that cooperatives and joint ventures give them, both types of economic enterprises that the reforms had promoted to have direct contacts with criminal partners abroad. The same occurs in the Soviet box that is presented on September 19. On that day, the main headline reads, Authors of projects on market economy in the USSR respond to legislators. Then comes a subordinate news note or story suggesting possible radical consequences of the reforms, through citing something that was actually in the news at the moment. Solzhenitsyn proposes to disintegrate Russia and disband communists, referring to famous Soviet writer Alexander Solzhenitsyn. It is stated that Pravda published a proposal by Solzhenitsyn where he proposes to face the problems of Russia with a mixture of anti-communism, machismo, religiosity and racism. The writer, who had just been given back his Russian citizenship, advocated for the return of the woman to her home to care for their children, since work is for men. He also proposed to end atheism in education and to disintegrate what he qualifies as a Russian empire. Fundamentally, for ethnic reasons, the Russians are unable to assimilate other peoples because he says they do not raise the level of other nations but rather lower its own. On September 21, 1990, There is no news on the debate on the Shat-Allen plan, but a big headline reads: the PSU expresses its concerns with regard to the commercialization of culture. The article below the headline gives the voice of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, which declared that the reform process has produced a more commercial culture. The Soviet Party considers that due to the profit motive becoming more important, the publication of works of low artistic and ideological quality, and cheap sensationalism has been promoted. Furthermore, it mentions that one now has to pay for loans in libraries and other elements that most likely would be rejected by the average Cuban reader. By including an article such as this on the effects of the reforms, it is suggested that a deepening of the reforms, which is what is about to happen after the results of the economic debate, will not be good. Let us take another example. On October 3, the news in the USSR box deals first with the relationship between the Soviet Union and Lithuania. Then another item appears on the law of organizations that legalizes the already existing multipartyism in the USSR. Then another item appears under the short headline "Memorial raised in honor of the second Tsar Nicholas." Clearly, the narrative order is not casual. It is suggested that the dismantling of the hegemonic system in the USSR implies a return to the past. On the other hand, on October 10, the headlines regarding the USSR plenary of the Central Committee of the PSU has concluded, followed by other articles or items: the debates, warning of the Russian parliament to citizens of the Republic, and law approved on social organizations. Suggesting in a subtle manner that legalizing parties can have negative effects, the following item bears the headline: Anti-Semitic leader a candidate for Urban Council of Moscow. On September 15, the main article on the USSR has the heading "They will demand the resignation of the Soviet government on Sunday," although it also contains information on the economic reforms. Next to the box containing the information, there is a smaller news item titled "In the GDR, Alarming Unemployment Forecast." It is possible that Granma has positioned these articles to remind the reader that the Soviet Union is also at risk of having greater social problems, if it follows the path of Eastern Europe. On September 19, the main title of the news box on the USSR has the headline "Project Authors on Market Economy in the USSR Respond to Legislators." Next to the box is a story entitled "China Revitalizes Basic Industries." It is possible that the position is coincidental, but it could also be a deliberate attempt to incite the reader to see the crisis of the USSR in the light of the situation in other countries like East Germany and with China. There are also articles on the national situation in Cuba and historical articles, such as one titled "Cuba Cannot Again Become a Slave," on October 10, which deals with Cuban independence hero Carlos Manuel de Cespedes, who, on that date in 1868, released his slaves and invited them to form part of the liberating army against the Spaniards, the Dimajagua uprising. 61. However, the headline can also be read as a commentary on the possibility of Cuba following in the footsteps of other countries of the socialist community and once again being a slave to capitalism and imperialism. Thus, there are important messages contained in the visual presentation as well as other materials that somehow enter into dialogue with the coverage of the USSR. These messages might be that Soviet reforms may lead to the restoration of the old Russian regime, a setback to an unpleasant past. Socialism in this narrative represents a historical advance, and the people who have turned away from it and have unleashed market forces after first undertaking the construction of socialism have reason to repent. An eighth observation: Fidel Castro and external or internal commentators are allowed to handle the most explicit analyses. There are speeches by Fidel Castro, comments, analyses, and interviews during the summer and autumn of 1990 that touch in some way on the issue of economic reform, although they do not specifically go into the debate that is taking place in the USSR. Remember that there are hardly any editorials and that news on the Soviet Union is mostly quite descriptive in style, so these in a way fill the role of giving a more explicit and comprehensive ideological analysis. An example might be the coverage on October 1, 1990, which takes place right in the middle of the economic debate in the Soviet Union. On this day, The front page of the newspaper is full of quotes from Fidel Castro's speech on the 30th anniversary of the Committees in Defense of the Revolution, while 4 pages inside the newspaper are also devoted to the speech. On the front page is a quote by Fidel Castro saying the morals of the patriots, the morals of the revolutionaries, the morals of the communists, are what have to prevail, and other quotes that emphasize specifically Cuban qualities, saying basically that Cuba's attitude will not be the same and suggesting implicitly that the crisis in the USSR and Eastern Europe is a product of some sort of weakness and a lack of revolutionary morals. Other affirmations by Fidel Castro suggest that Cuba is better equipped to defend its system and national interests and suggest that what is going on is a battle, including a battle of ideas. We made this revolution on our own, nobody did it to us, we have the privilege of having one of the smartest, bravest, most heroic peoples, there will not be, and that is the characteristic of our socialism, of our system, a single homeless citizen, a single abandoned citizen. Today, when some people want to tear down the Lenin statue, we feel that in our hearts and in our thoughts, the figure of Lenin is growing and becoming massive, and finally there is a call for a combative attitude. What we must do is to resist, fight, and win. On September 12, still 1990, Grandma publishes a summary of another speech that bears the title "We Will Never Be Discouraged, and We Prepare Ourselves to Face All the Difficulties, no matter how great they may be." The speech was given in the context of Fidel Castro being granted the title of Doctor Honoris Causa at the University of San Marcos in Peru. Castro warns that there is a wave of neoliberalism and privatization that invades the world, including Latin America, and questions these policies. He speaks of the uncertainty of the future of economic relations with the USSR and thus warns again about the seriousness of the situation, as he has done on previous occasions and very much explicitly on July 26, 1989. At the same time, he declares himself in favor of socialism and against capitalism and says that if in those countries several things have gone wrong, things are going much worse in Latin America and the Third World. The inclusion in the newspaper of a speech like this, and other materials of the same ideological line, can contribute to sympathies with the pro-socialist forces in the USSR and in other parts of the world to the degree that Fidel Castro convinces the readers, of course. Many of the news items on Soviet economic reform may be more or less objective synopses, but these materials serve to clarify what is the correct or official position. In the middle of the debate on economic reform in the USSR, the newspaper also featured a long commentary from U.S. sociologist James Petras, under the heading Eastern Europe, the Language of Deceit, where he argues that reformism in socialist countries uses lies, false promises, and techniques similar to those described by the novelist, journalist, and critic of totalitarianism, George Orwell, to get people to support their policies. Point 62. Although Petras refers to events that have already occurred in Eastern Europe, clearly the current situation in the USSR cannot be treated in isolation from what has happened in Poland, Hungary, the GDR, and so on. Grandma also publishes a comment by Eduardo Galeano, "The theory of the end of history becomes fashionable. Contempt as destiny," in which he questions the idea of the end of history by Francis Fukuyama, who is described by Galeano as a State Department official. Another example of a commentary that expresses similar points is one titled "Market Economy, Fashion or Discovery for Eastern Europe," written by Elson Concepcion Perez. This commentary concludes that the fashion is young and the discovery too. But until today, more than 1 million workers in the former socialist countries of Eastern Europe have lost their jobs. By claiming that reformism is based on false promises or that the theories of its proponents are mere fashions, the commentator suggests Eastern Europe and the USSR are being deceived, that they will not be happy with capitalism, and also that in the long run socialism will succeed. He recognizes implicitly that there is some level of support for the changes but suggests that those people are making a bad decision that they may come to repent. Finally, I would like to include as another example the interview in Cuba "There is an Authentic Revolution," with the president of the Communist Party of Argentina. The Argentinian argues that some countries in Europe have taken the course of a capitalist economy, and then emphasizes the differences between Cuba and the Soviet Union. Gorbachev would probably not have approved of the word capitalism. Reformists and probably most radicals in the USSR instead used the term market economy, but this interview does not appear as an official comment of the Cuba authorities, and therefore Granma cannot be accused of attacking the Soviet Union. The fact that all of these commentaries were published again indicates that there was some concern about ideological contagion from the socialist bloc, as Granma clearly tried to raise public awareness on the dangers of capitalism. However, Granma is also aware of the differences between Cuba and the USSR and tries to capitalize on the independent origin of its revolution and suggests that Cuba will follow another path. In summary, Granma gives a relatively wide coverage of the debate on economic reform that was taking place in the USSR between August and October 1990. It follows the three wings of the debate, and it cannot be said that it is censoring any of the tendencies involved or that Cubans who actually read this news suffered a lack of information on what was going on. However, Granma does give comparatively more space to the conservatives and the moderates compared to the radicals, despite the fact that the radicals were apparently on the offensive at the time. Granma made clear in often indirect ways which actors the readers should sympathize with, and by listening quite emphatically to the so-called hardline communists, but for pragmatic reasons Gorbachev was also favored to some extent. There are many reasons to suppose that in the PCC and to some extent also among Granma's leadership there prevailed a favorable attitude to the conservative wing of the Soviet leadership, despite journalists being a group that sometimes inclined itself toward reform socialism. Still, care was also taken to avoid directly attacking the moderates and not to harm Gorbachev, because as the PCC's official Cuban newspaper, what Granma published could theoretically have affected bilateral relations. The coverage also reflects the Soviet pro-capitalist opposition, but Granma gives limited attention to the arguments and reasoning from these actors. It generally prefers to present their actions, demands, and slogans more superficially. While the news coverage itself appears, most of the time, as relatively informative and apparently neutral, at least in terms of journalistic style, news coverage on the economic debate is sometimes accompanied by analysis or suggestively located articles and items that highlight social problems in the USSR and in Eastern Europe. These are there to remind the reader of the negative consequences that capitalism can have. Still, there was a certain compliance with the informative duty that Granma had as a fundamental source of news in Cuba. The relatively ample coverage of the debate on economic reform and the absence of more desperate measures in this case could suggest that the Cuban government's main fear at the time was that capitalist ideas could be imposed more strongly in the Soviet Union, something that could greatly harm the international revolutionary movement and Cuba, but that it was to a somewhat lesser degree fearful of an immediate ideological contagion within the Cuban population. Although the many articles published by the newspaper against capitalism could indicate that this last fear also existed, the government and the editors knew that Cuban socialism enjoyed great support and that most Cubans found the changes in the Soviet Union partly alien to their reality, despite similar political and economic systems. In journalistic terms, an objective or informative style was what made sense as events were happening fast and perhaps sometimes were difficult to interpret at the time, but also in political terms, it was probably tactical to opt for describing what happened instead of assessing it much, considering Cuba's delicate position. Although no one could claim that Granma had not reported on these issues, it avoided a two-partisan coverage, which had lost credibility at other moments, such as in the case of the GDR's collapse, and mostly avoided attacks on actors that could become strategically important in the future. 2.2 Example 2, the coup against Gorbachev at a critical point. Cuba's perceived strategic interests are imposed on the coverage. The official Cuban attitude toward the USSR coup d'état on August 19, 1991, when Mikhail Gorbachev was put under house arrest in his holiday home in Crimea, and a group of 8 Soviet communist leaders took power, has been studied or commented on by several academics. As the reader will be aware, the coup failed, as Gorbachev returned to power on August 21, although his position and the USSR were further weakened by the events, as were Cuban Soviet links. In December, the USSR was dissolved. According to Rafael Rojas, the Cuban official press expressed an attitude of approval for the coup. Mervyn Bain even asks whether Fidel Castro had prior knowledge of what was going to happen, based on the fact that 5 of the 8 coup plotters had ties to Cuba. The material at my disposition does not give the necessary data to say whether the Cuban government knew or not about the plans, therefore we will not try to answer this question but analyze Granma's coverage based on the premise that the coup attempt took them at least by some surprise. I include some since the situation was critical, and it was clear that anything could happen. Recall that there is an 8-hour time difference between Havana and Moscow and that the coup was announced from the capital of the Soviet Union on the morning of September 19, at 6 or 7 a.m., according to different sources on the internet. Granma closed its desk, according to the newspaper itself at 2 o'clock on that same date. Due to the difference in time between Moscow and Havana, they should have received the news about 3 or 4 hours before, if it arrived immediately, which is probable. On September 19, several editions of Granma were printed. This is normal and has to do with different editions being printed for distribution in different regions of Cuba. I only had access to the 3rd edition of Granma on this first day where the coup is covered, but according to the newspaper's archive staff, there should be no difference between one edition and another, except with regard to the sports section. Point 63 Information on the coup appears at the bottom of the front page of the newspaper of August 19, with the headline Yanayev assumes presidential functions in the USSR, and a small box that states Stop the Press. The text seems to be identical to the coup leader's declaration, but a short introduction has been added. Moscow. August 19. The Soviet leadership made a statement today. In the statement it is said in relation to the inability of Mikhail Gorbachev to fulfill the functions of the President of the USSR and pass the powers of the President of the USSR, in accordance with Article 127.7, of the Constitution of the USSR, as Vice President of the USSR, Gennady Yanov, in order to overcome the deep and multifaceted crisis, political, inter-ethnic and civil confrontation, chaos and anarchy. This first part does not seem very well redacted, possibly because it was written under time constraints. Because of the way it is written, it is not completely clear to the reader where the coup leader's statement begins and where the words of the news agency end, although the second paragraph seems like a straight quote, though without 2 dots or quote marks to introduce what is said by the new leaders. Nor is it entirely clear whether the first paragraph comes from TASS or if it has been edited in some way by Granma. The text does not seem identical to any of the texts issued in English by TASS at that time 64, but it is possible that TASS produced texts in Spanish that were different. Although it might sound like a very distrustful interpretation, one could not disregard the possibility that the badly edited text was written this way on purpose by Granma so that it seemed to be written under pressure, which could serve as a pretext to later retract what had been published, if the coup were to fail. The first reactions to the coup inside and outside of the USSR did not appear until after a few hours. That means that when the August 19 edition of Granma was going to print, the editors probably did not have much more information on the matter, for example, on the real situation of the deposed president. Even so, it would not have been difficult to understand from the information given by TASS that a coup had taken place, and Granma still reproduced the coup plotters' take on its front page without distancing itself from this in any way, thereby basically accepting the coup. Even so, we have seen earlier that Granma tended to faithfully reproduce the news of TASS and the official viewpoint of the USSR, even when they did not match their own. Therefore, to some extent, if the coup would turn out to be a failure, which coups often do and which it eventually did, Granma's editors and the Cuban authorities knew they might to some degree be able to hide behind this long-standing practice as well as its position of non-interference in the internal affairs of socialist allies. It should also be remembered that the USSR had been seen as the leader of the communist movement since Lenin's time and that in reality none of its leaders had been elected in free, pluralistic elections, although this coup clearly did not follow socialist legality. The way the statement is presented might say something about how Granma saw the events and how it wanted its own role to be interpreted. First, it should be noted that the statement is located at the bottom of the front page. As already observed, news that the editors do not like is often placed at the bottom of the page. In this case, the entire front page is covered by the news Cuba champion. 140 gold medals with the extended headline "We honor our commitments with honor." The news of the coup came at the same time as the overwhelming Cuban victory in the Pan American Games that took place in Cuba. It is in no way strange that these stunning sports victories were scheduled to be the main story on that day. However, considering the importance of a coup in the second most powerful country in the world on which Cuba was still very much dependent economically, it could seem curious that the news about the coup did not replace the sports story as the main or highlighted story. It is of course likely that the page was designed before the news of the USSR arrived, as indicated by the words "at the time of going to press," and it is possible that it was difficult to change the order of the news right before going to print. But it seems more likely that it was an intentional way of not highlighting too much the coup plotters' statement and thus not giving them too strong an endorsement. In such a situation, it would be dangerous for Granma to lean too far toward one side, since coups often fail. It could also affect the credibility of the newspaper since Cuba had close relations with the deposed state leader. Furthermore, Granma generally criticized coups as something bad and certainly would normally do so in strong terms when an allied government was the victim. Still, even if Granma was not entirely enthusiastic about the coup, it did not have a lot of options. If it had written something critical about the announcement, it would have been a very strong statement against the coup plotters, since Granma had always reproduced whatever important messages came from TESS. While not recognizing the de facto Soviet government might have been the most correct posture in terms of political principles, had it done so, it would have jeopardized Cuba's economy and security, and it would have delivered a symbolic blow to the authorities in the Soviet Union, the coup plotters, as they were the real power at that moment. It could have been possible, still, to include the message but report on it in a manner that did not seem to be an endorsement or a condemnation. Granma sought a route that, in fact, amounted to acceptance and, one could also say, like Rafael Rojas has claimed, approval of the coup government. But as Bain notes, Cuba was careful not to burn bridges with Gorbachev, and suggests that the most striking aspect of the official Cuban statement, actually published 2 days later, was its non-committal nature. 65 A look at the visual presentation on the first day of the coverage underlines this. Granma places the news at the bottom of the page, which is something that it often does with news that it disapproves or finds embarrassing for the global movement of which it is part. It also somehow gives the impression that it is accepting more than cheering the events because it has no other option. This might be done partly to avoid internal tensions on the issue, as showing more enthusiasm about these events might have alienated Cubans skeptical about the coup, and it would look bad since Cuba had enjoyed good official relations with Gorbachev, despite differences. If they could choose freely, Cuban authorities would probably prefer that the coup plotters controlled the Soviet Union instead of Gorbachev, who was seen as not standing up to the radicals and the West. However, I will argue that the Cuban authorities' identification with the coup plotters was not necessarily total, and in any case they were aware that the coup itself as well as supporting the coup entailed political costs and major risks. Although the coup plotters were ideologically closer to Cuba's positions than Gorbachev's, the Cuban government's affinity with them, they were often referred to as hardline communists, might have been more one of historical and personal links since, according to Bain, several of them were associated with a Cuban lobby in Moscow more than one of total identification with their political methods, ideology, and desires. After all, Gorbachev also had some upsides. Despite the catastrophic situation and development in the USSR, he was still probably seen as a guarantor of Cuban-Soviet relations being preserved, at least in the short term. Despite the fact that Cuban-Soviet trade had decreased notably by August 1991 and was increasingly being conducted on market terms and in hard currency, Gorbachev, unlike the radicals, did want to continue some sort of relations. Also, the coup contained from the start the obvious risk of removing Gorbachev without achieving a new stable hardline government. This also became the final result, a debilitated Gorbachev and 5 of Cuba's main allies in Moscow out of the political scene. Shortly after Gorbachev returned to power, he announced the withdrawal of Soviet troops from Cuba at a press conference together with U.S. authorities, but even then he did not call for the relationship to be ended. The coverage of Granma on August 20, 1991, the day after the coup, confirms and reinforces the impression that the Cuban government accepted the de facto government as legitimate, and removes whatever doubt anyone might have had that the publication of the news on the 19th was a simple act of confusion as the deadline was closing in. By the time that the first edition of the 20th of August was published, the editors already knew about the protests against the new Soviet government, mainly by pro-capitalist forces. By then, the Cuban government had already had some time to analyze the situation, and the PCC's leadership would have reiterated and pointed out to the newspaper in more detail how Granma should respond. On this day, Granma published yet another statement by the coup plotters, alongside other news from the Soviet Union. However, neither Granma nor the party nor the Cuban state had issued a statement on the coup. On the 20th, the issue of the coup covers between half and a third of the front page of Granma. The news is presented in 3 columns located on the right side of the page, all of which begin on the top of the page and reach its bottom, under a headline superimposed over a red background. Yanayev affirms that the strongest measures will be taken to get the USSR out of the crisis. A picture of Yanayev appears during his television broadcast, which presents him in a neutral manner. Items from TASS and Prensa Latina appear together in a box on the front page, and both give versions that are essentially accepting what is now the official line. First, in the message from TASS, Yanayev attributes the crisis in the USSR to Gorbachev's reforms. Then another Prensa Latina item appears, which says, Moscow, August 19. The acting president of the Soviet Union, Gennady Yanayev, reported today that the head of state Mikhail Gorbachev is resting in Crimea and did not rule out the possibility that he will resume his position. At a press conference, Yanayev said that Gorbachev is very tired and unable to run the state. During his meeting with journalists, he qualified the call for a general strike launched by Russian President Boris Yeltsin today as an irresponsible action and attempt to carry out political games in a situation that is difficult for the country. Subsequently, another TASS item says that the first reaction abroad is also characterized by a certain understanding, because what most worries foreign states is chaos and anarchy in our nuclear state. But the coup leaders also recognize that there is distrust and fear both in the USSR and abroad, which they attribute to previous governments that had made the hopes of the people repeatedly frustrated. TASS quotes the coup plotters' criticism of Yeltsin's message, which was conceived in a confrontational tone. In other words, on August 20 the justification of the coup plotters and the so-called Gang of Eight is given considerable space. After that message from TASS, Prensa Latina reports that the Constitutional Control Committee of the Soviet Union announced today that the legality of the State Committee on the State of Emergency must be ratified by the federal parliament. Then an item appears saying that there is a state of emergency in Moscow, a decree of Yanayev is cited, and after this, other reactions are covered. First, the National Veterans Council of the Soviet Union is cited supporting the coup plotters and their state of emergency. Then a statement appears from the president of Kazakhstan, who calls for calm, also indicating that he accepts the coup plotters' line. The second to last item is called Reactions in the West. This item includes information from EFE and AFP along with those of Prensa Latina. This news is more pluralistic than the rest of the coverage, in the sense that it recognizes the existence of conflicting viewpoints on the situation that has arisen. One fragment reads, in different parts of the Western world the news of the situation in the USSR has been received with caution, concern, and even surprise, according to reports from press agencies. Granma cites U.S. President George Bush, who stated that this event could have serious consequences for the relations of the USSR with many countries, including the United States. To include these comments from the U.S. is almost obligatory due to the country's importance at the international level, but it can also be convenient because the reader is somehow informed that the new Soviet government cannot be so bad, if it is rejected by the enemy of Cuba. Then French President François Mitterrand appears, an actor with much better relations with the Cuban government. He, the text reads, ruled out the use of sanctions against the new Soviet leaders and described the situation as an internal matter. 66 others are also cited. Japanese Prime Minister Toshiki Keifu expressed concern about the events in the Soviet Union and asked the new leaders to continue the political reform line established by Mikhail Gorbachev, F reported. Helmut Kohl urged to comply with international treaties signed by the Soviet government in recent years and asks to avoid the spilling of blood in the Soviet Union. Granma then quotes the Secretary General of the United Nations, who expressed his satisfaction at the guarantees given by the new Soviet leadership to respect the commitments made by that country. At the end, the last, smaller item on the topic appears, Declaration of the Chinese Foreign Ministry. China considers that what has happened is an internal affair of the Soviet Union, but they point out that the Chinese-Soviet relations will continue their unstoppable growth. Again, the positive tone here appear to indicate Chinese official approval of events. The impression that Cuban authorities somehow approve of the coup plotters is very much confirmed later in the same newspaper as a lengthy pronouncement of the Soviet Emergency Committee is published, this time on page 5. In general, this appeal contains criticisms of Gorbachev's reforms. The new rulers promise to cleanse society of crime and disorder and rescue national pride. These are certainly important points in common with Cuba. But also, although it does not receive more space in the statement, they also promise to diversify the economy and support the private entrepreneurial spirit, giving it the necessary possibilities for the development of production and the service sector. Although this might be intended to calm Soviet reformists and radicals, these positions are a contrast with those that had prevailed in Cuba during the years of the process of rectification since the 1980s, which had the aim of removing what little there was of capitalist methods from the construction of socialism. Therefore, this statement from the coup plotters really reveals that there was quite a bit of distance between Cuba and the Soviet coup plotters in ideological terms, although Gorbachev was even further away, and as we have seen, in the autumn of 1990 he accepted under pressure to gradually implement a full market economy in the USSR. But, without much doubt, the coup plotters were the closest ones to Cuba's position, and the important thing in that moment of crisis was probably not so much the exact ideological position of the coup plotters as long as they were not radical pro-capitalists, and they were not, but the prospects of the USSR surviving as a functioning state, as a counterweight to the US, and that it continued supporting Cuba. Whatever Cuba might have known or not about the coup in advance, for a short time on the 19th or 20th of August 1991, it probably seemed a more real possibility to Cuban authorities that the coup plotters would continue in charge and achieve their promise of returning order to the USSR, than of the Gorbachev administration returning to power and returning order to the USSR, although they must have been skeptical about the viability of both options. On August 21, the Spanish newspaper El País published an article called "Cuba Keeps an Obligatory Silence," in which they quote a Cuban diplomat who says that there has not been any official reaction yet on the coup, and explains what was quite clear to anyone familiar with the situation: it is not easy to issue a Cuban statement on a coup d'état carried out by communist hawks, since, although the return to power of the ultra-conservatives favors Fidel Castro, the Cuban leader has always insisted on his good relations with Gorbachev, despite the divergent course of his policies. 67. It should be said that on August 21, a late pronouncement of the Granma newspaper on the coup was actually published. It said that Cuba remained neutral and that the USSR has to solve its internal problems. Interestingly, the copy of the newspaper of that day was not in the Granma newspaper archive. I discovered this absence when I no longer had the practical possibility of looking for it in the National Library of Cuba, where copies of Granma are also kept. Therefore, our information on Granma's statement is based on an AP story published in El Tiempo de Colombia. 68. Considering the way in which Granma reproduced the coup plotters' statement on the 19th and the 20th of August, its own statement on the 21st is the first time it explicitly gives the coup a sort of explicit recognition, as it says that these events are internal matters of the USSR, but this statement could also be seen as distancing itself slightly from the coup plotters as they were coming under more pressure in the USSR, since that would also mean that the return of Gorbachev would also be considered an internal matter. As suggested earlier, Granma kept a small opening to Gorbachev should he return, perhaps considering that he might feign ignorance should he return to power. This said, the absence of an official statement by the Cuban side until August 21 is striking, especially as Cuba quite often pronounced itself on international issues, and actually, besides the statement of the coup government on August 20, Granma printed a statement from the Cuban Ministry of Foreign Affairs on North Korea, which was clearly of less immediate importance for Cuba. The delay before the statement arrived reflects how delicate the situation was. On August 22, newspapers all over the world published the story that Gorbachev had returned to power. On the front page of Granma, one can read the headline, "Gorbachev resumes presidential functions," with the extended headline, "He returned to Moscow from Crimea." This story has a visual presentation very similar to the main story 2 days before. The headline is superimposed on a red surface, but instead of Yanayev's photo, this time there is a picture of Gorbachev who is walking off a plane. It covers a third of the cover. The visual presentation of the news being almost identical to that of Yanayev 2 days before seems like a conscious move to signal that this type of news is published routinely, mechanically, without giving much thought to its content. In other words, the news of the return of Gorbachev is presented as if nothing particularly important had happened, with a format similar to the news of the day before, thereby giving an impression of normality and signaling that Granma is just reporting on events and respecting the internal affairs of the USSR. The first part of the USSR news on August 22, 1991 uses both Prensa Latina and the Soviet main evening newscast as sources, and they adhere to Gorbachev's version. Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev said today he has full control over the situation after re-establishing his ties to the country, cut off, he said, by the adventurous actions of a group of state leaders, whom he blamed as perpetrators of a coup that he described as right-wing, reported PL. Clearly, a right-wing coup is one of the most negative types that can exist in the vocabulary of Granma, but this characterization comes from Gorbachev and not from the newspaper, and therefore is not necessarily valued in the same way by Cuban authorities or the newspaper. At one point in the coverage of this day, the newspaper quotes Gorbachev, who says he has spoken with George Bush, who said that the outcome of the events represents a victory of freedom and democracy. Again, it is logical to include a comment from Bush, the leader of the most powerful country in the world, but its inclusion on the front page of the Granma newspaper can also be a nod to the Cuban reader to point out that Gorbachev is no longer trusted, since he is the favorite of the United States. Again, without saying anything that Gorbachev could use against Cuba, the newspaper is giving the reader information that could underline Gorbachev's weakness. After this, a review of the events of the last 3 days is presented, thus concluded 3 particularly dramatic days for the country and the world, especially this last day, when the confusion led many to wonder who really had the power in the USSR. Using the word confusion could be a way of distancing oneself from one's former position in the face of the coup, although it must also be recognized that there were doubts in the Soviet population, the international community, and in Cuba. The censorship imposed by the coup government posed some challenges to the media of the world. There were not many alternative sources of information. When the coup failed and the political pluralism that existed in the USSR during perestroika was reinstated, the Granma newspaper again referred to more Western sources than during the coup, although these were never totally absent. For example, on August 23, F and AFP, not TASS, are used to report on demonstrations and expressions of discontent in Moscow. It is clear that a situation of such enormous potential implications for Cuba tends to imply an increased political control over news coverage. One of our informants in the oral history part of the study, who was a Cuban minister at one point, said that the Soviet coup of 1991 raised hopes among a part of the Cuban bureaucracy. But, as previously seen, there were also many reformists in the party and perhaps especially in the press, whom the government would not like to alienate too much. Even so, in an event of such importance as the coup against Gorbachev, it is likely that the coverage was coordinated by the top echelons of the PCC. Taking into account the historically close relations between Granma and the top leadership of Cuba 69, one could safely assume that the coverage of an event such as the Soviet coup of August 1991 would have been coordinated with senior government officials, including Fidel Castro. Although we have seen that government positions and orientations not the only factors influencing how international news is covered, in situations where Cuba's interests are strongly jeopardized, news tends to be more closely controlled. To summarize, in the coverage of the coup in the USSR, the government seems to control in a particularly tight manner how news is given and presented carefully in a manner that suits its perceived interests. Although Granma does not say it directly, the coverage of the first day shows that Cuba is willing to accept the coup, and the coverage given on the second day of the coup confirms and reinforces this impression. Still, to some extent, Cuba tried to disguise its posture as one of non-interference in internal affairs, first as it just continued to reproduce whatever came from the Soviet state press agency without saying explicitly that it supports the coup or the new government, and on the third day a bit more explicitly as it published a statement that said that these are internal matters of the USSR. While the Cuban authorities in essence accepted and even somehow approved the coup, this was not done in the most explicit way possible, and as Bain has stated, its support was of a non-committal nature. The view from the leading echelons of the PCC may have been characterized not only by enthusiasm, but by contrasting perceptions, mixed feelings and uncertainty. The image given to the public through Granma was designed in such a manner that it avoided becoming too closely associated with support for a state coup and of keeping an opening toward Gorbachev and to his supporters in the USSR and in Cuba. When Gorbachev returned, it followed a similar script, printing whatever information came from TASS, now under Gorbachev's control. The position of the Cuban government and how the news is covered are thus mainly motivated by pragmatism and necessity. Cuba considered the situation of the USSR to be extremely critical, something that put at risk Cuba's own stability, and it was so important to preserve that state and the binational links that it was willing to at least play dumb with regard to the disrespect for socialist legality implied by the coup. It was of course desirable to have close allies of Cuba at the helm of the Soviet Union, and this together with the coup plotters' promise to return stability to the Soviet Union might have made the coup somewhat attractive, but on the other hand, it also entailed political costs and, more importantly, a huge risk if it should fail or exacerbate internal problems. In this sense, it must be taken into account that Gorbachev had defended Cuban-Soviet relations despite pressures. Ideologically, there was more affinity with the coup plotters, but most actors in the Soviet Union had at this point accepted market reforms, and Cuba probably had little faith of a pure socialism returning to the Soviet Union anytime soon. Given that its immediate goal was rather to safeguard the interests of Cuba and the international revolutionary movement, its interests were that what was left of the Soviet Union survived. 3 Early post-collapse assessments. In this section, some examples have been given of the coverage of the crisis and fall of socialist governments in Eastern Europe and, finally, in the USSR. However, what we have analyzed is mostly simultaneous coverage, that is, written and published as the events were taking place. Some materials that we have analyzed so far contain explicit or implicit assessments of what was going on. These became somewhat more explicit as time passed, but Cuba and Granma generally avoided giving too many opinions, possibly in part because the country had to avoid antagonizing allies or potential allies, even non-socialist governments in Eastern Europe that might be open to continuing some of the trade with Cuba, and also because it was difficult to reach conclusions as the final outcome was not yet known. It might also have been to avoid much public discussion about the problems of societies that had similarities to Cuba. As we started this investigation, we supposed, a priori, that during the first months of 1992, there would have to be some analysis and opinion in Granma, as the Cuban public would ask for explanations. By this date, the Soviet Union and Comecon had formally disappeared, so there was little to win by opting for a diplomatic tone. But also these are of course also events that were basically crying for explanations, more so even because the Cuban authorities had presented the Soviet Union as a solid, stable, and prosperous socialist country during most of the preceding 3 decades. At the beginning of 1992, Granma does not deny that there has just been a radical change in the international balance of power and that the international communist and revolutionary movement has suffered an enormous defeat. It is not surprising that the end of Soviet and East European socialism is evaluated as something extraordinarily negative, if we consider Cuba's affinity with this project and the brutal crisis that the special period implied. Granma's front page on January 1, 1992 reflects some general sentiments. There, it is recognized that the events of 1991 were bitter for the international revolutionary movement and that they imply significant transformations in world geopolitics. The writers refer to events as a capitalist restoration and a disaster and use concepts such as unipolar world to describe the New World Order. In an editorial, remember that Granma very seldom publishes editorials. Events are considered to have increased the arrogance of the US and caused a more aggressive policy against Cuba. The negative assessment of the collapse, however, is seen above all, as Jorge Dominguez has suggested, in the news coverage, where news on crime and hunger in the former Soviet Union is what prevails. Of course, to some degree this also reflects the real crisis that took place, which would by any serious journalistic standards be worth covering. Sometimes, still, the changes are presented as something that could be temporary and not definitive, for example when using phrases such as hard setback/retreat. Granma also published news that could give some hope for Cuban revolutionaries that the order of things is reversible. For example, Wałęsa admits that the situation has become worse in Poland, when the president of Poland warned that if the country's economic crisis deepened further, the country will be shaken by a destabilizing wave that could reverse the current course of Poland. One could argue that the old system would be more or less impossible to resurrect for many reasons, but that statement could easily lead some readers to believe that it would be possible. Psychologically, the radicality and irreversibility of the changes had surely not yet been fully assumed by all Cubans, nor the difficulty it would entail to reverse them. In these circumstances, Granma warns that there will be many sacrifices in Cuba, but that the solution is not to change political positions. During the first months of the collapse, some causes were also presented. However, this analysis was sparse, considering the magnitude of the changes in the Soviet Union and the massive implications it had for Cuba. The Cuban government probably considered it to be better to have these discussions in more limited or closed arenas and not in the main newspaper. On January 4, Granma emphasizes the Cuban Revolutionary Party of José Martí and his idea that one has to work discreetly, an idea originated in the context of illegal resistance to the Spanish, which could be a subliminal message about the alleged impossibility of having a wider debate at that time, due to the vulnerability of the revolutionary project in this delicate situation. At this point, a Congress of the Young Communist Union is about to take place, and a series of articles on the preparations start appearing in Granma. When an interview is published with the second secretary of the Young Communist Union about the preparations for the Congress just 2 months after the disappearance of the Soviet Union, the collapse is not a topic, it is not even mentioned with a single word. This is somewhat surprising even given the context, as many young people will have questions and will have their own ideas about what has happened, and one would suppose that the topic will arise in some way at the Congress. Finally, on March 25, 1992, the report on the Congress is published. It is titled "The Only Option is Victory." Neither are the events explicitly mentioned here, but it is discussed how to deal with the current conditions of crisis. Overall, considering the implications of the collapse for Cuba, relatively little space is devoted to it during the 3 first months of 1992. On the other hand, it would be an exaggeration to say that it is a complete taboo, as I will demonstrate with other examples. The editors of Granma do still not seem to want a real debate on the subject on the events in Eastern Europe and the USSR. As in previous years, what could be called analysis or assessments often appear in a more or less disjointed way in different parts of the newspaper and within different types of journalistic articles. Also, the assessments tend to come from a third party. There are still virtually no editorials. Short assessments instead appear in the middle of news on other topics, but a bit more explicitly, profoundly, and frequently in speeches by Cuban leaders, in interviews with people from outside of Cuba, and so on. Still, this is also a situation where there is a lack of paper and even Granma has become very brief, so this makes smaller, more subtle details of importance to understand the position of the newspaper and the Communist Party of Cuba. Some of these comments may have influenced Cubans' perception of the collapse, as at that time not many other sources of information were available to them, and the public was used to reading between the lines. I will cite, in chronological form, the most outstanding examples of materials that comment on the collapse directly or indirectly. January 1st. The following quote appears on the front page: "We are like fine roosters / and fine roosters / do not fly the fence, / do not abandon combat / they fight until the end, / we are not of the lineage of those who surrender / we are another class of people." This text that is presented almost like a poem is signed simply by Fidel. A quote from José Martí also appears on the front page. "Weaklings, show respect, great people, march on. This is a job for the great." Although there is no explicit reference to the USSR in either case, both quotes refer to Cuba's strength or solidity and could suggest that the Cubans are steadier and stronger, not least ideologically, an appreciation that well matches a metaphorical description made by Fidel Castro of the collapse as a merengue melting down or falling apart, a desmerengamento, a word apparently invented for the occasion 70 on November 1, 1991. As the sweet known as a meringue, the USSR seemed solid and hard from the outside but was soft on the inside. It had the army and the institutions and so on, but weaknesses on the subjective level, a lack of real ideological consciousness and a combative attitude. January 1st. A complete speech by Carlos Aldana, head of the ideological department of the PCC. This speech covers 3 pages, and it is about the need to defend Cuba. Aldana acknowledges that there are counter-revolutionary groups in Cuba that have obtained a new impulse thanks to the collapse of the socialist bloc. He considers that they have always received instructions from the outside. He warns that some are presented as moderates and that this type of group has as its main purpose to create a breach through employing confusion, utilizing to its favor the unsettlement that this defeat has provoked in some sectors of society. He also states that together with the most radical groups, they constitute 2 alternatives that the United States manages simultaneously. Some materials that touch upon the same topics and use the same narrative do not necessarily say much about the Soviet Union, but they talk of a Cuban opposition that it claims is artificially constructed by the CIA, with no will of its own, and this could create or strengthen a perception that the collapse was a product of external pressures and trickery. Imperialism promises to bring democracy and so on, but its real aim is taking control and introducing wild capitalism. Aldana in his speech does touch upon the topic of the USSR reform process when he argues that many Cuban press workers had sympathized with Gorbachev's perestroika. As previously mentioned, the Cuban population also identified Aldana himself with these ideas. The speech thus served in part to deny links to perestroika, as he speaks of his former followers in Cuba in the third person and does not include himself in the category, but at the same time he tries to legitimize the position he had taken, as he recalls that perestroika promised to solve certain problems in Soviet society. He distinguishes between 2 phases of perestroika, saying that there was sympathy in some sectors of Cuban society with that initial speech that spoke of ending benefits or privileges that did not derive from one's effort at work, of ending corruption, of creating order and social discipline, accelerating the economy, applying to the development of the economy advances that had already been achieved in the form of cutting-edge technology in the field of weapons, and all that generated sympathy. Aldana recognizes that there were internal and structural problems in the socialist bloc, not only imperialist pressures, but he suggests that they are properly Soviet problems, as if none of them existed in Cuba, and also that a tendency of blind admiration for the Soviets had been a mistake. 71. January 2. An article or short feature that has as its main topic a speech by Roberto Robaina, the leader of the Union of Young Communists. Robaina says the magic kings will not arrive here, and they are not that much of magicians, referring to the Spanish name for the three wise men, the magical kings, that in Latin countries bring gifts to children on the day of the Epiphany, January 6. Implicitly, Grandma is saying that the people of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union were fooled by Western propaganda's false promise that some miracle would happen if the old system just fell. At the same time, he argues in favor of socialism and against capitalism, saying for example that in other countries there are no queues, because you don't have the money to buy even a little bit of sugar, ruling out the possibility of Cuba following the path of the former Soviet Union. The text ends with the phrase, "Nothing and nobody will take away the socialism that we are building," that is, it emphasizes the national character of the Cuban Revolution but also socialism as a process, underlining thereby that it could be improved. That is, Robaina emphasizes external factors, especially trickery, as a factor for understanding the collapse, while discreetly also underlining an important and real difference with Eastern Europe. January 4. News story, looking at the new map of the world. Here, the implications of the collapse on the world of sport are discussed. It is stated that East Germany was assimilated by the western part. So, at least referring to the GDR, it suggests external pressure is an important factor. Also, it warns that the Commonwealth of Independent States, an organization formed by 11 former Soviet republics after the collapse of the USSR, does not constitute a country, but an alliance, warning anyone who believes in a certain continuity. January 15. Interview with Heiner Müller, referred to as the most important German playwright today. Müller, from the former East Germany, is visiting Cuba. The news interview appears at the bottom of page 4 and covers less than 1/6 of the page, but is notable as it talks quite openly about issues that have not been mentioned before in Grandma. It is stated that the playwright had been critical of the GDR among other things. He had criticized in his works the Soviet repression of the workers' strike in East Berlin in 1953. According to Grandma, these works were not presented on a stage until the 1980s. This serves to underpin Müller's credibility as he is criticizing the new capitalist system. In particular, this might have given him more credibility to Cubans who want change or have a critical image of the old socialist bloc. Müller criticizes certain errors in the old system. He even talks about the schizophrenic effects of the wall. This may be the first time the wall has been so explicitly criticized in the Cuban press. Müller also considers, however, that the concrete wall has been replaced by a wall of money, that the political censorship has been replaced by commercial censorship, and that the cultural institutions of the GDR have been destroyed as a consequence of the dramatic changes in society. Still, Müller clearly recognizes that internal factors played an important role in bringing the GDR to an end, and he touches upon some problems that were also familiar to Cubans: travel limitations and state censorship. Although he is a critic of capitalism, he was also considered a critical voice within the GDR. The publication of the interview, especially taking into account that he is currently visiting Cuba and has accepted to be interviewed by Grandma, is a way of admitting that the GDR was not perfect and signaling that Cuba is open to these types of critical voices. Grandma had never criticized the Berlin Wall or the official policies of the GDR. But as this is an interview with an external voice, someone who is not from Cuba, and although the reader knows that Grandma is at least open to the idea that his views might be right as they allow them, by letting Müller talk about these issues, The newspaper avoids having to recognize these problems itself, which could have led to accusations of opportunism or lack of credibility, since it did not do so at an earlier point. Comment on January 21, 1992. We will not allow the counter-revolution to rear its head. This comment refers to a recent terrorist attack in the Cuban province of Cardenas that is seen in the context of an exacerbated imperial arrogance. The text repeats part of Aldana's argument on January 1 as it states that new dissident or opposition groups have appeared in Cuba that are presented as a third way between imperialism and the revolution, and that they try to repeat a recipe used in the socialist bloc. It is also noted that some of their participants have studied in Soviet universities. However, Granma believes that the former Soviet opposition went from pseudo-radical demagogy to promoting the rise of wild capitalism and authoritarianism. It is argued that Cuba is in a confrontation of life or death, and there can be no room for these as pseudo-intellectual whims. They are, furthermore, put in connection with another type of counter-revolution, the preachers of nonviolence, that the newspaper considers to be the ideologues of the disaster in Eastern Europe but really represent the worst and most inhuman, that of the ruthless bourgeois system that creates unemployment, hunger, and exploitation. In this commentary, Granma attributes the collapse to a mixture of external pressures and the inability of the Soviet system to resist these pressures. The disaster occurred in Eastern Europe and in the USSR, and was based on their demonstrated inability to resist the ideological offensive and imperialist subversion. January 24. Reclaim the existence of a Latin American line of thinking. Under this headline, the Italian researcher and critic Antonio Melis asserts that they are wrong, those who mechanically link the perspectives of Cuba to what happened in other countries. The Cuban Revolution is something very different. That is, he emphasizes the singular aspects and Latin American character of the Cuban Revolution. February 7. An article with the heading Colin Powell, His Political Aspirations. Here, Powell is quoted as saying that the USSR does not exist, we defeated it, and it refers to another interview where he has allegedly said that I am getting rid of the demons, I am getting rid of the villains, I only have Fidel Castro and Kim Il-sung left. If read in the context of the rest of the Granma coverage of the collapse, this article basically serves to underline the notion that the US has forced the Soviets to change their system and that all Cubans should defend the sovereignty of Cuba. This is not a system failing by itself, we are talking about attacks from imperialism. So, again, reference is to external pressure. February 15. Summary of a speech by Fidel Castro when meeting a Brazilian delegation. The following fragment is worth citing. As you know, he said, other experiences collapsed there, other attempts, although one cannot say that this is the last word because there can be no action without reaction, just as there cannot be revolution without counter-revolution. That is, Fidel Castro had presented the collapse as a temporary setback, and he gives the hope that the international revolutionary movement can be resurrected, although he does not say how long this could take. Today's setbacks for just causes or ideas, no matter how badly they have been interpreted or the mistakes made by men, today's setbacks will become a stimulus for tomorrow's successes. In other words, the collapse is about errors, about human error, more than structural problems, or problems inherent in socialism. They brought us very sweetened words, like market economy, instead of saying capitalism, and wild capitalism, primitive capitalism. Furthermore, Fidel Castro sees the collapse as part of a neoliberal wave. Fundamentally, the possible causes are human errors and the people having been fooled by propaganda. March 3. There is an unsigned comment titled George Bush's Anti-Cuban Policy, Ultra-Conservatism, Double Morals, and Astrology. In it, European and Soviet socialism is presented as merely a concrete historical experience of building socialism that has failed in a specific geopolitical sphere, causing the hardest and deepest setback in the entire history of the revolutionary movement. But the comment also adds that capitalism is guilty of underdevelopment and hunger, and has therefore also failed. 72 These are arguments that might have more strength in a third world country than in industrialized countries, although they might also generate sympathy in some sectors in the first world. We are not at a crossroads, like those who were left without a revolution, without socialism, and some even without a homeland in Eastern Europe, apparently referring to the final fate of East Germany. Socialism and national independence or the presence of a homeland are thus linked together, in spite of the fact that for many people in Eastern Europe, socialism was linked to quite the opposite, Soviet presence and control over their own circumstances. Granma questions Bush's discourse on free elections, as it puts the term between quote marks, here referring to his proposals for Cuba. Cubans do not believe in this false discourse, it is indicated, which is promising a pacific transition while strengthening the embargo and supporting terrorism. The collapse of Soviet and East European socialism has made Cuba the most independent country on the planet, thus suggesting that there was some degree of independence. There is a strong suggestion that the peoples of the former socialist countries were fooled by imperialism. March 17, 1992. The newspaper contains an inside two-page discourse by Carlos Aldana. One of the highlighted quotes says that there is no room for frolicking with the enemy's alternatives. At the same time, Aldana emphasizes that people should not be labeled as dissidents or counter-revolutionaries because they have a point of view or disagree on some issue. Although he is the politician who was most associated with the Gorbachevian position, Aldana was given a lot of visibility in the media at the beginning of 1992. He is portrayed as distancing himself from some of his former positions before he is finally removed from his positions. On March 17, he is also cited saying that any liberal formula, inserted in a socialist context, has only led to chaos. That is, liberal reforms helped cause the collapse. Since Granma simultaneously also highlights discontent in the former socialist bloc in its news, this suggests that it was right in saying that they were deceived. One shorter heading reads, for instance, thousands of protesters in Moscow demand the USSR be re-established. March 20. On the front page, Granma has included a cartoon-style drawing of what could be a caiman, a type of alligator that is also a symbol of the island of Cuba. The animal says, while raising his fist, for those alternatives there is no space. In the background, a gray man is held up in the air by 5 inflated balloons on which the names of the following institutions appear: Bourgeois Press, Pro-Yankee Party, Market Economy, Private Property, and Mafia Party. These could be associated with the current Soviet Union. Imperialism, or the enemy, is trying to introduce into Cuba the reforms it had before promoted in the socialist bloc, and the attitude towards such proposals has to be combative. March 24. A news story appears of small or medium size about singer-songwriters Luis Eduardo Ott and Pablo Milanes. In it, Ott criticizes turncoats and quitters with a clear reference to certain people that abandoned socialism, alleging they did it out of opportunism. He asserts that there are too many teachers/professionals of freedom/ who are making a flag/ out of thin air. Ott speaks of people that were at one time prophets of freedom, and today apostles of investment. The promises are empty, and the people who presented them are not to be trusted. Opportunism, falseness, and a lack of principles, that is, not staying true to the revolutionary principles, helped bring down the system. March 31. A speech by Fidel Castro at the closing ceremony of the Constituent Congress of the Union of Scientists. Today, imperialism has achieved what Hitler could not achieve, and it achieved this without firing a shot. That is, Fidel Castro emphasizes external pressure as a cause of the collapse. He also says that it is proven that steel does not collapse, steel does not crumble, and this is a people made out of steel. This quote appears magnified at the end of the speech. We can see from this and some other examples that Jorge Dominguez was right when he claimed that the main explanation offered by the Cuban official media about the collapse was a lack of leadership, not a system failure, 73, and when he pointed out, furthermore, that according to this discourse, making concessions was especially wrong, because the enemies of socialism are never satisfied. 74 Still, it should be specified that in the assessments of the collapse that Granma gave during January to March 1992, most references to the offensive of the enemies of socialism referred to a very specific type of pressure, the use of propaganda that implied false promises and thus deceived the population. There was an internal weakness that was not only due to the lack of leadership but also to a certain softness, a lack of combative attitude, a lack of a real and profound ideological and political conscience, and so on. It should also be mentioned that Granma included references to problematic policies or characteristics of these societies, but mostly in a timid manner, and they were given little emphasis. To summarize, the early post-collapse assessments view what had happened as very negative. Cuban socialism was in a very dangerous situation, it was recognized, but the outcome would not be the same, because the Cuban Revolution and society were different. Many of the explanations given at this stage focus on external pressure as the cause of the collapse, although references to internal problems of different types are also frequent. It is suggested that people were fooled, sometimes also that the changes were not what the population requested or that they were introduced against their will. When problems of real socialism were mentioned, they were mostly problems that were alien to Cuban reality. 75 There are certainly common characteristics and problems in the system that are not mentioned. Reference is often made to the strong human qualities and the level of consciousness of Cubans. The coverage cited from January to March or 1992 indicates that the press was not used for thoroughly analyzing the collapse. This could be a product to some extent of confusion, as these processes were complex and very recent, but was probably also part of a political strategy. Despite its particularities, Cuban socialism also had strong similarities with Soviet socialism, and because of this an analysis would be politically risky as it could have encouraged questioning Cuba's own model. The extremely tense circumstances in the early 1990s made the government even more cautious, and both those in power and society focused on survival in several senses more than opening up a discussion on the fundamental characteristics of Cuban society. As seen in the review of the existing literature, in 1992, an analysis regarding the causes of the collapse actually did circulate among cadres of the party, and it seems that in that instance, more emphasis was placed on internal factors than external ones. 76 If correct, this could mean that the Cuban authorities saw the need for party cadres to be given a bit more explanation and that there were actually more comprehensive amounts of information and possibly debate amongst party cadres, and another narrative that was a mostly critical towards certain leaders, especially Stalin, but that also may have come close to questioning certain systemic or structural problems of state socialism. The explanations of the collapse presented to the general public, that focus on problems or causes that were not present in the Cuban case, are a way of avoiding an in-depth debate about the weaknesses of a fallen model, by which Cuba had, though with some reservations, been inspired for years. The explanations that center on outside pressure from imperialism were also convenient as they appealed to nationalism and made calls for unanimity and sacrifice seem more logical. These explanations often suggest that people were fooled by propaganda or false and unrealistic promises, but also that there were internal weaknesses on a more subjective level, which made it possible for imperialism to defeat the system, bad leaders, a lack of a real revolutionary conscience and patriotism, and so on. Socialism is something that one has to fight hard to win and that is under constant pressure from imperialist forces, so it demands social cohesion and a certain attitude that had become debilitated in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Still, within the PCC other explanations for the causes of the collapse were circulating, visions that Granma did not refer to much, or referred to in a fragmented and implicit way, and this shows the need to complement Granma's vision with other sources, which we have done by interviewing people that were members of the PCC at the time. These are to be analyzed in the second part of the study. Chapter 4. Reflections on the written news. In Part 1, I have analyzed Granma's coverage of the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism, focusing especially on the coverage of 6 major events or processes. In addition, I identified and analyzed materials published between January and March 1992 that contained some early assessments with regard to the collapse and its causes. Granma did cover the crisis and the collapse, so Cubans were informed about what was happening, but the ways of informing and the degree of detail varied considerably. There is often a lack of explanation, and occasionally, the information seems to have been hidden away or presented in a manner that seems, even deliberately, confusing, so it might not have been easily visible and accessible to all readers. Some explicit and implicit assessments of the events appeared in the shape of bits and pieces, that is, in a fragmented manner, but in general Granma offered few assessments, even when events were clearly of major importance to Cuba. A detailed and global analysis of the collapse was never presented, not even in 1992. The coverage of the 6 major events and processes highlighted that different countries were treated in very different manners. For example, in the case of Poland or the USSR, a seemingly neutral tone and style can be identified in much of the news. Although the coverage was in no way neutral, some actors and ideas were favored as they got more space, more attention was given to their arguments, and so on. The news essentially kept the readers informed. During the coverage of the migration crisis in the GDR, however, the coverage is largely a repetition of the official version of that country's government. This is a narrative that is very politicized and often distant from social reality. These differences in the coverage seem to depend on a series of factors related to the degree of political openness in a specific country at a specific moment, characteristics of the journalist. Furthermore, the news is shaped by the exact historical moment and ongoing developments inside Cuba. The Cuban authorities' perception of the country also influenced the coverage, as well as strategic interests. With regard to the last point, often there seems to be a tension between the desire to give complete information to the Cuban public and Granma's responsibilities as an official organ. Whenever a country permitted some political and media pluralism, this also tended to be reflected in Granma, as one had to report on, let us say, major anti-government protests, and this did not imply any risk of affecting bilateral relations. This provoked a change in news coverage whenever a country became more permissive but did not affect the official opinions of Granma. The coverage, still, did not always automatically favor the Allied government's version, except East Germany until at least late 1989. It tended to favor the Cuban government's anti-reformist stance, but there are also exceptions to this rule. At some decisive moments, the Prensa Latina correspondent in Poland seemed to include veiled messages in favor of the reformists, and also in the case of Romania, the people who were rebelling or had rebelled against the Ceausescu regime. In 1989, there was also news that seemed to reflect a considerable interest by the journalist in understanding the reform proposals in Hungary, though Fidel Castro was against such reforms. In the coverage of some countries, information from international agencies was often reproduced that conveyed news and did not very clearly sympathize with one side or another. Although anti-reformist views were given more visibility, sometimes apparently convincing arguments by the reformists were presented, sometimes because the newspaper had no option but to publish these criteria, but at times also signaling a trust in the reader to decide for him or herself. This happened in the case of Hungary in 1989, but also when debate broke out on economic reform in the USSR in the fall of 1990. Here, by this time there was even less doubt that Cuba preferred the hardliners who did not want reforms, but Cuba also needed to treat the reformist Gorbachev respectfully, as Cuba depended on Soviet trade and subsidies, and it certainly preferred his people to the radical pro-capitalist wing in the debate. Thus, all 3 wings of the debate were covered, but the newspaper clearly favored the first 2 factions. The coup in August 1991 is a particular case that has also been analyzed by other investigators. Here, Granma essentially reproduces the hardline coup plotters' statement but hidden behind a policy of non-interference. It continued to also reproduce news on events from international sources, including Western agencies. The accumulated texts were often produced by ideologues of the party who were close politically to Fidel Castro and sometimes foreigners that were also generally close to the Cuban government's ideological preferences. On the other hand, the content of the news from foreign agencies or from Cuban correspondents was often influenced by the ideas and political circumstances that prevailed in whichever country they worked. They got a close and up-to-date perspective, reporting on what happened in their host country and depended less on Cuban ideological schemes. Sometimes the editors seemed to have changed titles and presented news stories suggestively together with others that could exemplify the ills of capitalism and so on, favoring a certain political reading, even when the incoming news itself was basically reporting on events. Whenever a given country transited to capitalism, Granma published a considerable amount of negative news about the situation in the country. In part, this reflects the serious crisis that these countries suffered, but any positive changes were given little publicity or relativized. This news served to confirm Fidel Castro's longtime warnings in their time, often made subtly so as not to annoy allies. Reforms or concessions to capitalism were dangerous. Granma generally seems to have had as a policy that it would not directly criticize allies and former allies, and therefore it was mostly not very explicit in its criticisms. But at some points, news was published that mentions or alludes to errors and even abuse made by allied or former allied governments. These materials were often just news stories about opposition actors, foreign powers, or even socialist leaders recognizing past faults, and as such not signed by Granma. After the collapse, the general tendency was to close ranks and talk about other topics, but occasionally some critics were admitted, such as with the publication of an essay by a well-known friend of Cuba who accused the former Polish government of state terror, and in a short interview with respected German playwright Heiner Müller, who after the collapse of the GDR gave a frank view on the Berlin Wall and GDR censorship, though he was also criticizing the new capitalist society. Still, the inclusion of such commentary happened very infrequently, and there was none or almost no focus on the possible structural problems of Soviet-style state socialism. One could find discrete references to inherited internal problems, that is, problems inherited from other historical periods and that their leaders at the time could not be held responsible for. The tense relations between the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe were, for example, very subtly alluded to at some points, and there were some suggestions that there might be different ways of building socialism. The main tendency with regard to the causes of the collapse was to emphasize errors and problems that had no equivalence or no obvious equivalence in the Cuban case and that excluded a critical view of the system itself. A bit of attention was also given to external pressures against those states through the entire period. But perhaps these explanations were especially present in 1992, which fit very well the political necessities at the time, to promote close unity and avoid too many self-critical views on the Cuban reality. Granma did not avoid recognizing the collapse, although the topic did receive less attention than what its implications for Cuba would suggest. There was still no completely uniform narrative about the causes of the collapse, but two main explanations were emphasized: 1. There had been interference by the West, and 2. There was an internal weakness in the former socialist countries, notably on the subjective level and the lack of real revolutionary consciousness. At some moments, it was suggested that the international revolutionary movement would recover. One could say that all along, at least since 1989, the particularities of the Cuban Revolution, and perceived particularities of the Cuban Revolution, were emphasized, but this tendency became even stronger by 1991 and early 1992. The material as well as other sources suggest that there were other interpretations in the population, in the party, and in the political elite. As previously written, party cadres seem to have been given a slightly more critical analysis in the shape of a publication. According to a news article that I cited, it emphasized some problematic aspects of Soviet society that, although blamed on Stalin or Stalinism, could in several cases be said to be recurrent in countries with state socialist models, including Cuba. These include the constant violations of socialist legality and bureaucratism, problems that might not have had the same character in Cuba but that were certainly not absent. Although Granma as a major newspaper can tell us a lot with regard to what information people had, as well as official interpretations and official ways of presenting events to the public in such a manner that they did not provoke further negative repercussions on the Cuban political project, the existence of these texts reminds us that Granma does not reflect all that was thought, written, and said in the party, nor, much less, how events were perceived at some chronological distance from the events. As we shall now see, the oral sources are also important and they will help complement the larger picture. Chapter 5. Contextualizing the testimonies. The following part of this study revolves around an exploration and analysis of the fall of the Soviet Union as seen from the perspectives of 17 individuals who were members of the Communist Party of Cuba in the period between 1989 and 1991. The sources used for the analysis consist of the transcripts resulting from 17 semi-structured interviews carried out over the second half of 2013 in Cuba. These essentially provide the views and perceptions of the informants more than 2 decades after the collapse, although they also give information about their perspective at the time of the collapse. As seen in the introduction of this book, existing work that analyzes how the collapse was perceived from Cuba is largely based on written sources. The perspectives that these types of sources reflect are usually those of more or less influential people in society, who had the privilege of getting their words published and preserved even at a time when paper was scarce, and there was no independent media in the country. There are, however, types of information that are usually not present in written, formal, and published texts. Oral sources may contain other types of information, such as doubts, representations, meanings, and personal assessments. In this regard, Alessandro Portelli argues that an oral source tells us less about events than about their meaning too. They tell us not just what people did, but what they wanted to do, what they believed they were doing, and what they now think they did. 3. Oral sources do involve some specific challenges for the interpreter. According to Paul Thompson, the information that interviews could provide about recent or current events can be assumed to lie somewhere between the actual social behavior and the social expectations or norms of the time. For while if the interviews treat memories from the more distant past, there can also be distortions influenced by subsequent changes in values or norms. 5. In our case, the time elapsed between the collapse and 2013 might have seen significant changes in values and norms in some respects, but even when this is not the case, we must take into account what is socially acceptable to say, which could influence the testimonies. It is also necessary to take into account the effects of the passage of time. 6. An objection that sometimes arises with regard to oral history has to do with the fragility of human memory. Thompson, based on studies on memory in social psychology and gerontology, argues that we forget a lot of information during the first moments after having perceived something, and then we also forget during the first passing months. Afterwards, what we remember remains relatively stable for years and decades, although in general, the ability to remember depends on the person's interest in remembering something. 7. Thompson reminds us that most written sources are also retrospective and do not reflect reality but are an interpretation. 8. I recognize the existence of studies that suggest that people more easily remember practical matters in their lives than their past attitudes. 9. With regard to this, it is necessary to analyze critically what they say about their past attitudes. In some cases, it may be possible to compare with other sources, but it is not always possible to know for sure if what the informants say reflects how they really thought. It is not possible to literally place oneself in someone else's shoes, and it is not always possible to gain insight into their beliefs 2 decades ago. But I also reject the other extreme, the idea that these testimonies cannot tell us anything about what the subjects thought at a particular moment in their past. Such a position would reflect a radical distrust of the memory of the interview subjects and the historian's capacity for interpretation. In this sense, Portelli reminds us that there are interview subjects whose positions have changed since the historical moment, which can lead them to conceal elements. 10. But he also states that however, narrators are capable of reconstructing their past attitudes even when they no longer coincide with present ones. 11. It would be impossible to remove the distortions caused by the passage of time from the interviews, but I think it is important to take into account how people remember and, to the extent that it is possible, take into account important changes in society that can distort their testimonies. Therefore, I will provide some reflections on important and relevant changes that have taken place since 1991, that is, in the world, in Cuba, and in the PCC, which might be of help when interpreting the testimonies. Oral history, while researchers need to be aware of its potential and limitations, seems to be a suited methodology to explore and analyze the views and perspectives of the party members of the Communist Party that experienced and had a leading role in these historic events. Similarly, it will allow me as a researcher to respond to specific analytical problems related to the oral sources, asking the following questions: what were and are the perspectives of 17 PCC members on the collapse of the USSR? How can these perspectives help us understand the position of the PCC and its members when they were facing the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism? Before we proceed to the analysis, some information on the context in which the interviews were conducted will be presented. I will then go into detail about the methodology and the concrete steps that I have followed for the analysis, including some considerations on ethics in the following chapter. In Chapter 7, I will set forth the analysis of the interviews, which is divided into two parts. The first part focuses on Cuba and its relationship with Soviet and East European socialism. This includes some events in the history of Cuba that are important for the relation that arose with Soviet and East European socialism, as well as the way in which Cubans, and specifically party members, perceived Soviet and East European socialism. The second part more extensively examines their views on the collapse of this model. It will be important to present some contextual information, first about the historical moment at the time of interviews. Then, some notes will be given about what it means to be a member of the Communist Party of Cuba and changes in this situation in recent decades, which will complement the general background on the party that was presented earlier. Furthermore, I will include some reflections on the challenges involved in oral history research in Cuba. 1. Context of the interview moment. The materials of the newspaper Granma that were analyzed in Part 1 of the study were contemporary with the collapse. The interviews I analyze below, however, were conducted in 2013, and the testimonies can therefore be expected to be influenced by the time that has elapsed since the collapse and by subsequent important events and changes in society. In 1990, the special period in time of peace was declared in Cuba, a name that alludes to the crisis that emerged with the country's difficulties as a result of the crisis of the USSR. The name has also been associated with the policies that were employed to deal with the crisis. The crisis deeply affected the entire country, not only on the material level, on which several of its ravages are still felt, but it also brought profound changes to Cubans' lives and ways of thinking. On the economic level, the worst year of the crisis was 1993, although in 1994 the tense political and economic situation became more evident to the world because of the street protests and riots that took place on August 5, as well as emigration by sea. During the summer of 1994 alone, 30,000 Cubans embarked on the sea in rafts. 12 During the early years of the crisis, the Cuban authorities announced a series of political and economic changes. Among these were the opening for tourism, the admission of believers in religion to the Communist Party, the decriminalization of being in possession of U.S. currency, and a greater opening to foreign capital and the national private sector. 13 Another aspect of the special period is that the Cuban state lost a part of its capacity to regulate social life. According to Dominguez, the regime that emerged with the revolution at one point even had totalitarian pretensions, especially during the late 1960s, although it was partially replaced by a bureaucratic socialist regime in the 1970s. He asserts, however, that in the 1990s, an authoritarian regime began emerging in Cuba. 14 On the other hand, The Cuban sociologist Rafael Hernandez stated in an interview in 2009 that Cuba was in the middle of a transition from a very centralized socialism to a less centralized model. 15 According to Velia Cecilia Bobes, during the special period there was a diversification of social life on the island, with new subcultures, identities, and actors emerging. 16 Although the name of the Communist Party and the one-party system were preserved, during those years, the country distanced itself from some of the Soviet thinking and policies. According to anthropologist Maria Gropas, Marxism, Leninism was relegated to a more modest role, and there was a repatriotization of the official ideology, with greater emphasis on the ideas of the philosopher and national hero José Martí than before. 17 The special period began in 1990, and for some Cubans, the emergence of trade relations with Hugo Chávez's Venezuela around the year 2000 marked that the crisis was coming to an end. Two authors cite a speech by Fidel Castro in 2004 in which he states that Cuba is emerging from the crisis with a thrust. 18 A statement the authors themselves accept as true. Nevertheless, the crisis was never officially declared as over and the socio-economic situation in Cuba remains complex. In 2013, when the interviews were conducted, the situation had improved considerably compared to 1993, though this process had not been without setbacks, changes of pace, and the surge of new problems. There was a reorganization of the national economy after the dissolution of Comecon, with economic reforms and the development of new economic sectors such as the export of services, remittances, tourism, nickel, biotechnology, and others. On the other hand, the country has managed to access new markets, such as China and Venezuela, but other markets are also important, such as Canada, Spain, and in recent years, Russia and Brazil. The alliance with Venezuela and its supply of oil in exchange for Cuban medical services considered a subsidy to Cuba by some authors, while an exchange of solidarity or complementarity by others has been particularly important. Cuba maintains high indicators related to health and education compared to other Latin American countries and a high position in the Human Development Index, with a low homicide rate. On the other hand, a number of social problems arose or became more serious during the years of crisis. According to a study published in 2014, 25% of the Cuban population was living in poverty, a higher figure than that of the 1980s. 19 Although I do not have any numbers to support the claim, my observations indicate that there is at least a widespread perception in the Cuban society that social discipline has been greatly weakened since the 1980s. At the international level, in the years after the collapse, there was a neoliberal wave on a global scale, accompanied by the predominance of U.S. unilateralism. Both of these elements were clearly unfavorable to a socialist country in conflict with the mentioned superpower. Following the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, the so-called War on Terror redirected U.S. foreign policy efforts toward the Middle East. Latin America and Cuba specifically was not one of its major priorities at that time. During the decade of the 2000s, a space opened up for leftist forces in Latin America, following democratization as well as growing criticism of neoliberalism. Two key milestones are the elections of Hugo Chávez in Venezuela in 1998 and Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva in Brazil in 2002. Cuba was an influential country in a part of this process, both as a symbol of resistance against the United States and by providing various types of assistance to allies in the region. Cuba was a key player in the creation of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Americas or ALBA and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, also known as CELAC. Once more, as during the Cold War, Cuba could be considered in 2013 to be playing a modest but very significant role in the region considering its size. This may have contributed to changing to some extent the collective political self-esteem of Cubans sympathizing with the government, since the country was very isolated at the beginning of the 1990s. When the interviews were conducted in 2013, U.S. unilateralism clearly had been weakened and was, according to some analysts, coming to an end. The United States has nevertheless continued strength in several areas and maintained its blockade against Cuba. This situation has been condemned for years by almost all the member states of the United Nations. At the time of conducting interviews for this study, Cuba and the United States did not have normal diplomatic relations. During the first presidency of Barack Obama, the U.S. lifted several bans on the Cuban-American community's contacts with Cuba and authorized educational trips. In December 2014, Barack Obama and Raul Castro announced the re-establishment of relations, and embassies were opened in 2015, and negotiations started in late 2013, though they were not publicly known at the time. 20 In spite of the existence of the blockade in 2013, Cuba's geopolitical context at the time of conducting the interviews was less tense than in the 1990s or the 2000s. Even before the historic announcements of Barack Obama and Raul Castro in 2014, there were some areas of cooperation with regard to the fight against drug trafficking, environmental issues and the extraction of petroleum in the Gulf of Mexico. Negotiations related to postal services between the two countries were also underway, as one of several visible signs of a slight rapprochement between the two nations. Tensions were certainly lower than during the terms of Bill Clinton and George W. Bush. During Clinton's presidency, the relations saw serious crises provoked by the Cuban Rafters crisis and when Cuba shot down two airplanes used by an opposition group based in the U.S. that was violating Cuban airspace. Right after the start of the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, during Bush's presidency, 3 men who had hijacked a passenger ferry were executed in Cuba and 75 opponents were arrested and imprisoned. 21 This also led to increased pressure on the Cuban authorities and negative publicity. The interviews were conducted at a time when the international stage was considered dynamic and subject to change. This could be viewed as dangerous in many aspects but also promising for the members of the Communist Party of Cuba, as U.S. unilateralism seemed to be coming to an end. At the same time, the effects of the global financial crisis affected Cuba to some degree. For the interview subjects, this global crisis certainly confirmed yet again Karl Marx's thesis on the periodic crises of capitalism. International preoccupations with regard to the degradation of ecosystems as well as new military tensions and wars were also very much discussed within Cuba. Especially relevant to this study is that during the fall of 2013, when the interviews were conducted, there was a favorable view of relations between Cuba and Russia in the Cuban media, and shortly thereafter, the two countries reached an agreement on the elimination of most of Cuba's debt with the former USSR. The changes at the international level, together with Cuba's international relations and internal changes, seem to have created a more open political and cultural environment in Cuba. There were also a series of economic and political changes after Raul Castro temporarily took the lead of the country in 2006, when his brother and the historical leader of the revolution, Fidel Castro, became ill. This was even more evident after Raul was elected president of the Council of State and the Council of Ministers in 2008. This stage of change is known internally as the update of the model and abroad as a process of reforms. Although it is difficult to strictly separate politics from the economy, especially in a country with a state-dominated and largely centralized economy such as Cuba, it can be mentioned that the main changes until 2013 had been in the economic sphere, with a greater opening of the private sector than what had previously taken place in the late 1970s/early 1980s and then in 1990s. Politically, the opposition remains without official recognition, and according to several international human rights organizations, it suffers different types of harassment. However, during the government of Raul Castro, a range of measures were undertaken that were interpreted by many as the beginning of a democratization or modernization of Cuban society. Changes particularly worth mentioning, among others, include the establishment of a de facto halt to the death penalty, a limitation of public office to 2 electoral periods, various calls for criticism without fear, decentralization of the decision-making in areas such as agriculture, a popular referendum on the guidelines, and authorization to sell computers and cell phone subscriptions, as well as the removal of the requirement of an exit visa when traveling to another country. By the 1980s, a considerable part of the socialist puritanism of the revolutionary offensive of 1968 and the marginalization of artists that was at its strongest during the Great Quinquennium had already been left behind, but Cuban society was by 2013 in many senses more tolerant than during the collapse. In addition to the aforementioned openness to religion, which has continued to deepen, the process of claiming rights related to sexual diversity on the island has gained more strength in recent decades, headed by the daughter of President Raúl Castro, Mariela Castro. Through the Cenesex, she has achieved a notable presence and visibility in favor of these rights in Cuban society. Cuba is sometimes understood as an isolated and very closed country, and these views need at least to be strongly nuanced. There were around 3 million foreign tourists to Cuba in 2013. In addition, since 1979, Cuban Americans have been able to visit Cuba, and in 2013 alone, around 400,000 Cubans and Cuban Americans residing in the U.S. visited their home country. Currently, a considerable number of Cubans visit the U.S. every year. There were always some Cubans that traveled abroad, a considerable part of them on official missions to other countries, but the flow of personal travel increased with the gradual relaxation and finally abolition of the permit that was previously necessary to leave the country. With the accelerated development of information and communication technologies during recent decades, the penetration of capitalist culture has increased, but also the possibilities of Cubans to communicate with the outside. Even though there are both internal and external factors that reduce the exchange with other countries, especially with one of the lowest internet connectivity rates in Latin America, the prohibition of satellite antennas, and little access to mass tourism from the US, there is a relatively fluid and very wide communication with the rest of the world. It must still be taken into account that much of the popular culture that is consumed comes from the US and other capitalist countries, and this is not new, as we have seen. Although permanent or regular access to the internet was still by 2013 only for a privileged few, email was somewhat more common and reached about a fifth of the population. This figure was probably higher in the capital and certainly among some groups represented in the selection. Point 22. It should be mentioned that in Havana in 2013 there were numerous stores selling DVDs with the latest series, movies, and video clips from the US. It was furthermore quite common to use technologies such as memory sticks and Bluetooth to circulate entertainment content, and to a lesser extent political information, especially among the youth. In 2013, there were almost 2 million cell phones, some used to keep in touch with emigrated Cubans despite very high prices of service. From January 2013, it became possible to watch the Latin American channel Telesur at least 12 hours per day, which might be said to imply a de facto abrogation of the state monopoly of information. Although this is a left-wing channel with a favorable view of Cuba and its allies, it had a style and content that more largely echoed foreign channels and often had perspectives and news that had little in common with Cuban media. To measure Cubans' access to information not controlled by the state, the aforementioned must be taken into account, as well as difficulties in obtaining books and foreign printed press that are not imported by the state, and therefore not sold in bookstores on the island. On the other hand, it must be taken into account that Cuba has very high rates of literacy and schooling compared to many Latin American countries and more people with higher education. Finally, although the Cuban system seemed solid and had emerged from the most acute crisis, in 2013 it was also a country characterized by economic deficiencies, a certain fatigue in the system, and according to some people, some insecurity regarding its future. One day between my interviews I attended an open debate at Casa de Alba 23 in Havana, where a Cuban woman told the public in a personal intervention that she did not feel confident that the revolution would reach its seventh decade, although most Cubans did not seem to anticipate any drastic change in the near future. In general, my interview subjects also portrayed the socio-political system as something that would not go away easily, but some expressed concern about its future. The journalist Victor, for example, portrayed the revolution as at risk. We went after things that we should not have persecuted: long hair, the knock-kneed, homosexuality, womanizers, all of these were chaste but were in the end of secondary importance, go instead after the lazy, the mischievous, the opportunists. I think we are at a key moment, now we might lose the revolution, and is the first thing that people need to be told, we can lose it. 2. Some notes on party membership and its implications. As stated in the historical and institutional context in the introductory chapter of this book, the Communist Party of Cuba applies selective membership. According to Raúl Castro, quoted by the official website Cuba Debate, at the end of 2015, 671,344 Cubans were members of the Communist Party. That is approximately 7% of the adult population of Cuba. 24 An old speech by Fidel Castro on what should characterize its members might help us better understand the recruitment policy of this organization. In 1962, referring to which people were desired as members of the United Party of the Cuban Socialist Revolution predecessor to the PCC, the leader said, "It is necessary to be an exemplary worker, but also, to accept the socialist revolution, to accept the ideology of the revolution. It is also imperative to wish, of course, to belong to this revolutionary nucleus, to accept the responsibilities that being part of the revolutionary nucleus entails, but it is also necessary to lead a clean life." 25. As can be seen here, Fidel Castro highlights several criteria to be a party member: 1. Be an exemplary worker, 2. Accept the revolution, 3. Accept its ideology, 4. Have a wish to be a part of the party, 5. Accept the conditions that being a member entails, and 6. Lead a clean life. It should be noted that Castro begins and ends by talking about the personal characteristics of the individual and seemingly speaks only of accepting the revolution and its ideology. Another normative text, the Party Rules from 1999, reiterate that quality has been and is the guiding principle in determining entry. 26 While these declared criteria do not necessarily reflect the real state of things more than half a century after the mentioned 1962 speech, it does suggest that strict allegiance to a very specific ideological position was perhaps not a priority. Party membership seems to require, more than anything else, that one assumes a higher level of compromise with the revolution. Aligning very strictly with some official ideological coordinates or even having intimate knowledge of all the ideological fundaments is not the only, and perhaps not the most important criterion for acceptance. There is a whole identity surrounding party membership, and the informants sometimes use the word militant when referring to other members of their party or when talking about themselves. These words should not be confused with revolutionary, as it is a broader category. In Cuba, it is very common to hear that a person considers him or herself to be a revolutionary. In a survey conducted by Gallup Costa Rica in Cuba in November 1994, cited by Marifeli Porras Stable, 21% of the interview subjects described themselves as communists or socialists, while 48% as revolutionaries. The numbers would likely be different in 2013, as it was not that common to hear the words communist or communism uttered in Cuba. 27 Being a party member does not necessarily mean that one is part of any elite in economic terms. Though government members certainly live comfortably, not all the political elite live privileged lives in material terms, and certainly being a member of the party in itself does not mean that one is necessarily privileged from a material or another point of view. Still, I have often encountered this perception, which might partly be due to the Soviet experience. There seems to be a consensus that the party was the main ladder for ascending socially and materially. In the Cuban case, there might have been some truth to this at some time, but the situation was not identical, and it has changed considerably over time. 28 First of all, it is important to take into account that when the current party emerged in the 1960s, for many years it could not be a major source of privileges because it was a small organization with relatively few resources at hand compared to the Soviet or East European ruling parties. The Cuban party created after the revolution had two major tasks at the time: on the one hand, to fight against bureaucracy, and on the other, to further economic development through the supervision of production. The party became an institutional rival and a threat to government bureaucracy. According to William Leo Grande, these features were important in order to shape the development of the PCC's role in the political system. 29 Although in the 1970s it saw major changes, the particular origin of the party could have marked the subsequent party culture. 30 Furthermore, there also seems to have been a conscious effort by the government to avoid the problem with political institutions and the PCC becoming sources of privilege or being readily accessible for those having this as their main motivation. In the case of the PCC, in order to enter, a person has to be referred by colleagues at their workplace, people that will normally have some idea of who the person is. Other colleagues can express their opinions. The party then undertakes an investigation where the candidate's neighbors are asked questions, in order to consider whether the candidate is respectable, leads a clean life, and so on. 31 The party highlights that becoming a member is voluntary. 32 Even so, it is true that the party began to attract the ambitious ones around 1975. 33 As Leo Grande points out. However, the privileges one could obtain through being a member never reached the level of the socialist countries in Eastern Europe. Without a doubt, tangible material benefits are subject to membership in the PCC, but this was even more true in the East European parties. 34 At the time of the collapse, the party was a vehicle for social and material advancement for some and necessary for certain jobs and positions. Yet the crisis of the 1990s affected the general population and most if not all party members. Early on during the crisis years, possibilities of enrichment emerged and social divisions emerged with tourism, self-employment, foreign companies entering the country, and so on. These differences became especially visible as the depenalization of the US dollar in 1993 and the pricing of many goods and services in dollars implied that they were only available to those who could access this currency. However, the positions that could give such personal advantages were mostly open regardless of whether one was a member or not of the PCC. Therefore, in Cuba today, affluent or relatively affluent people are often those who receive remittances, work in companies with foreign capital, have a private business, engage to a large degree in activity on the black market, and so on. One can belong to any of these groups without belonging to the party. Historically, leading positions in major state-owned enterprises are generally held by people that are party members. Still, we have been made aware that there are cases where non-members hold leading positions in some smaller state companies, and as suggested, the state does not have a total monopoly on the economy today. Party members may have less access to remittances, an important source of income for many Cubans. After all, emigration was considered a betrayal of the revolution during many years. Thus, party members and their families might have been less likely to emigrate or to maintain close contact with relatives abroad. Additionally, being a party member could in some cases make it less easy to benefit from the black market, as it could represent a problem if one openly engaged in such activities. A personal contact in Cuba used a rather explicit but commonly used word in Cuba to describe party members, the meaning of which could be a person that gets fooled, or sacrificed people who take on tasks without receiving much in return. He gave the example of black market vendors in his neighborhood who avoid knocking on the door of people known as party members to offer their products. Access to these goods can be an economic advantage. With regard to the representative organs of politics in Cuba or organs of popular power, being elected often implies so much sacrifice and so few benefits that a high percentage resign before they finish their term. According to Peter Roman. 35 This does not refer strictly to party members, as one can be elected independently of being a party member. Still, there is an overrepresentation of party members in these organs, so this observation may still be relevant. As Cuban journalist Yusnabai Perez claimed on the website Cubanet, currently, being a party member brings more problems than benefits. Perez mentions the monthly fee, the need to ask permission to go abroad, and the impossibility of having dual citizenship. 36. The oral historian Elizabeth Dorey quoted an interview subject in her recent project, the number of young people who want to join the party is falling. Party membership does not give you a house, or a car, or money, quite the contrary. 37 This also coincides with my observations during my interviews. I visited the homes of many of the informants, and only one or two had what could be called an exclusive house within a Cuban context. Several of the houses had standards that would be above the Havana average, but many were also of regular characteristics and some in a state of deterioration. The majority of houses that I visited during the interview process had a generally lower standard than the average rental homes for foreign tourists in Cuba, to give an example that some readers might be familiar with. But again, there is an internal hierarchy. As we have seen, higher-ranking members may have better access to certain material privileges. Cuban ex-diplomat Pedro Campos also suggests that there is a divisory line between the upper and the lower echelons of the party with political implications, and claims that one could speak of two communist parties. He argues that this distinction already manifested itself in 1990 to 1991. According to Campos, the upper echelons are typically bureaucratic, dogmatic, and speakers of a discourse that is empty of any true revolutionary content. On the other hand, a significant part of the base level wants to remove obstacles to a participative and democratic socialism. In the interviews analyzed in this study, however, critical opinion could be found amongst elite members and also base members, as could opinions that mimicked official rhetoric. In general and to a varying degree, they all had critical remarks about their own social reality. Amongst the most critical remarks, there were dissenting interpretations and opinions even on delicate subjects such as glasnost, the decision to continue with Fidel Castro in command of the country after the fall of the USSR, and even the future of the one-party system. These were often given by people with an academic background or a privileged access to information, but not necessarily of the political elite. In this sense, it is worth taking into account not just the hierarchic perspective but the possibility that identity and perceptions may have a lot to do with one's professional background. Since the party is also organized by workplace branches, there are also different circles of people that individuals belong to within the PCC. Belonging to a party branch at a university is not the same as belonging to a party branch at a factory, and there are also geographic and other differences. 3. Undertaking oral history in Cuba. Prior to embarking on this work, some colleagues and friends expressed serious doubts about the feasibility of conducting oral history in Cuba. People questioned whether it would be possible to obtain permission to conduct this kind of research in a country like Cuba. Are there enough Cubans willing to speak freely with a foreign researcher? Will not all members of the Communist Party be replicating some official stance of the party line? As mentioned, few oral history studies have been conducted in Cuba. This may have different causes, and the following might interfere. A. It is not always easy to obtain an academic visa to perform this type of work, and the uncertainties can make the planning and financing of projects very difficult, especially since they are often given at the last minute. B. Persisting restrictions by the United States, including the travel ban to the Island 38 that have made it difficult for researchers from that country to conduct studies in Cuba, and C. Misleading and/or outdated ideas about Cuban society amongst non-Cuban researchers. Notably, some have exaggerated ideas about the restrictions on freedom of expression or the possibility of interacting with people in present-day Cuba, and this might cause some researchers to avoid such projects. However, I had some contacts and factors in my favor when I started out. I had the support of my tutor Dr. Maria Alvarez Soler of the University of Bergen, who had previously been my supervisor while undertaking my master's thesis on Peruvian agrarian reform. In addition to supporting me in the preparatory phase, she prepared a letter for academic Cuban counterparts in the study and for access to the country's archives, in which she requested the provision of certain resources to me as a researcher. I also could count on the support of the Latin American Faculty of Social Sciences, Cuba, several faculty members of which I met during one of my first trips to Cuba, in 2003. They helped assure me that I could obtain the necessary permits to conduct the fieldwork in Cuba and also that There were people who would be willing to be interviewed on the subject in case the project received institutional and financial support. This support materialized through a scholarship from the University of Bergen in 2012. In July of the following year, the fieldwork began in Cuba. I did not encounter major obstacles in this process, only some minor issues. 39 Regarding the interaction with people, there has sometimes existed a prejudice that people in Cuba are afraid to speak with foreigners, although they are also known for their openness and ease of interaction. The political situation has certainly prevented free interaction between Cubans and researchers from other countries. This is, in turn, influenced by factors such as the polarized climate resulting from the conflict with the U.S., as well as restrictive Cuban government policies. It is also affected by the tense relationship between the government and part of the international press, as well the impression of many Cubans that there is a media campaign against the country. This has resulted in distrust of foreign journalists and, as a secondary effect, sometimes also of foreign researchers. 40 Without a doubt, it is possible to undertake oral history work in Cuba. Elizabeth Dory, who is working on a project with more than 100 interviews on the Cuban Revolution, affirms that Cuba is the only socialist country where people have been willing to talk to interviewers with a certain frankness. She explains that according to her own experience, despite initial apprehension, her team's interviewees told the story of their life with considerable candor, even, or especially, when it contradicted the official narrative of the revolution. 41 According to Dory, Cubans who were interviewed explained that the economic crisis had freed them up. Liberated is the word they used to talk more openly. 42 One of my own informants, Lenin, said that if it were 20 years ago you could not have interviewed me, and look, today you are interviewing me, and I tell you what I think because I am independent, I am a free, sovereign man, and as I told you, I am a party member. And I have my opinions. The political atmosphere was also possibly slightly more relaxed in 2013 than during 2004 to 2010, when Dory conducted her project. The author of the study already had the experience of working 2 years in Cuba as a teacher at a private academic institution for foreigners and carrying out journalistic work in Cuba. The latter activity was related to the preparation of a book of travelers' accounts. Therefore, I already knew that this kind of interaction with people was possible. Conducting interviews only with members of the Communist Party, however, was less familiar terrain, and I had for years heard comments from contacts in Cuba claiming that the party members have to take care of their image, the party members lose a part of their freedom upon joining the party, and so on. In addition, the party professes democratic centralism, everyone must adhere to the party's official stance once a position is taken. To a certain extent, it was a surprise to find the remarkable diversity that came to light in the interview subjects' answers. It is likely that the assistance from particular respected academicians had an influence in this regard. These academic contacts were pivotal in establishing the first contact with various individuals to be interviewed, and in other cases, authorized me to refer to them when communicating with other people. My previous work experience from Cuba as well as a personal background as an activist of the Norwegian left, may have been advantageous, in order to bridge gaps and achieve a fluid dialogue. Regarding the issue of democratic centralism and the alleged obligation to follow the party's official stance on each issue, I found that this was practiced in a flexible way in many cases. As to the particular topic of the study, as noted earlier, the Communist Party of Cuba never developed an official stance. Thus, people have had the need to make their own interpretations from their own individual position. As one of the interview subjects, Juan, a social science researcher, argues, there was an absence of an official position, an official interpretation, not even a declaration of the party, even though it was promised in the 1990s. There was an editorial of the Granma newspaper, which said that the experience of what had happened in Europe would be studied and conclusions would be drawn. In that editorial it was even recognized that there were many similarities between Cuba and those countries, etc. That never happened, So at a political level there is no proposed consensus, each politician makes his or her own interpretation, and at the academic level the same happens. Here the academic world also expresses the information, it depends on which literature has access to, how well or how badly they are informed. The interviews themselves confirm this, as a diversity of foci and opinions were found. But even on important matters where a dominant, semi-official, or official position existed, there were informants who differed from these. Nevertheless, while analyzing the data, it is imperative to bear in mind how the responses can be influenced by factors such as fidelity to the party, the country, and its leaders, as well as neighbors and colleagues. Possible taboos and fears inside and outside the organization and the desire of the interview subjects to project a certain image also have an impact, among others. However, most of these elements are not exclusive to Cuba, and even when some might be, it does not make the interviews worth less. There is no ideal situation in which to conduct an interview, and these elements are rather conditions that must be taken into account for interpretation. I believe, furthermore, that when interpreting the data, one has to try to strike a balance in a healthy manner between a hermeneutic of suspicion and a hermeneutic of affirmation. Chapter 6. Oral Source Methodologies. As a general guide, I have followed the 7 steps for qualitative interviews described by Cuba and Brinkman: 1. Who rely on Pierre Bourdieu, 1. Thematizing, 2. Designing, 3. Interviewing, 4. Transcribing, 5. Analyzing, 6. Verifying, and 7. Reporting. It is pertinent to make some comments on the first 6 points on this list, before moving on to the analysis. The thematizing phase determines and formulates the purpose of the research and the conception of the theme to be investigated. 3. The authors argue that the researcher must first clarify why and what, and then the question of how. 4. Cuba and Brinkman emphasize the importance of presenting existing knowledge on the subject. 5. I have aspired to comply with these guidelines in my review of the existing literature as well as in the rest of the study. The second phase, designing, requires slightly more extensive comments. According to Cuba and Brinkman, the better the preparation for an interview, the higher the quality of the knowledge produced in the interview interaction, and the more the post-interview treatment of the interviews will be facilitated. 6. They also suggest that the researcher become familiar with the culture and context of the interview subjects. 7. On the other hand, oral historian Donald A. Ritchie warns against excessive preparations. 8. I have tried to find a balance between their two recommendations, as it would quite clearly not be a feasible option to wait years until starting interviews, nor do I believe that doing research interviews on these complex topics would produce the desired results with little or no preparation. During this step, I reflected upon how the required knowledge could be obtained. In accordance with my objective of understanding the perceptions of a group of people regarding specific historical events, I assumed an approach that could be described as phenomenological/hermeneutical, seeking to approach the informant's life world or horizon. I opted for a semi-structured interview to the extent that it, contrary to a structured interview, allows for getting more knowledge on aspects that are not easily perceived, like the world of feelings, social values, and beliefs. 9. In order to define the subjects that would participate in the interview, I made a strategic selection. 10. In oral history, it is not common to select people for interviews according to abstract criteria or statistical standards, so the researcher rather tries to find individuals who typify historical processes. 11. For this study, the main criterion of inclusion and selection was membership in the PCC between 1989 and 1991. In general, I already had this information before starting each interview. However, when starting or ending the interview, the following question was asked as a verification question: were you a member of the Communist Party or the AJC between 1989 and 1991? The design of the study attempted to include representatives from different social sectors. My initial intention was to create 3 quotas with 4 or 5 people in each one, with workers, academics, and people belonging to the cultural sector. Later, I decided to implement a 4th quota called professionals. With the support of my Cuban co-supervisor, I developed a list of possible candidates, which I subsequently used to contact interview subjects by phone or email. In some cases, the people I interviewed suggested other potential candidates, which made it possible to complement the strategic selection by using the recruitment technique known as snowball sampling. I aspired to interview both party members from the grassroots and the political elite. Donald A. Ritchie finds that the best projects have been those that cast their nets wide, recording as many participants in events or members of a community as possible. 12 This has been advice I have tried to follow. However, I prioritized finding people that I knew or considered could have some degree of influence in the area where they work and live. Most of the people contacted for the purpose of interviewing them indicated a positive attitude toward the project from the first contact. Out of a total of 23 people contacted, 5 refused to be interviewed. Of these 5, none cited political reasons for not participating, but practical motives, that they did not have time, did not have knowledge of the topic, or the like. In total, I conducted 18 interviews and decided to preserve and use 17 of these. 13 all resided in the province of Havana, in urban areas, and belonged to the Communist Party of Cuba between 1989 and 1991, although not necessarily during the complete 3-year span and not necessarily in 2013. A list of their information appears in Appendix 3 of this study. Of those interviewed, 13 are men and 4 are women. I found it more difficult to identify women than men who met the inclusion criteria. This is probably due to the fact that there is a lower representation of women than men in the party, although the percentage of female members has been growing since the 1970s. 14 I do not have exact figures of the percentage of women in the years between 1989 and 1991, but in 1975 to 1976 they constituted 13.2%, 19.1% in 1979-1980, and 21.5% in 1984 to 1986.15. Thus, unless the trend did not radically change in the late 1980s, and I do not have any indication or data suggesting this, they must have constituted about a quarter of the members in 1989 to 1991. Therefore, the percentage of women in this project likely corresponds to the percentage of women in the party at that time. Following the ethical standards proposed by Alver and Oyen, all interview participants received written information about the goals of the project and plans for its publication. On the same information sheet they were also informed that they could leave the project at any time, if they thought it could have any negative impact or consequence for them, in accordance with the suggestions of Bent Gulvig Alver and or Haroyan. 16 My initial intention was to anonymize the interviews permanently, but this was not practical because the participants wanted their names to appear in the final study. For many, it seems to have been a matter of honor, and to appear as anonymous or not assume responsibility was not an option. I try to respect the principles of confidentiality and professional secrecy, respecting privacy, and always making an assessment of possible risks before proceeding. 17 I consider this necessary as the informants are identified through political affiliation, and it was expected in advance that the interviews could touch upon political issues that were sensitive in the Cuban context. The interviews were anonymized during the data analysis process. The recordings, notes, and so on were at all times under my supervision or kept in a safe in my rented room in Havana. 18 Interviewing was conducted either at the informant's place of residence or at their workplace, except for one that took place at the home of my co-supervisor of the study, and one at a bookstore that kindly agreed to provide an empty room at the request of the interview subject. For the recording, I used an interview guide, although both the interviewer and informant often departed from it. Dialogues were recorded with digital equipment, and I took notes in a few cases only, as I considered it unnecessary and a factor that could disturb spontaneous interaction. All interviews were conducted in Spanish. In the vast majority of cases, the interview subjects seemed motivated, and my impression was that many saw it as an opportunity to tell their personal story or express their version of events. Several pointed out, both in interviews and informally, that there is a lack of general knowledge about Cuba abroad and that there is an informative bias against the country. The opportunity to present a different view probably served in part as a motivation to participate in the project. Several interview subjects complained that there were many things that Cuban media did not reflect at the time of the collapse, which may have generated sympathy for this project, possibly because they felt there had been too little openness or a real and inclusive debate on the topic. 2 interview subjects asked to have preliminary meetings in order to familiarize themselves with the project before starting the interview itself. In one case, several meetings were needed for the interview to materialize. Another interview was interrupted because a political meeting was to be held at the house of the interview subject, and the completion of the interview was postponed twice due to health reasons. All interview subjects exhibited a cooperative attitude during the exchange. Prior to the interviews, I feared that some people, especially those from the political elite accustomed to giving interviews to the press, would attempt to take control of the interview and impose their own agenda. Nevertheless, in general, I perceived instead a curiosity about what would be the next question. Yet, it is not possible to reduce the parties in an interview to an active researcher and a passive informant who just answers questions. Rather, the two tend to interact and negotiate, partly unintentionally, about what should be discussed and how to say it, according to each person's beliefs, interests, purpose, and so on. The interview subjects often had a clear idea of what they wanted to communicate, but their attitude was respectful, and they were helpful with regards to practical obstacles. Due to the tropical climate, Cuban houses are open to the street, and noise from the street is frequent. This can result in some inaudible fragments, creating lacunae in the transcripts. It is also common for neighbors and family members to enter and leave the houses without notice, as there is often more than one generation living in a house. Often, the interview subject asks for a break to speak with a person who enters or answers a phone call. Because of these interruptions, the thread of the interview is sometimes lost. Some of these events may also be attributed to Latin American, Caribbean, and Cuban culture, or to the socio-economic conditions of Cuba today, and I do not believe that they will affect the quality of the interviews but rather confirm their authenticity. No one has requested, after the interviews, to withdraw their testimony from the project. With respect to transcribing, an external transcriptionist, Rainier Hernandez Arancibia, a Cuban social scientist, did the transcriptions for this study. I already knew him as a serious and rigorous academic, and I furthermore considered having a Cuban transcriptionist an advantage. This is because he would be accustomed to the Spanish of his countrymen, as well as familiar with the country and the topic of the study. Hernandez Arancibia's work resulted in approximately 400 pages of text. According to Paul Ricoeur, the transformation of a text from orality to writing implies more than the fixation that shelters the event of discourse from destruction. 19 The text furthermore gains autonomy with regard to the intention of the author. 20 It transcends its own psychosociological conditions of production and thereby opens itself to an unlimited series of readings, themselves situated in different socio-cultural conditions. 21 Ricoeur cautions that the discourse is affected by this transformation in several ways, especially as the functioning of reference is profoundly altered when it is no longer possible to identify the thing spoken about as part of the common situation of the interlocutors. 22 In regard to this specific study, one element to keep in mind is that Cuban and Caribbean cultures are high-context cultures, according to the theory of anthropologist Edward Hall. This implies that nonverbal cues are more important in these cultures than, let us say, those of Scandinavian countries. I sometimes found this to be a challenge when rereading the transcribed interviews. Analyzing and verifying are the next steps mentioned by Kvil and Brinkman. For these steps, I have found support in the methodological proposals of Miles, Huberman, and Saldana. 23 They distinguish between 3 simultaneous and interconnected processes that largely overlap with steps 5 and 6 of the list presented by Kvil and Brinkman, based on Bourdieu. These 3 processes are, 1. Data condensation, 2. Data display, and 3. Drawing and verifying. The first of these involves selecting, focusing, simplifying, abstracting, and / or transforming the data in the corpus. Point 24. There are of course different ways to achieve this. Miles et al. Propose the use of coding, a heuristic technique that has a cyclic character. The technique consists of assigning labels or codes to fragments of a text. A code is most often a word or short phrase that symbolically assigns a summative, salient, essence-capturing, and / or evocative attribute for a portion of language-based or visual data. 25. The coding produces an indexed text where the original text and the index are analyzed. Codes do not contain the same information but reflect the existence of information in certain parts of the original corpus, unlike qualitative content analysis. The coding makes it possible to extract and categorize similar data, thus the researcher can quickly find, pull out, and cluster the segments relating to a particular research question, hypothesis, construct, or theme. 26. The technique gives the researcher an intimate, interpretive familiarity with every datum in the corpus. 27. While I have found the proposals of Miles et al. To be useful, it is also important to be aware of their limitations. For Jochen Glaser and Grit Laudel, many qualitative methods claim to lead to an answer to the research question but do not specify all steps between the text and the answer. 28. They attribute this to the strong emphasis on interpretation in qualitative research, arguing that interpretation is an ill-structured activity for which no algorithm can be provided. Miles et al. Actually make a similar caveat: research is, they acknowledge, actually more a craft than a slavish adherence to methodological rules. 29. However, Miles et al. Also criticize the intuitive position that some researchers assume and argue that it is necessary to use methods that are credible, dependable, and replaceable in qualitative terms. Point 30. Even if investigations within our field depend largely on interpretation, their proposals describe some general steps to be taken and useful techniques that could make the researcher more open to the data and able to discover details and patterns that would otherwise have been missed. To some extent, their proposal also could facilitate the gaining of an overview of a large corpus. After I decided to opt for coding as a technique, an important decision was to choose what type of codes to use. Saldana treats 22 types of codes that he calls first cycle codes. 31. These have names such as thematic codes, evaluation codes, and so on, and he suggests combining different types according to the needs of the study and according to whether they give substantial results or not. For some studies, the use of one of these types of codes may be sufficient, while in other studies, it may be necessary to use two or more. My study is largely phenomenological, as it is interested in the subjective, which implies that I am looking for the essences and essentials 32 of the experiences of the interview subjects. I had to select a way to codify the text that corresponded to the needs of the study, and I opted for the use of thematic codes, which are common in this type of work. The use of descriptive codes implies assigning basic labels to data to provide an inventory of their topics. 33. For example, two of my codes were Gorbachev and Fourth Congress. Subsequently, I distributed and subordinated all descriptive codes to the main thematic categories, called Cuba, USSR, and relations between the two countries and Communist Party of Cuba. That is, in total I had 50 codes, grouped into 4, and later 3, main categories. Next to the thematic codes, I also created some versus codes. These versus codes identify in binary terms the individuals, groups, social organizations, phenomena, processes, concepts, etc., in direct conflict with each other. 34. For example, I created the code Fidelism versus Communism to reflect a certain political contradiction within the Cuban Revolution, and I used this label to mark fragments of text where this contradiction was reflected. The people interviewed have dedicated a considerable part of their lives to politics and were therefore emotionally affected by the fall of the USSR. I was therefore interested in identifying and categorizing the emotional reactions to the collapse and experimentally created emotion codes. These types of codes label feelings that the participants have had. According to Miles et al., they can help to gain insight into the participants' perspectives, worldviews, and life conditions. 35 However, not everyone, and especially not heterosexual men, is willing to talk about their emotions comfortably or name them with accuracy. 36 Noticing that the interview subjects spoke relatively little about their feelings, I abandoned the emotional codes and grouped the most outstanding expressions of emotions under a more comprehensive thematic code, feelings. Once this process was concluded, I decided to reread the transcribed interviews and tag them with another type of code, again experimentally called in vivo codes. These codes are essentially words or short phrases of what participants say, and which, according to Miles et al., can serve to make the researcher aware of the language and way of thinking of the interview subjects. I did this in accordance with my ideal of taking the interview subject seriously, to honor the participant's voice. 37 Two examples of in vivo codes that emerged were: we are very nationalistic, or they would show to you the very best. In total, I converted 745 words and phrases into in vivo codes, which served to gain awareness of the language and the thinking of the interview subjects. 38 The next challenge was displaying the condensed data. 39 According to Miles et al., credible analysis and trustworthy analysis requires, and is driven by, displays that are focused enough to permit a viewing of a full data set in the same location and are arranged systematically to answer the research questions at hand. 40 Miles et al. Present a series of matrices that can facilitate such a panoramic view, but suggest adapting and inventing formats that are useful for the researcher. They argue that the important thing is not whether a table is correct but whether it is helpful. 41 Following these tips, I prepared a total of 50 tables, with each table visualizing the data corresponding to each thematic code. For example, one table has the name Predictability of the Collapse, where I gathered commentary from the informants on whether they or others in Cuba foresaw the possibility of the socialist bloc falling apart. The tables have a horizontal axis with 3 columns: 1, the first with the interview subject's name, 2, another with direct quotes from the interview subjects, and 3, the third with a summary, paraphrase, or abstract of what they say. The vertical axis of each table has 17 rows, 1 for each interview subject. I placed all the workers together, then the professionals, and so on, in order to detect more easily if the data could suggest some difference in the approaches, opinions, and so on between members of different sectors. I tried to follow Miles et al. In making sure that each table could fit onto a page. They recommend organizing the data in a way that allows the researcher to see it all at the same time. 42 In this way, I was able to quickly scan visually what the interview subjects say about a particular topic and reach initial conclusions using suggested techniques by Miles et al. To identify patterns and themes, making contrasts, comparisons, groupings, and counting. The third phase of the analysis serves to obtain and verify conclusions. In my case, this phase intermingled quite a bit with the previous phase. In addition to the techniques outlined above, I also tried to keep in mind the 26 tactics for the analysis described by Miles et al. 43, 13 of which are tactics to generate meaning, and 13 are tactics to verify results. For example, I sometimes used counting, one of 13 tactics to generate meaning proposed by Miles et al., which can help the researcher see what's there. These tactics will not be described here, as I consider that they are, to a large extent, integral to the craft of a researcher rather than a methodology. They are techniques that many discover on their own and that are mostly used without being named. I had access to and used the NVivo program for coding and display. In its author's words, it is software that helps the user in gaining richer insights from qualitative and mixed methods data. 44 I agree with Miles et al. In that the use of this program is, above all, a convenient way to save and maintain the data corpus. 45 However, I did not find it essential for this project. One advantage of a program of this type is that it facilitates simultaneous coding, which means that 2 or more codes can be applied to the same data. In addition, it has some functions not strictly related to coding, one very popular function being word count, which makes it possible to see which words are frequently used. Still, the program has capabilities beyond my needs, and I often felt over-equipped. For many tasks like taking notes and making visualizations, other tools such as Word or even traditional pen and paper seemed just as practical for my needs. Chapter 7. Analysis of the interviews. In presenting the analysis of the 17 transcribed interviews, I have divided them into two sections. The first examines the relations between Cuba and the Soviet and East European socialism as well as previous events in Cuban history, which are relevant to understand the perceptions the interview subjects had of the USSR and its collapse. The second section focuses on the collapse itself, but also analyzes some comments from the interview subjects on the Soviet and East European historical backdrop that are related to the way in which they view the end of that historical project. To facilitate the reading, I include here a brief list of the interview subjects and their main activities between 1989 and 1991. A more complete list of interview subject data is included in Appendix 3. Name main activities between 1989 and 1991. Victor, journalist. Aurelio, researcher. Pedro, diplomat. Hector, deputy minister. Adalberto, civil aviation pilot. Mavis, National Association of Small Farmers official. Eliar, medical doctor. Jorge, Council of Ministers advisor. Jose Luis, Research Institute deputy director. Minister 1, researcher Jose, director of a telecom workshop. Esteban, research center director. Lenin, agricultural workers. Anaida, retired worker. Alberto, music director. National Television. Norma, hospital seamstress. Mary, radio station employee. The interview subjects dedicated a considerable part of the interviews to talking about Cuban history before 1959, as well as about themselves as historical actors in the history of the Cuban Revolution. This is despite the fact that I fundamentally insisted on their view of the USSR collapse. I became more aware that the way they perceive Cuban history, including the history that preceded the relationship with the USSR, could help understand how the members of the party in Cuba viewed the collapse, as well as their political reaction when the collapse took place. Despite Soviet influences, they consider the revolution to be a particular Cuban project, whatever happens in other parts of the world. Journalist Victor, one of my informants, referred to the importance of the past in present-day Cuban politics and in inspiring people, using the following words: "There is a tradition, history weighs tremendously. That there is a specific view of history and the strong importance that it has in Cuban society and politics has also been pointed out by investigators such as Lilian Guerra and Luis Perez Jr. I will therefore start by briefly analyzing some of the interview subjects' views of Cuba's history up until 1959, that is, what they would describe as the roots of the Cuban Revolution. This was a stage in which Cuba was located within the sphere of influence of the United States and where the Soviet influence in the country was next to zero. Without understanding Cuba's past, it is difficult, or perhaps almost impossible, to understand the Cuba that emerges after 1959. Gaining basic knowledge on how the interviewees experienced this past and how they interpret it, is also essential for our purposes. Next, I will examine some aspects of what the interview subjects expressed about the relations between Cuba and the Soviet and East European socialism, with an emphasis on their links with the USSR itself, as this was the main country of Comecon and the Warsaw Pact. The reader will notice how the interview subjects' view of Cuban relations with the USSR and East Europe, as well as their perspectives on Cuban history and their own lived experiences, in part determine how they view the collapse. 1.1 The National Legacy. We started this in 1868. 7 of the 17 interview subjects spent considerable time talking about the existence of a long tradition of revolutionary thought and action in Cuba that precedes Cuba's relationship with the USSR. They believe that this tradition is characterized by virtues such as heroism and resistance, and consider the revolution led by Fidel Castro to be a result of, and at the same time a part of, this tradition. They view the Cuban Revolution as a process that began long before Fidel Castro and the relations that Cuba developed with the USSR from 1959, and that is still ongoing. The historical relationship between Cuba and Spain and Cuba and the United States receives considerable attention. The interview subjects highlighted Cuban resistance to foreign domination and injustices, as well as their national heroes. They placed particular emphasis on the national roots of the revolution, as compared to the alliance with the USSR, which, although they recognized that it was decisive at the time, appear in the testimonies as something almost circumstantial or secondary. Alberto, singer and music director of the national television in 1989, maintains that you can draw a line from the Haitian rebellion, through the whims of the Cuban Creole bourgeoisie, in José Antonio Sacco, Felix Varela, all in all, note this, parallel to the rebellion movements and the Cimarronage. Elier, a medical doctor, expressed something similar when he said that we started this in 1868 and there we are because this is how we are, and it is the distinctive characteristic of being Cuban, referring apparently to an attitude of resistance and heroism of the Cuban people. According to José Luis, who served as director of the Center for Research on the World Economy when the USSR collapsed, there is a revolutionary process with a long history that began long before 1959. Jorge, advisor of the government between 1989 and 1991, claims that Fidel is the result of a trajectory of thought that starts from the 19th century. According to Pedro, a diplomat in Nicaragua coinciding with the dissolution of the USSR, there is an enormous historical load of U.S. policy toward Cuba and also a load of Cuban patriotism that comes from the War of Independence and our heroes. It comes from Martí, it is present in all stages of Cuban history. According to journalist Victor, the resistance is within the Cuban people. Victor, a retired pilot, compares the level of sacrifice made by the Cubans at two different historical moments, noting that there is a continuity in the resistance. The Mambises even ate the sole of the shoes, and nowadays they are talking about the only mare brought by Camillo's people, which carried all the things. And that had to be eaten the second day because they had nothing to eat. Victor, although agreeing with Adalberto that there is a continuity from the struggles of the 19th century to the present, criticizes a certain variant of the narrative of revolutionary continuity. There is a leap in Cuba sometimes in history and they go from the Mambises to Fidel, and that is a lie. There is the generation of the 1930s that solidified this revolution politically, ideologically, culturally, and even within sports. Without these people, without Mella, without Pablo, without Martinez Villena, without Guterres, without Barcelo, without these people there would not be a Fidel, nor would there be a Victor Joaquim. The strength of the Cuban intellectual tradition is another theme that is repeated, and some interview subjects alluded to a close relationship between the intellectual tradition and that of revolutionary action in the Cuban case. 3 of the interview subjects mentioned Cuban thinkers who, according to them, preceded the Europeans Marx and Lenin in their analyses. Jorge maintained that Enrique José Varona has an essay in 1905, 12 years before Lenin's book Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. According to Adalberto, Martí spoke of Marx, spoke of Engels, spoke about the development of socialism and set out what imperialism was long before him. This Martí did in the year 90, in the previous century, you know. Alberto also noted that Cuban intellectuals Enrique José Varona and José Martí made analyses of the phenomenon of imperialism before Vladimir Lenin. According to Alberto, the Cubans have been privileged with a history that has been generating a thought, and uses Martí as an example, whom he considers a superior figure to the great political leaders and great thinkers of the United States. I was asked by a boy, a North American, why do you venerate Martí so much? I said, well, because you do not have a figure of the same level in the United States. Sorry, I said, sorry that I am so arrogant, but you don't have that. You don't have, that is, neither Jefferson, nor Franklin, not even the great thinkers, Washington even less, reach that level. When referring to the implementation of a single-party system in Cuba after 1959, the interview subjects do not usually refer to the theory of the vanguard party of Vladimir Lenin or the Soviet one-party model. Instead, they refer to the calls by the Cuban José Martí to unite all the forces that were in favor of progress in a single party, the Cuban Revolutionary Party, which he founded in 1892 in order to defeat the foreign powers of their time and achieve true independence. Victor, for example, asserted that the party is fundamental and one just like the one created by Martí. The fact that the members of the Communist Party of Cuba defend their country's one-party system, citing José Martí as a source of inspiration, is not a novelty, but until the 1990s, it was common to refer to both Lenin and Martí. In 1990, at a time when the USSR still existed, Fidel Castro defended the single party by referring both to the party proposed by Lenin but also to José Martí. We will also maintain the principle of the single party, which did not come from Lenin alone, it also came from Martí when he founded the Revolutionary Party for Cuban Independence, and he did not create 3 or 10, but one to lead the revolution and the struggle for the country's independence. To my interview subjects tend to present the Soviet influence as secondary. The medical doctor Eliar, for example, immediately after talking about historical continuity from 1868 to the present, added, but the USSR was admired. In this sense, one understands that he considers it as something secondary or additional that does not erase the national tradition. José Luis also maintains that a relationship is established between these traditions, where there is a historical revolutionary process with a long history that would naturally connect with a socialist path that in Cuba's history was different. He uses the verb entroncar in Spanish, to become related or to connect, thereby suggesting that the Cuban project was in place before the encounter with the Soviets, and that it remained a distinct thing. With only slight variations, everyone repeats a similar narrative when talking about the roots of the Cuban Revolution. This is not surprising, as researchers such as Luis Perez Jr. and Lilian Guerra argue that there is a grand narrative of Cuban history. Point 3 Although counter-narratives are disseminated by the diaspora, these have limited influence in Cuba and are rejected by my interview subjects. Any narrative is a construction, and the narrative of the interview subjects is selective and politicized and debatable. However, the interview subject's narrative about the revolutionary struggles before Fidel Castro generally relies on known and documented facts, which gives it a certain sense of credibility. This said, there are of course statements that could be discussed and possibly refuted, especially with regard to the treatment of José Martí. Notably, he did not propose a one-party system as a form of government in times of peace but a united party to resist and win in times of war. Some Cubans would consider the years after 1959 to be warlike because of the heavy U.S. pressure, while others would not accept this narrative. Furthermore, although one could argue that there are points in common between Martí and socialism or even Cuban socialism more specifically, he was no socialist himself. Point 4 Still, most of the narrative supports itself in easily documentable facts, such as with regard to the role of the United States. For example, it should be noted that with the declaration of the Monroe Doctrine in 1823, the United States has had as its policy to play a leading role in the region. Point 5 In the case of Cuba, President Thomas Jefferson declared in 1809 that Cuba would be taken naturally by the United States, or the island would surrender itself to the U.S. 6 And President James Monroe also wrote in a letter that Cuba and Puerto Rico are natural annexes of the United States. Point 7 The United States occupied Cuba for almost 4 years between 1899 and 1902. When the country received its independence in 1902, the famous Platt Amendment was added to its constitution by orders of the United States. The amendment restricts the foreign relations of Cuba and leaves a part of the province of Guantanamo and the Isle of Pines in the hands of the United States, in addition to allowing for intervention when U.S. interests were threatened, the right of which the United States made use of on several occasions. Cuba was in reality turned into a protectorate, a status that would continue until the disappearance of the amendment in 1934. Captcha argues that the potential roots of Revolution 8 emerged as result of two historical experiences, a prolonged colonialism and a neo-colonial period from 1902 that was unusually explicit. 910 While it is uncontroversial to say that the U.S. has had imperialist policies against Cuba, the parallels drawn by the interview subjects between the Mambises of the 19th century and the communists of Fidel Castro might seem, at first glance, little more than a propaganda trick. José Martí, in the end, was not a Marxist, and neither were the other mentioned heroes of the 19th century. Besides the differences, there are nevertheless common points. For example, the Partido Revolucionario Cubano was not limited to fighting against Spanish colonialism but also warned against U.S. expansionist plans. In this sense, there is certainly an element of continuity in Fidel Castro's project. Luis Perez Jr. also argues that the two movements share ideas of social justice. Although national sovereignty was the most articulated demand of 19th-century Cuban fighters, as was the case in other Latin American countries, there were also more modern impulses and an egalitarian vision within the Cuban nation-building project. Point 12 The Black Mambises in the First War for Independence not only fought for the separation of their territory from Spain but also for social justice. After the end of the First War, there was a radicalization among Cubans who supported independence. Antoni Capcha mentions that a movement of black consciousness emerged between the black and mestizo populations, while Spanish immigrants brought the ideas of socialism and anarchism to urban workers. Point 13 The middle class, opposed to the oppression and restrictions of Spanish colonialism, increased. According to Capcha, a nationalism began to emerge which had a much greater social dimension than any contemporary nationalism in Latin America. 14 Perez Jr. reminds us that José Martí tried to unite the Cubans without distinguishing between class, gender, or color. Point 15 Marifeli Perez Stable observes that after the 1959 revolution, the USSR and Eastern Europe served as important inspirations for the one-party model, as those countries showed that such a model was efficient with regard to consolidating and retaining power. 16 However, the author also asserts that Cuba's national revolutionary tradition offered precedents for a political vanguard. Both José Martí and Antonio Guterres had asked for unity in order to change the country. Point 17 Lack of unity had been undermining revolutionary success at other moments, while Fidel Castro's armed struggle had demonstrated the importance of unity. Point 18 Certainly, there has been a nationalist turn in Cuba in recent decades, which raises the question: would the interview subjects have talked about Cuban history in the same way if hypothetically we had interviewed them back in the 1970s or during the first half of the 1980s, when Soviet influence in Cuba was at its strongest? There was a change in the official historical narrative in the 1970s and the early years of the decade of the 1980s. In those years, the Cuban Ministry of Education began to present Cuban history in a Marxist, Leninist framework, emphasizing the importance of the laws of history. Point 19 Perez Jr. cites an interview he conducted with Cuban historian Jorge Ibarra in 2012, who said that in the historiography of the 1970s, the history of Cuba appeared to have developed into an appendix to the history of the Soviet Union. 20 Of course, we do not know how people would have responded in an interview back then, but it is also possible that, at that time, many would have put emphasis on the more Cuban narrative of 100 years of struggle. One could think that this is a narrative introduced by Fidel Castro, but he built his narrative upon a previously existing nationalist account of Cuban history that talked of a revolutionary continuity since the 19th century. According to Luis Perez Jr., the political opposition in the Cuban Republic used to derive its discursive framework mainly from pro-independence narratives. Point 21 Before the coup by Fulgencio Batista in 1952, the reformist political parties presented themselves as heirs of José Martí, with the main parties in the 1940s consisting of the Cuban Revolutionary Party and the Cuban People's Party. The first name refers to the original PRC of José Martí, and the word ortodoxo in the second name of the party referred to rescuing the values and aims of the Revolution of 1933, also inspired in part by Martí. The resistance movements that emerged after the 1952 coup, such as the National Revolutionary Movement, the Revolutionary Student Directorate, and the 26 of July movement, all said they were going to complete the work that the liberators of the 19th century had initiated. Point 22. In general, by the 1950s, Cubans looked to the past and to José Martí, who served as an inexhaustible supply of truths, for all occasions, on all subjects. 23. Pérez Jr. claims that the brilliance of the leadership of the 26th of July movement was to inscribe itself into the past and to re-emerge as its proponent, to represent itself as the bearer of 19th century truths. 24. For example, on January 1, 1959, Castro said that the history of 95 will not be repeated. This time around, the Mambises will enter Santiago de Cuba today. 25. A historical comparison that referred to how the United States had denied the liberators entry to Cuba's eastern second capital in 1898.26. Pérez Jr. argues that the motif of the 100 years of struggle had served as the dominant framework for the interpretation of a generation and the master narrative of the revolution in its early years. Point 27. In this sense, the nationalist narrative predated USSR relations, and when it gained strength again in official propaganda around 1990, it might have seemed to many as a return to their roots and not just as the political elite just inventing a new ideology to suit their needs, as they could not rely on imported ideas. 1.2 The lived past. My brother was found dead in the Barrio Caribe. Most interview subjects were born before 1959, and many are old enough to have memories of the pre-revolutionary era, especially the last years of the Batistato. 28 Their experiences from that time or the information they have received from other sources about Cuba of that era have repercussions on their understanding of the revolution, the United States, the USSR, and the collapse. It is not surprising that references to the evils of the pre-1959 era are recurrent in an interview with members of the Communist Party of Cuba. These people had all entered that party at some point, which implies a rejection of the capitalist past and the U.S. imperialist policy, as well as a commitment to the changes that took place in Cuba in 1959. At first glance, some testimonies could easily be perceived as a mechanical reproduction of the official Cuban propaganda, where there is a tendency to highlight the evils of the past and to contrast those with the achievements of the post-1959 stage. The informants tend to place an emphasis on issues with more visible improvements since 1959, such as health and education, rather than talking about areas where there has been no such progress or even issues where the country is in a worse state. Nevertheless, their stories from before the revolution seem credible and fit in with already existing documentation on such evils of the past. The testimonies in some cases contain experiences of poverty, exclusion, or political repression prior to 1959, and, on the other hand, to concrete improvements they themselves have experienced after 1959. These might have been motivations for assuming and later for retaining their political affiliation and positions. With regard to the details of their stories, it is not always possible to document these, as they can in some cases be very local or personal experiences. Still, the testimonies were consistent with what the literature says about the different historical periods and in general seemed credible. With regard to poverty, José, who between 1989 and 1991 was the director of a communications workshop, refers to his experience of the pre-revolutionary era when he says that I grew up on a dirt floor, where my mother threw the ashes, because in those days one cooked with coal, the ashes in the kitchen, dirt floors, roofs of what is it called? Of zinc, an escusado. Do you know what an escusado is? No, that does not exist today. They are latrines that they made, a hole in the ground that was covered with a cap on top and of wood. He claims that the revolution brought a radical change in his life. The revolution turned me into a person. The revolution turned me into a person. Zenaida, a retired worker, also contrasts a gloomy past with a better present, saying that her grandson has all the work he wants and that they have never stopped having lunch or eating, as people say, and in my childhood I faced many difficulties, and my mom together with us, oh please. She tells her grandchildren that you have to die for this because you don't know what it is to suffer. It is not possible to calculate this era with the previous era. Two of the interview subjects had experiences of exclusion or racism in the pre-revolutionary era, seemingly of an institutional nature. Adalberto explains that even one day in the Cristino Naranjo, today it is called Cristino Naranjo 29, when it was the club of, how is it called, rowing, I was denied entry because I was a mulatto. Eliar tells a similar story of his best friend, a black man, Pepin, who he says could not enter a specific beach. 30 Alvarez talks about another type of exclusion when recounting how the University of Havana was closed in 1953, when she was a student. The political situation in Cuba became very agitated, and the university in particular was a focal point for the rebellion. This is precisely the time when revolutionary movements emerged, and that is where all those movements against the dictatorship are incited, to such an extreme that Batista the dictator closed the university. 4 people refer to forms of repression involving the use of physical violence and, in some cases, torture and death. Adalberto explains that he himself was on an assassination list. I have had the privilege of being alive thanks to the revolution, because I was imprisoned in the year 58, kidnapped in front of my house, imprisoned in the 10th police station, and the revolution saved my life, because I was on the list. Victor tells the story of when he was arrested by the police, being almost a child, for having said on the street that Fulgencio Batista was going to run the same fate as the dictator Marcos Pérez Jiménez in Venezuela, who was deposed on January 23, 1958. In January of 58 I was imprisoned because I commented when passing by a lieutenant of the dictatorship. At that time to be a lieutenant was a lot, and I told him we will drag this one down as in Venezuela. This he hears, and he takes me prisoner with a gun to my head. He takes me with him. Luckily my dad had money, he had connections, and he got me out of the station before they beat me and tortured me, but I saw the blows that they gave to others and I was about to be beaten and tortured. The medical doctor Hector, who served as Deputy Minister of Health during the collapse, had been detained 3 times before the revolution. He told us that in prison there was a policeman who tortured people, who was later to participate in the invasion of exiled Cubans at the Bay of Pigs, where he was wounded. Hector had to treat him as a medical doctor. I did not fail to fulfill in the ethical principles of my work when one of the wounded from the mercenary invasion of the Bay of Pigs had been a torturer, a police torturer, when I was detained, because I was detained 3 times. I suffered imprisonment, and it happened that I was the doctor who treated him when he was there. The cruelest of all the testimonies is that of the hospital seamstress Norma. She tells me about the time when Batista's forces murdered her brother, in their native province of Guantanamo. My brother was found dead in the Barrio Caribe. Do you know what the Barrio Caribe is? She asks. The name refers to one of the neighborhoods in that eastern city. It is commonly known that many other Cubans, for example those that migrated to Florida after the revolution, have very different memories of the time before the revolution and, above all, more negative memories of the next stage. This may have to do with their social class, values, and political stance, coincidences, and other factors. But the existence of other experiences does not make the testimonies of the Cuban Party members less credible, which coincides with ample documentation of the social problems, repression, and brutality of the pre-revolutionary era. On the other hand, it could be argued that this kind of emphasis on the past serves to hide evils of the revolutionary past and present. During my stays in Cuba, I have met people still living in poverty, who experience discrimination problems and even political repression. Even so, today's situation is different from the one before 1959. Although there is poverty in Cuba, for example, there is no extreme poverty in present-day Cuba, and the country has seen development in important socio-economic spheres. Amnesty International's reports from the late 1980s mention the lack of an independent judiciary, repression, and cruel treatment of prisoners but not torture. In some later reports allegations of torture do appear, but the most grave crimes of the past seem to be absent or very rare, as the early revolutionary government took steps to stop and abolish such crimes still widespread in Latin America. There are no extrajudicial killings. Although revolutionary Cuba did limit and still limits some important civil and political rights, The absence of the brutal crimes that were common before the revolution and in many Latin American countries in the second half of the last century has given legitimacy to the revolution and the Cuban government. The bad experiences lived by several of the interview subjects before 1959 would have contributed to their political position, often in their young years, and must also have early determined their view of the US and the USSR, since the former was an ally of Batista and the USSR was an ally of the revolutionary government. That being said, several of the interview subjects believe that the average Cuban had an unfavorable view of the USSR and its ideology in the 1950s and early 1960s. Eliar argues that talking about communism here was talking about something bad. Jose exemplifies this hatred of communism with an anecdote from his own life. Specifically, when he was working as a carpenter before the revolution, the capitalist propaganda had put in our head that being a communist was the lowest you could be, and jokingly he called a colleague a communist. He argues that at the age of 16 or 17 he did not know what communism was. I said it to piss him off, it was a teenager thing. However, the colleague responded by throwing a hammer at him. He held up the hammer, and if I hadn't thrown myself, pay attention to what I'm telling you, I would have been, damn, if it's a lie I might as well die right here now, pay attention to this. I threw myself off the rebars, the hammer passed and fell in the courtyard of the last house. Because he was a pitcher, they called him DiMaggio. He held up the hammer up, and if he got me, boy, imagine. Finally, many interview subjects stress that the insurrectionary struggle in Cuba not only arose because of Cuban problems, but that it was also led by Cubans, without Soviet support. That is, contrary to the post-Second World War revolutions in Eastern Europe, there was no Soviet interference in Cuba, or at least not at this stage. We can speak then of a non-relation with Soviet communism, more than anything else. For the interview subjects, this makes the Cuban Revolution more authentic, more independent, and more legitimate than many other experiences where there was such interference. Some even see the lack of authentic revolutions in Eastern Europe as one of the causes of the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism. 1.3 The first contact. The blockade had a severe impact and the Soviets gave us a hand. In this subsection, I will discuss some aspects of Cuban-Soviet relations in the early stages that are relevant in order to understand the relation that arose and the perceptions of the interview subjects of the collapse. The Cuban Revolution triumphs on January 1, 1959, and in the fall of that year the first serious contact with the USSR develops. 31 Over the next few years, the contact becomes closer, but there are also a series of contradictions and setbacks throughout the 1960s. The account by Jorge Dominguez that appears in the introduction of this book should be noted. Between 1962 and 1968, relations oscillated between collaboration and confrontation. 32 The interview subjects who remember that stage well, often emphasize the differences between the two countries, highlighting an image of Cuba as independent. My interview subjects tend to present the young alliance between Cuba and the USSR as strategic more than ideological and political. Some, especially academics, argue that Cuba had no choice but to ally with the Soviet Union, given the strong pressures by the United States in collaboration with Cuban counter-revolutionaries both within the country and from exile. It can be recalled in this regard that 250,000 Cubans emigrated during the first years of the Revolution. 33 That many lost or left behind property and privileges in Cuba, and that the community of exiles pushed for the United States to work against the Cuban government with all means. Jorge says that we were challenging the most powerful country in the world, as a tiny country, and we had no choice but to rely on the USSR, you know. Mavis expresses something similar and mentions the invasion in Playa Girón to underline the seriousness of the situation. We had no other option because you cannot separate the problem from the context. The context was very hard, very hard. We had already even suffered direct military aggression with the invasion of Playa Girón. We had no alternative. The defense of the country depended on the Soviet Union. 34 José Luis mentions the case of the blockade imposed by the United States. The US blockade practically prevented us from turning toward any other alternative, therefore it had great significance and Cuba continues to be thankful. That event is not forgotten here. Pedro maintains that the irrational and visceral policy of the United States toward Cuba had as an effect that a close alliance between Cuba and the Soviet Union formed rapidly. 35 Although the interview subjects do not mention it much, the reader must keep in mind that the situation in Cuba was very tense during the first 6 or 7 years after the revolution. Rafael Rojas has characterized the situation in the country until 1966 as a civil war. 36 In the historiography made in Cuba, the situation is largely referred to as struggle against outlaws, referring to rural resistance groups that were opposed to agrarian reform and the revolution and that received support from exiles and the CIA. According to Guerra and Maldonado, between February and August 1962 alone, there were a total of 5,780 terrorist attacks and 716 large-scale sabotages. 37 On the other hand, according to Porras Stable, in the mid-1960s there were between 20,000 and 50,000 political prisoners. 38 And thousands of Cubans were executed during this decade. 39 Different assessments can be found in the literature about the causes that led Cuba to approach the USSR. Porras Stable refers to a radicalization process in Cuba that entailed the elimination of capitalism, the suppression of independent institutions to settle political differences, and a turn toward the Soviet Union, and attributes this radicalization and polarization primarily to internal factors, amongst them Fidel Castro's attitude, but considers that the Cold War aggravated the situation. 40 Dominguez claims that as the Cuban government approached a break with the United States, it began courting the Soviet Union. 41 Which could imply that Castro had sought to move away from the United States from the outset, but not necessarily. Bain also writes that in 1959 it may not have been Fidel Castro's intention to align with the USSR, but puts emphasis on the possibility that he did want to change the relationship with Washington. 42 With increased US hostility culminating in the Bay of Pigs invasion, 43 he declared himself a Marxist, Leninist to ensure greater economic and military assistance from the Soviets. 44 Rojas places emphasis on Fidel Castro's tour of the United States in April 1959, where Castro tried to forge contacts, and on some apparently positive signs such as diplomatic exchanges between the countries during that same year. 45 Rojas thus seems to suggest that in the early days there might have been a real desire to find some common ground with the US and that the US was considering this option. It is far beyond this study's purpose to delve deeply into the complexities of the revolution's radicalization and Cuba's geopolitical realignment. There are many important moments and events. One of the major moments was the launch of the land reform of May 1959, which provoked desertions within the moderate First Revolutionary Government of 1959, as well as tensions with the U.S. This government was eventually replaced by what Rojas calls the Second Revolutionary Government, which took some rapid and very radical first measures to build socialism in Cuba. According to Rojas, during this second government, a first phase of building socialism in Cuba and a dramatic adjustment took place in the country's international relations. This realignment took place between 1961 and 1962, that is between the failed Bay of Pigs invasion and the Cuban Missile Crisis. He highlights the expulsion of Cuba in late January 1962 from the Organization of American States, and basically, from the Western Hemisphere, as factors that provoked even closer relations with the USSR. According to Rojas, the Bay of Pigs invasion contributed to making communism the state policy, citing Castro's speech on April 15, 1961, as a tribute to the victims of the military incursion. 46 Independent of the actors' intentions, the options available to the new Cuban leaders were limited. As Thomas Skidmore and Peter Smith have stated, it was inevitable that any Cuban government attempting to reassert Cuban control over its economy would collide with the United States. 47 Furthermore, they seem correct to affirm that the realignment with the Soviets was neither a cause nor an effect of the clash with the United States. It was part and parcel of the same process. 48 When the first contacts between Cuba and the USSR emerged, they were mostly strategic and implied that Cuba received material and economic aid to address a difficult situation. 49 Although both countries were against U.S. interference, the contact came to imply considerable ideological identification, with an important step being the declaration of the Cuban Revolution as a Marxist-Leninist in December 1961, but the Cuban ideology did not become identical and its social model was still very different from the Soviet one. As Eliar, one of the interview subjects, pointed out, at the beginning of the revolution, there was still a strong anti-communist sentiment in the country. He recalls that when people really started to see what socialism was, its characteristics, like the way in which it was influencing the political work that was going on, people in the end began to appreciate the Soviet Union and love the Russians. 50 The interview subjects express gratitude to the USSR. Adalberto, for example, says, "We have to thank the Soviet people forever for defending us against Yankee imperialism, with its deficiencies, its slips, its tribulations, and its mistakes. We owe it our life." Alberto says that I personally had many things to thank the USSR for. It helped us greatly in a very difficult time. In the 60s, it was very important because even with our contradictions we could survive very, very tough circumstances. Lenin says that everyone broke relations with Cuba, and the blockade had a severe impact, and the Soviets gave us a hand, not just the Soviets, the socialist camp. Victor also points out that we are not going to deny the good things of the Soviet Union, otherwise I would not be here. We will be honest, the weapons, the sugar, while Jose states that these people helped us extraordinarily. When the capitalist enemy is pointing cannons at us and closes all doors to us, they open them, they give us that opportunity. The missile crisis is highlighted by many interview subjects as an example of a time when there were tensions between Cuba and the USSR, that is, a substantial portion of the interview subjects. This is significant due to the fact that there is no question about the missile crisis in the interview guide, and it was a historic event that had some recurrence in the interviews. They report that the Soviets did not act in the most correct way, since they began to negotiate with the United States to solve the crisis without including the Cuban side. José Luis describes the tensions that arose later between Cuba and the USSR as a quarrel. Mavis speaks of a disagreement between the two countries, but she also points out that the USSR did not behave properly. They had also surprised him, and not only had they surprised him, but they had fooled him. It made one think that it was best not to be too trusting. Victor admits that the behavior of the Soviets bothered him and adds that in his opinion, the Soviets had messed up, they had made a mistake. Eliar points out that it happened behind our backs, this was not up front, that is, implying incorrect, arrogant, and or disloyal behavior. He adds that Cubans had a strong reaction due to their nationalism. Adalberto, who was in Kiev during the crisis, uses the strongest words when he argues that they played us, ugh, they could have talked to us, they betrayed principles in their relation with us, although he also stresses that Nikita Khrushchev communicated very well with Fidel Castro. He also mentions a meeting in Kiev where he was present, related to the annual celebration of the Cuban Revolution shortly afterwards, on January 2, 1963. He emphasizes that there was a very good tone and that the relations between the people of two countries did not appear to be damaged, despite what happened at the governmental level. The interview subjects clearly see the Cold War as an unequal conflict, where the greatest power put pressure on the second and also other, smaller countries. Although no one explicitly says it, a common attitude seems to be that the placement of missiles in Cuba was a legitimate response by Cuba and the USSR, two allied countries that, while not having the same foreign policy, were under pressure from the United States. This power already had missiles in a European country that could be used against the USSR and had, on the other hand, given its support to Cuban exiles with the invasion of Playa Girón. The interview subjects nevertheless mention the missile crisis primarily as an example of independence from the Soviets, as Fidel Castro protested the way they spoke with the United States without considering the Cuban participants. 51 Some interview subjects also highlight how Cuba's support for liberation movements went against the Soviet position of peaceful coexistence. José Luis, Alonso, and Jorge, all academics, emphasize that there were substantive disagreements on this issue. 1. A researcher at the Center for American Studies at the time of the collapse, also pointed to these tensions. Many Cubans believed that the revolution would have to reach other countries for Cuba to survive. Alonso claims that by 1960, there is the idea that the Cuban Revolution could not survive without a change in Latin America. Juan mentions that if you consider the level of our involvement in the Latin American guerrilla movement between 61 and 70 as very high, even in a direct way, Cuban fighters in almost all guerrilla groups, etc. This situation was to be different in the 1970s, he said. The strong Cuban involvement had threatened pro-USSR parties in Latin America, as the guerrillas allied with Cuba challenged their protagonism. The Cuban involvement, although appearing as the Communist Party of Cuba, threw the pro-Soviet communist parties in the region into crisis. According to Jorge, the USSR did not support the guerrillas in Latin America and did not want us to support them. We nevertheless supported them. José Luis says that Cuba's help to the liberation movements, for example, was not the Soviet stance, when he talks about differences between the two countries. Victor maintains that the Soviets believed more in the old communists than in Fidel, than in Raúl, and all that, not in the armed struggle either, etc. They did not support El Che. What happens to El Che in Bolivia? Adalberto mentions that his daughter studied in the USSR and had problems due to being an admirer of Che Guevara. They wanted to kick her out because the Soviets did not accept Che Guevara or the guerrilla struggle, and my daughter grew up with the idea of wanting to be like El Che. 52 This whole situation could be interpreted as a strategy in which the USSR used Cuba as an intermediary to support the guerrillas, to prevent the United States from blaming them for aggression in their area of influence. Aurelio, however, suggests that this was not the case, and that the USSR actively tried to sabotage Cuban politics. It was not a mere theoretical discrepancy, that was shown by the practice of the Soviet Union to provide assistance to the Latin American forces on the condition that they were not guerrillas. The differences mentioned by Aurelio are documented by the literature, although I should add there were some ambiguities and changes in USSR policy throughout the 1960s. The position of the USSR in the early 1960s was that the Cuban Revolution was an example for Latin America, but in terms of policies and not with regard to the armed means of taking power, and it considered Fidel Castro's calls for guerrilla struggle in Latin America unfortunate. 53 According to Jacques Levesque, there were internal tensions in the USSR government on the issue in 1963 and 1964, but during this phase, support for the Pacific Line was the dominant and official position. When Khrushchev fell in 1964, the Soviets tried to solve its internal tensions and also the tensions on the Latin American left by organizing a conference with the communist parties of the region. Here, a compromise was reached that all the parties present should support the armed struggle in 6 specific countries but also support the peaceful struggle of other parties in the rest of Latin America. From that moment, the USSR sent material support to the Communist Party of Venezuela, which had opted for a guerrilla struggle. In 1965, due to the U.S. invasion of the Dominican Republic and defeat suffered by guerrillas in Latin America, the USSR leaned again toward the actors that opted for peaceful methods, and it refrained from intervening in 1966 when the Communist Party of Venezuela lay down their arms. Fidel Castro, however, called the Venezuelan party traitors and criticized the Soviet party. In 1967, Cuba organized a conference in Havana where a number of guerrillas were invited but no communist party from the region. This represented a huge challenge to the USSR. 54 The USSR opted for silence because it had invested heavily in Cuba and feared that a breach in the alliance could provoke a U.S. invasion in Cuba. In reality, it sympathized with the Latin American communist parties that opted for peaceful means. 55 parties that are very likely to have pressured the USSR to sanction Cuba. 56 It is notable that there are far fewer mentions of the Sino-Soviet crisis in my interviews, and those that comment on the subject have different assessments of Cuba's position at that time. José Luis argues that in the Sino-Soviet dispute, Cuba did not adopt either the position of the Chinese or the Soviets. We stayed out of that row despite pressure from both sides to adopt one or another position. On the other hand, Mavis remembers things differently. We practically expelled the Chinese from here. The Chinese military advisors, well, they practically left. They left because Cuba did not want to be involved in that confrontation, because the Chinese and the Russians transferred those discrepancies to Cuba and to wherever they were, and they wanted others to pick sides. She argues that Cuba did not want to get involved in the conflict, because the country was dependent on Soviet aid. However, what she first said indicates that Cuba did pick a side, if it is true that they practically expelled Chinese collaborators. According to former diplomat Pedro, relations with China had hit rock bottom by the late 1960s. We have not reviewed in detail the academic literature on the subject, and possibly there are different interpretations on the early years. Still, there is no doubt that at some point these relations reached a very bad state. According to Jacques Levesque, Fidel Castro accused the Chinese of joining the U.S. blockade after they cut supplies of rice to Cuba in 1966. Levesque also maintains that after that moment, relations deteriorated considerably. 57 When touching upon the early years of the Cuban Revolution and Cuban-Soviet relations, the informants also say very little of the failed radical experiments that took place in Cuban society toward the end of the 1960s. 58 Known as the Revolutionary Offensive. At first glance, this might seem odd, since these are examples of policies that differed greatly from the Soviets and therefore could be used as an example of Cuba's uniqueness, a uniqueness that they often highlighted during the interviews. However, though independent-minded, these policies were a fiasco and eventually led to increased dependence on the Soviets. The political scientist Jeanette Habel quotes a Cuban economist, Alexis Codina Jimenez, who recalls a series of unrealistic measures that were implemented beginning in 1967:59 the elimination of bonuses and overtime pay, the decoupling of the wage from the difficulty of the labor and its results, and the total abolition of rent, as well as the free use of the telephone and other measures. 60 Planning basically disappeared, and the production of non-sugar products decreased due to the preparation for the 10 million ton sugar harvest of 1969 to 1970. 61 Since public institutions were very weak, during these radical experiments the citizens had no check on public officials. 62 The experiments ended in economic chaos, and there was serious demoralization amongst workers. 63 In this situation, Cuba actually became more dependent on outside aid, while Fidel Castro was weakened politically. 64 And offered to give up his position. At the first Congress of the PCC in 1975, the moral policies of the 1960s were labeled as idealism, voluntarism and extremism, lumping together the revolutionary offensive and policies that had been defended by Che Guevara between 1963 and 1965. 65 Various interview subjects, though again mostly academics, refer to internal conflicts among Cuban revolutionaries regarding both the relationship with the USSR and different conceptions of socialism, and furthermore dissociate Fidel Castro from the USSR in stating that he tried to avoid excessive influence from the pro-Soviet factions. They emphasize that many former PSP members pushed for a closer relationship with Moscow. On the other hand, some mention the Department of Philosophy at the University of Havana and its journal Pensamiento Critico as examples of a more independent-minded tendency. This magazine belonged to the radical anti-imperialist left but was ideologically independent of the USSR. 66 Conflicts erupted at various moments in which former members of the PSP were involved. After 1959, there were attempts to unite the forces that had supported the revolution in a single organization, and in a first phase, this new party under construction was called the Integrated Revolutionary Organizations. In 1961, In the midst of a struggle for internal control, the former PSP leader Aníbal Escalante was appointed as the coordinator of the ORI. As we recall, this was the first organization established to unite the revolutionary forces, and Escalante gained high visibility in Cuban politics but was severely criticized by Fidel Castro in 1962 and accused of sectarianism. 67 A few years later, at the beginning of 1968, the authorities accused a group of people they labeled the microfaction of being counter-revolutionaries. According to Habel, who relies on Carlos Franqui 68, this is a group covertly organized by the KGB, composed of former members of the Popular Socialist Party, to eliminate Fidel Castro. 69 The main figures were subjected to summary trials and received long sentences of imprisonment. It should be noted that the people who had belonged to the PSP enjoyed a certain goodwill from the USSR. Alvarez suggests that despite their contradictions with Fidel Castro's movement and his government policies, former members of the old Communist Party had a point in their favor in this context. They were, we could say, the intellectuals of communism, because in Cuba we had no history of this kind. At the same time, they wanted Cuba to enter into an even greater commitment with the USSR. According to Mavis, there was a lot of pressure from those actors. One argues that the USSR used the PSP and maintains that the two events mentioned in 1962 and 1968 are two examples of the USSR's aim for internal control of the country. 70 A few months after the case of the microfaction, Cuban-Soviet relations were in crisis, and Cuba was in a position of weakness. This was partly because the economy was in a bad state, and the Latin American guerrillas were failing. Fidel Castro publicly supported the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia in August 1968. 71 Esteban argues that the process in Czechoslovakia was considered as a counter-revolutionary process led by imperialism with the aim to separate Czechoslovakia from the socialist camp. Despite this decision, as we have seen, there were very considerable disagreements with the USSR during the 1960s. The magazine or journal Pensamiento Critico is mentioned by some informants as another example of the high degree of independence that Cuba had in the 1960s, since the government allowed it to circulate widely even though it took a different stance than that of the Soviet Union. Of those interviewed, Jorge and Aurelio were part of the journal's editorial team. Jorge especially characterizes it as a center of independent thought. According to Jorge, that journal, the one behind that is Fidel, and argues that Fidel Castro allowed in this manner alternative socialist ideas to circulate, ideas that would be considered heretical in the Soviet Union. He also explains that through Fidel's initiative, books of French thinkers and ecological thinkers who had been active in the USSR in the 1920s and 1930s and with alternative ideas about socialism were published. 72 Furthermore, people displaying critical ideas about the USSR were allowed to hold high positions. Jorge mentions as an example Raúl Roa Garcia, a prominent member of the University Student Directorate. 73 He says that before the Cuban Revolution, Raúl Roa had written critically on the Soviet model. Roa had warned about the dangers of Russian socialism. Those books were not published afterwards, but I had them because I bought them before the revolution in old bookstores. Yet, even if those books did not circulate through official channels after the revolution, Raúl Roa was Minister of Foreign Affairs until 1976. 74 By the early 1970s, few if any public spaces remained for thought critical of Soviet ideology. Notably, the journal Pensamiento Critico was closed for state reasons according to Jorge by the same authorities that had previously supported its creation, in 1972, with the closing of the Department of Philosophy at the University of Havana. From this moment, Cuba engaged in a stronger commitment to the policies of the USSR. 75 Many interview subjects again argue that this was done largely out of necessity, implying that it was not seen as an ideal solution. 1.4 Cuba in the socialist community, it was not David and Goliath. It should be recalled that in 1972, Cuba entered the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, the international organization for economic cooperation led by the USSR. A very close relationship developed between the states, and the tensions that were present in the 1960s were greatly reduced or disappeared. The interview subjects with more interest and knowledge of the Cuban-Soviet relations mention this closer relationship. Some interview subjects emphasize everything that was copied from the USSR at this stage, especially in internal policies. The predominant narrative is nevertheless that despite narrower relations, Cuba preserved a certain or even large degree of political independence and even influenced Soviet policies. 3 interview subjects try to explain why such an approach occurred, and they all present it as a product of necessity, rather than of desire. Pedro says that in the late 1960s, we didn't have relations with any country in Latin America and practically not with some countries in Europe. At that time, we had relations with the socialist countries but at a very low level. As an example, he mentions the flight connections from Cuba. You had to go to Prague, to travel to Lima, or to travel to Panama, or to travel to Argentina or any country in Latin America. He believes that this was creating a situation in which Cuba had to make a decision. The decision was to develop our relations with the Soviet Union. This description contrasts with that of Aurelio, who places emphasis on the internal causes. After the failure of the 10 million ton sugar harvest and failure in general of the Cuban economy to forge its way to become sustainable at a minimum, Cuba had to request entry to Comecon. But there were also some leaders of the country for whom such an approach has proven desirable. The previous leaders of the old Communist Party were, we could say, completely pro-Soviet in a way that they perceived the Soviet system as, although not necessarily the perfect expression, the only valid one for socialist organization. Aurelio thus distinguishes between a part of the country's leadership that accepted to enter Comecon by necessity, although it was not the most desirable, and another part that similarly considered this decision as a necessity but also as something desirable. 76 Although the relationship between the two countries was strengthened, this does not mean that the Cuban-Soviet relationship became like that between a patron and a client, as per the account of the interview subjects. Some metaphors playing on family relations appear in the interviews that can give an idea of what the interview subjects think about the matter. Hector describes the relationship as like that between two brothers. It never felt like we were a satellite of the Soviet Union. That is a very important aspect. Our relations were de two a two, as we say here in Cuba. 77 From equal to equal. You are very big, and we are small, but it was not David and Goliath. No, it was the big brother with the little brother, but each brother with his own opinion, his own ideas, and each brother with his own girlfriend. On the other hand, Mary, who worked at a radio station when the USSR fell, says that we had the Soviet Union there as the motherland. Norma surprises by saying that the USSR was like a son of Cuba, a brother of Cuba. That is, she reverses the most common image of Cuba as a child of the USSR, although being a son in this context could simply mean that they had a loving relationship and not that Cuba was the part that would guide the relationship. Even so, perhaps the comment reflects an idea that Cuba, at various times, was the force that was pushing the USSR, despite its size. For the most part, the interview subjects seem to recognize that there was a very large flow of economic and material resources from the USSR to Cuba. One of my interview subjects, the economist Esteban, even says that was a subsidy, really, like a subsidy. But not everyone has this perspective. According to Hector, one can speak of mutual aid, as suggested by the name of Comecon. He states that regardless of them helping us, we also to a large extent helped the Soviets in many ways. Then he gives examples of how Cuba helped the USSR after the Chernobyl accident, receiving thousands of children for treatment, and how the country sent blood after the earthquake in Armenia in 1988. Lenin explains that any people said that the Soviet Union helped us due to the sugar, but rejects that position. Not at all, not at all, not at all. We are grateful to the Soviet Union. Although he seems to view the USSR as a country in solidarity, His response also makes it clear that there were people in Cuba who saw the USSR as the part that benefited, despite the fact that the price it paid for Cuban sugar was far above the market price. When the Cuban authorities discuss the relation, they usually recognize that there was some kind of economic dependence on the USSR but deny the existence of political dependence. As an example, Marcos Portal, who served as Minister of Basic Industry in Cuba in the years of the special period, received the following comment from the interviewer in an interview with Contrapunto 78: "But there was dependency." He responds, "Not with regard to politics." 79. My interview subject Aurelio, however, finds that the accession to Comecon not only brought more intensity to the relations and an economic dependency, but also some degree of political dependency. He mentions commitments to vote with the USSR in international bodies. Victor, speaking of the collapse, argues that we couldn't be to a large extent a dependency of that country to the extent that we were ideological, we liberated ourselves from that tutelage. During the interviews, information is mentioned that would indicate that Cuba took, at different times, initiatives that were then followed by the Soviets. José Luis comments that Cuba had different positions to those of the USSR from the early 1960s to perestroika. He gives several examples, one of them from the 1970s. Cuba's support for the liberation movements was not the Soviet position, it was Cuba's own position, that of Angola, Namibia, South Africa, all those countries. The Cuban military operation in Angola is also mentioned by Juan Esteban and José in the interviews as an example of a Cuban initiative, although the Soviets joined later. Juan states that by involving itself in Angola, Cuba not only showed an independent foreign policy but possibly managed to pressure the Soviet Union to commit and take part in this African conflict. This would give some support to the image that Norma used with regard to the USSR as the son or at least brother of Cuba, despite its size and the fact that the Cuban Revolution emerged much later than the Russian. Even so, the idea that Cuba is sometimes the part that takes the initiative can be located in academic literature. Jorge Dominguez speaks of a Soviet hegemony with a degree of Cuban autonomy in the 1970s and 1980s and states that it is assumed above all that Cuba accepts the limits imposed by the Soviet Union on its foreign policy. 81 But he also maintains that Cuba played a leading role, just as much as an intermediary role, between the USSR and progressive movements in the Third World. 82 He maintains that in the 1960s, Cuba sometimes depreciated, and publicly criticized, the Soviet position with regard to revolutionaries in the Americas and beyond, and that this led to what he calls the Cuban-Soviet crisis of 1967, 68. 83 From the 1970s, Cuba would no longer publicly criticize the Soviet Union or its allies, even if they did not follow Cuba's leadership. 84 And more care was taken in order not to generate a crisis. However, Cuba continued to play a leading role in 1975 and 1976 in Angola, and then in Central America and the Caribbean. 85 With regard to Angola, researcher Piero Gligices has undertaken extensive research in archives and conducted interviews with key actors in Cuba and the USSR. These confirm the claims of the interview subjects that Cuba did take the initiative of sending troops to that African country in November 1975 after the South African invasion, without the consent of the USSR. 86. Such an influence by a small country on a world power may seem strange and even unlikely. In this sense, it should be remembered that Cuba was very important for the Soviets, more than the country's size could indicate. When the USSR achieved close relations with Cuba from 1959, this represented a spectacular propaganda success for Moscow. 87 At a time when the Cold War was at its height. 88 According to Blazier, Moscow considered Cuba one of its political triumphs after World War II. 89 Similarly, after Stalin's death, the USSR started looking more outwards, and post-World War II decolonization made it look for opportunities to have a presence in the developing world. 90 The geographical position of Cuba and its anti-imperialist attitude served as the main reasons for this interest. 91 As Aurelio put it, Cuba meant a spearhead in the backyard of the United States, the rest of Latin America. The symbolic value of the Cuban Revolution was furthermore of great importance. Elier believes that Cuba was the first socialist country in America that brought socialism to all of America. According to Esteban, we also represented the possibility that the USSR could show a face in America, right? Besides, Cuba was the only socialist country in this entire hemisphere, including Africa, so it means that it had a very important meaning. It also represented a concern for the North Americans, that psychologically also had an impact from the Soviets' political point of view. This, and other factors, implied that there was counter-dependency, and several of the interviewees stress this point. One argues that when the Latin American guerrilla movement fails in the early 1970s, the Soviets could take a breath of relief. But the operation that Cuba started in Angola later revived this conflict. He considers the operation in Angola not only an example of Cuba's independent foreign policy but also of a situation in which Cuba managed to impose its policy on the USSR, following a tactic of Che Guevara. Cuba's international leadership, totally disproportionate as to size, population, medical power, had in my opinion the dual purpose of challenging the United States in several arenas, a bit like the Guevarista thesis of many Vietnams. And committing the Soviets, dragging the Soviets to revolutionary, radical, anti-colonialist commitments in the region, right? Something that Cuba achieves, both challenging the United States and committing the Soviets. 92. That being said, my interview subjects tend to emphasize Cuban autonomy and the leading role that Cuba assumed at different times but not the limits or times when Cuba followed the position of the USSR. For example, it is correct that Cuba plays an important role in the Third World with its leadership in the non-aligned movement, but by the 1980s, the country was also an integral part of the socialist community and voted with the Soviet Union in international bodies. According to Erisman, when the Soviet invasion took place in Afghanistan, Cuba was the only non-country that opted for a supportive position. 93. Nevertheless, when characterizing the bilateral relations, the differences did not cease to be real and important, as seen in the examples of independence mentioned by the interview subjects. Another issue is the internal impact of the closer relations with the Soviets in the 1970s. According to Cuban researcher Hiram Marchetti Nodars, Cuba's accession to Comecon forced the country to find formulas that aligned us with those used by the remaining members of this organization. This situation resulted in the adoption of the more general aspects of the economic model in force in those countries, first and foremost the Soviet one. 94. Similarly, my interview subject Mary believes that a model was being copied that had nothing to do with ours and argues that even the buildings were of the Russian model. Schools, the design, everything was a carbon copy, although she asserts that this started to change with the rectification process. Hector pointed out that the health system was different and uniquely Cuban. Aurelio argues that there was a strong Soviet influence in general and suggests that it was very negative, saying that the Cuban institutionality was placed under the shadow of Stalinism, neo-Stalinism. According to Pedro, the socialist model that we introduced in Cuba was in a certain way a model taken from the Soviet Union, although he later mentions some differences, to which I will return later. My interview subject Mavis refers at one point to the country's development model as the copy, but she does not seem to have the same opinion about the political system, as she denies that the one-party model of the USSR was copied. She maintains that in Cuba there are mass organizations that resemble political parties. As an example, she points to the National Association of Small Farmers and states that it is a party, but it is not called a party. However, it is a party, and argues that that social framework is the work of Fidel, that did not exist in the Soviet Union. It is not a copy of the PSU, that is the work of the revolution. Although there were also mass organizations in the USSR that seemed similar in many senses to those in Cuba, it is possible that their functioning and role were somewhat different. Peter Roman, referring to the creation of the electoral system one where people vote for individual candidates rather than parties, states that a team was created in Cuba to study local governmental institutions in both socialist and capitalist societies. 95 In the popular power system, established at the local, provincial, and national levels in 1976, however, much was taken from the political system of the USSR, such as, in the words of Roman, the mandate system and delegate recall, representatives who are not professional politicians, the structure of the assemblies, and the Communist Party in both instances having the primary role in policy making. 96 He also emphasizes the Cuban model was significantly different in other aspects but mainly at the local level, where the voters themselves were put in charge of nominating delegates and a model of competitive elections was installed. According to the law, there must be more than one candidate. 97 Although election campaigns are not allowed. Unlike in the USSR, the locally elected representatives have to reside in the municipality where they were elected, which has served to increase the esteem in which local government is held by the people and to strengthen the bonds between Cuban delegates and constituents. 98 There was also some degree of separation between the local party branches and the municipal parliaments. Still, the nomination of delegates for provincial assemblies and for the National Assembly was more similar to the system in the USSR, with no direct participation by the voters in the nomination, while the distinction between representative bodies and the PCC is less clear. 99 Since the 1992 Constitution and electoral law, the party no longer has any formal role in the nomination process for the National Assembly. Unlike the USSR. 100 The National Assembly is composed mainly of people who are also members of the Communist Party, and the reforms did not change the general functioning or role of the National Assembly. There was and is no residency requirement and many do not know who their representatives are. 101 Members of the National Assembly sometimes feared expressing their opinions because they are elected as individuals without an independent support base. 102 The National Parliament, according to Roman, is still more a responsive body rather than one that takes independent initiatives. 103 My informant Victor praised the Cuban electoral system, and the world. There are no elections that are more democratic than here. But he also seemingly acknowledged that there has existed or exists some kind of external pressure or incentive to vote, as in the USSR, everybody votes, but if you don't vote, what will happen to you? I will be honest with you, and I say it up front, because you don't know if someone votes because he wants to or doesn't want to. It's a bit of a social construction. Another difference mentioned by at least one interview subject is the existence of the Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, which are present in each neighborhood in Cuba. Esteban states that as far as I know, an organization that fulfills the functions of the CDRS did not exist in any country in Europe, when talking about the organization that emerged in the early 1960s and that has remained in force since then. The historian Antoni Captcha describes the CDRS and the rest of the revolutionary civil society as elements that have played a role of surveillance or coercion, which in its historical moment included the persecution of long-haired youth. 104 But at the same time, he emphasizes that the CDRS provided a platform for the population to express their demands. 105 And the government used to listen more to its bases than what was common in Eastern Europe. 106 Victor claimed that we did discuss the Constitution, seemingly in reference to the Constitution that was implemented in 1976, and that has since then been revised twice. 107 He refers, I believe, to a debate on a proposed constitution that began in February 1975 at the local branches of the Communist Party, as well as in neighborhoods, workplaces, and educational centers, and so on, and which lasted for 2 months. 108 Thus, he suggests that, according to his perception, there was an attempt to involve the population in the creation of an authentically Cuban system. Several of the interview subjects talked about the particularities of the PCC compared to ruling parties in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Pedro, for example, reminds us that the very system of how the party worked has also been different from that of the socialist countries. This was reflected on earlier.